iRacing special events roll on to upstate New York. Is 6 hours a long race? Well, it's going to feel like a sprint to the checkered flag as we get ready to rumble for the third of our VCO Grand Slams. Already we've made our way to Daytona and Sebring, and now the third of the IMSA Michelin Endurance Cup races sees the third opportunity for drivers to win physical hardware in these iRacing special events. Hello everyone, welcome along to Racebot TV, to the iRacing Esports Network, and today to the VCO social media channels. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, delighted to be joined for the first 2 hours of this race by the one and only Justin Prince. Justin, Watkins Glen, 6 hours. It is a sprint race masquerading as an endurance race in so many ways, but as we take a look at the special event calendar, let's not forget what we've just come off of in that month of May. A trip to the Green Hell for 24 hours, a trip over to Charlotte for 600 miles. This is what the iRacing special events are all about. 3 very different events coming back to back to back.
Yes, indeed, and especially when it comes to mentioning what happened at the Nürburgring, that race was very hectic, to put it politely, especially with how things fared out when it came to your class leaders. Today at Watkins Glen, no time for mistakes with just 6 hours on the clock. You need to be perfect if you want to execute before you hit that midsummer stretch, before you head off to Spa and several other difficult ovals, and of course, Bathurst later on this year.
Just confirmed on the schedule, I will remind everybody, is the Race for More 2.4. That's the only special event not broadcast by our great team over here at Racebot TV. Instead, we are going to have the iRacing studio bring you the coverage of that. Going to be very excited for GTP, GT1 and GR86s to all go racing out on track. Long way still to go. Remember, iRacing Esports Network, your place to catch it all. Let's talk a little bit about the iRacing 6 hours of the Glen in particular. We'll have 50 cars heading out there on track for what is, again, the shortest, quote-unquote, endurance race of the year. We'll have 9 different cars for the very first time. Really excited to see how that plays out. Still with 3 classes, as we expect scorching temperature to come into play. This is one race where teams have been able to dominate. In 2021, Team Redline won in 3 different classes. Last year was all about Williams Esports. I'm expecting potentially someone to rise to the top in 3 classes once again. Stop and go limit to talk about 35 incidents, relatively short, but JP, it's a 6-hour race. Hopefully drivers aren't racking up those incident points.
Yeah, there's not a lot of wiggle room. If you reach 35 incidents, you'll have to get the stop and go. And let's put it politely, if you get 35 incident points in 6 hours at Watkins Glen, I'm not sure what you can really say unless you cut the bus stop every time. It's very difficult to do, but it is there in case drivers get a little bit argy-bargy, get a little bit pushy-shovey, and get a little bit clippy-clippy with the grass.
So those are a bit of the details about the race. Let's make our way on over to talk about the cars that will be heading out there onto the track, because like mentioned, 9 cars for the very first time, and we've got 2 new additions. Yes, everyone's going to be focused on the GTP class, where the Cadillac V-Series R GTP joins the BMW M Hybrid V8, but over in that GTD class, we've got the brand new 992 generation Porsche, which does JP take on the biggest BOP hit in the field.
Yeah, a massive amount of weight, in fact, added about 10 kilograms, plus the fuel reduction to be able to equalize it out with the air classes. How about that for its debut, to say the least, on the endurance side? It's going to be interesting how drivers fare out in turn because of that extra bit of weight to the car, and it's that equalization point. I am very curious of the GTPs, though, because we're talking about this coming into today, and drivers have indicated this in several leagues with the Caddy as well as the BMW for GTP tire wear. Very critical for the GTPs today after the updates with the iRacing build, expecting the potential, some drivers reporting, of tire blowouts with how close they were getting after 45 minutes. We'll see how drivers manage that for 6 hours today.
Now, one thing that you have short time to join us on Racebot TV for are predictions. We're not just doing this for the commentators. If you're part of our Racebot Discord, there is a form available for the next 60 seconds or so for you to make your predictions as part of what's going on. You can win a Racebot jersey, so don't forget to really quickly go and do that, because as soon as qualifying starts, your opportunity to enter will come to a close. We're a little bit split all across the board here, as you can tell, at least when it comes to the team at RaceBot TV. Florian at VCO has to be slightly biased to his guys over at BMW Bank and BS Competition, so we'll forgive him for his bias. But JP, let's talk about our predictions. I'm Urano, your Redline in GTP. I'm Apex, your Williams in LMP2. And I'm Urano and Williams, apparently, in GTD.
Yes, indeed. And the reason that comes up to mind, thinking back to Nürburgring, even with the chaos, Williams had speed with some of the classes there at the Nürburgring with the Nordschleifer. But Team Redline, you can never deny the speed when it comes to the Redline machines. So that's kind of my theory. I don't blame you on Urano, though, because they're one of the most red-hot teams this year with how they've really been able to break through to this year on the special event schedule after being so close for the past couple of years.
One of the talking points in LMP2 is the fact that the Apex Racing team have won 2 of the Grand Slams this year. Elvis Rankin and Michele Costantini want to make it 3 in a row. Quick talk about Watkins Glen, JP. Plenty of elevation change, fast-flowing, frenetic, and with 3 classes, traffic management is very, very difficult.
And seeing things around with the similar classes this week, major trouble spots today that run through the inner loop, especially when it comes to that run through the bus stop. If you don't clear by the traffic in time, that could be at least a 2-second loss before you get by that grouping. Also, potential chaos once you get up towards the 90. Turn 1, expect to be major for Sens up from the start, but that run through the S is going to be also critical, because with some of the classes today, that's basically a drafting section. In others, it's a dodge'em section because the potential of attrition if you make one mistake in the early goings, or especially in the midst of multi-class traffic today.
And, well, we only know so much. Let's talk to someone who knows a little bit more about Watkins Glen and get a glimpse at the track with Dominic Hoffman of Urano Esports.
Gravitas. Arjuna's gonna have lots of fun watching this. Ay, ay, ay. Post commentary would be so much easier, I swear to God. Hi, my name is Dominic Hoffman. I'm an iRacing driver for Urano Esports, and I'll be taking you on a lap around the Watkins Glen International Circuit, where we'll be racing this weekend in the iRacing 6-hour special event. Have fun. Alright, so one hot lap of the Watkins Glen International Circuit for this weekend's iRacing 6-hour special event. To start your lap, aim for a good exit out of the final corner, up through the gears, 4th, 5th and 6th gear. Aim the car towards the left hand side of the circuit, brake at the 200 board, down into 3rd gear, graze the curb on the inside, short shift up to 4th, stay on top of the curbs, don't run out any wider because that'll be an off track in the race. Up through the S's, everything is full throttle here easily. And keep the car on the right hand side and only gently bring it back over to the left down the long straight. And you have lots of time to prepare for bus stop, one of the fastest and trickiest corners on the circuit. Tap the brake only slightly down 1 gear, aim as close as you can towards the inside armco, brake again for turn 5, keep the car on the inside, and don't run out too wide on exit because you need to swing it back over to the right for turn 6. Brake earlier than normal because there's no camber to help you out in this particular corner. Up on the curb on exit, back over to the left hand side and aim for the 200 board on the left. Brake down into 3rd gear and be wary that you have lots of camber to help you out this time. Up over the crest, up through the gears and keep the car on the left hand side for turn 8. Aim for the 2nd to last board on the left hand side, brake down to 3rd gear, graze the curb on the inside and swing the car as soon as you can back over to the right for turn 9, the slowest corner on the circuit, down 1 gear. Keep it as long as you can on the inside. And very smooth back onto the throttle on exit. And this 2nd to last corner is, well, in this car it's quite easily flat out. Swing it back over to the left for the final corner and bring it as close as you possibly can up towards the wall on exit, but don't go into the wall obviously. And that's one hot lap around Watkins Glen.
Dominic Hoffman, one of the drivers that I think we expect to be fast as we get ready to go for qualifying, and I think some will put out the question, how important is qualifying in a 6-hour race, JP? I will put to you, it is critical for that first pass through of traffic to try and stay as far out of trouble as you can.
Again, I'm always somebody who prefers having the track position from the get-go in case of anything happening, not just with traffic, but more so in case of the mistakes. Now, here's the key thing to also consider. If a driver with a fast car has some trouble in qualifying, We've seen it several times. When drivers have had mistakes even during the race, they've been able to make it up over 2-3 hours. Here's the problem. There's only 6 hours. You can only make one even minor mistake really on the timing sheets before you get to the point where you might not have enough time to get back where you were running at the time of said mistake. So in other words, you need to qualify, I think, towards the front of the grouping today. Make sure you give yourself the best possible position for the race today to be able to execute from the onset instead of having to be on the back foot of having to immediately try and push through the rest of the competitors to get up to the point.
And so, qualifying already halfway complete. Let's begin to take a look at how we think it's going to form up. Drago in the GTP currently sit 1 and 2, as do Apex and LMP2. And then if we go down to GTD, representative lap times usually only come in the second time around. Red line up to second. We're waiting for a swarm of times to start coming in, though. Urano have jumped their way up to the top. Red line, though, and Chris Lullum find the point. Fast times coming in. Carl Janssen in the Williams Esports Fanatec car will try and join the Williams Esports Marla car at the front that has just gone to pole.
Expecting that to go back and forth a little bit, but not too many laps to get the time down. About 2 laps to work with in the solo sessions to be able to get up towards the top of the board. Door Esports already looking intriguing on the GTD with our notch competition, BS competition. That's going to be interesting to watch as well. But you mentioned the speed from Apex. How about a 1-2 to try and add to the Grand Slam?
This will be a really interesting way to keep this rolling. Door Esports, the only car really in that GT3 to have pushed on the opening lap. Like we mentioned earlier, weather conditions are going to be a major talking point. We'll see the second times then come through for the LMP2s. For the most part, GTPs done and dusted. Peter Berryman, a iRacing world champion. What's the second lap time going to be? No improvement. In fact, invalidated the lap at some point. Will his teammate Elvis Rankin find some improvement? There's no other LMP2 car still out there, so it's Rankin versus Berryman for pole position inside of LMP2. Meanwhile, GTD times start to filter on in. Alessandro Bico's gone to the point.
And Bico absolutely flying once more, was a contender for much of the time with this team at the Nürburgring. Looking at Rankin though. Looking like not so quick as well, might be in that same boat in terms of the time, but Apex in a decent spot, 1 and 2 at the top of the board.
So as Williams Esports Ben Q up to second inside of the GTD class, excuse me. I'm going to make that mistake a few times. Remember, it's IMSA Spec GT3 class. It's still GT3, but with just the GTD name added to it. There's that bus stop that I get the sense we're going to talk quite at length about today. I think that's basically qualifying done and dusted, because Antiohola jumps up to 15th inside of GTD in the Team 75 by Bernard Simarc entry. Everyone else is going to be done and dusted. Any surprises for you in this qualifying session, JP?
Any surprise in terms of up towards the front curling? Not per se. Intriguing though, one of the Team Red Light entries noticing the 11th spot on GTP, so that's a car I think going to be having to charge really quickly to the pack as well. Keep an eye on the Apex Racing Academy car, because with all the chaos of the Nürburgring, they too had a chance, remember, at that racetrack before, well, the leader's curse seemed to strike everyone that day.
So, qualifying in the books. 6 hours gets thrown up onto the board in what is going to be the fastest and most relentless iRacing special event I think there is. Let's get ready to go by heading down trackside to run you down through the starting grid in upstate New York. It's Josh Ladd that will bring us to the green in the Williams Esports Marla car. It's a sea of BMWs at the front. None of the major teams have switched over to the Cadillac, and so BMW not just represented by Team Redline, but by the likes of Movano Sim Racing, Urano Esports Hiking Media, and then Urano Esports HB and the Data Group car, all 3 Urano cars inside of the top 6. Back in 7th, it's Arturo Melgar in the Drago Racing number 11. He only set 1 qualifying lap time. Owen Carroll will line up on the outside in 8th. Pedro Sanchez, Albert Carl Janssen complete your top 10 with Luke Bennett, and then Premysław Lemonek through the top 12. Final cards in class: Jaden Munoz, Alexander Davidson in the Pure Sims 116, Danny Elgabe, Hayata Asaga in that TC Corsa Esports entry, and then Reese Carroll in done and dusted Esports, well, hopefully not too done, in the opening stages. It's an Apex lockout of the front row in LMP2, but who will the challenge come from behind in what has been the nuttiest of the races classes in the VCO Grand Slams? Carlos Fenolosa, Arthur LeHook for Altus, and Williams Esports Shieldblast will line up on the second row with Andrew Dawson in that race clutch car inside of Japard Esports. Rolling from 7th, there will be a second Altus car, this time with Marcos Nunez, Veloce Vex, and Tamas Shimon line up in 8th. Movano, Williams Esports Razor, the top 10 in class with boost and VDS by undercut, and then hard mode, 11th and 12th positions. It's Iron Chan Guven in the VRS Coanda Esports car back in 13th, Japard, Grid and Go Esports, and then Brabham's Green and Gold, the 16 LMP2s that will do battle. Last but not least, Mercedes 1, 2, and 3, Williams 1, 2, and 3. It's Daniel Pastor in front of Sotomuto and Daniel Lafuente before you find Felix Kornbach, Phil Denez, and then Sven Haase. 2 BMWs for BS competition, and then Grid and Go Esports representing in the Ferrari. Back in 7th, the orange Williams Esports playseat car, Mercedes AMG Esports Team Murano in 8th position. Gianni Vecchio for Redline in a 3-man lineup in 9th. David Toth for Arnage in 10th. Michael Yanni, Parker White, Apex Academy, and the main Apex Racing team on row number 6 with Damon Woods as Falcon Sim Racing switch from the Porsche to the BMW alongside the sister Door Esports car, Team 75 by SimRC, and the only 992 entry in the field in front of 2 cars that did not set proper qualifying lap times, let's be real, Alexei Nesov and then Alejandro Sanchez representing 2 Mercedes AMG customer teams, Urano and the newly liveried Storm Force gaming car. Of course, that is just an Apex Racing Team machine. Cars rolling on a full pace lap, JP. How are you feeling? 6 hours on the board, surely you're feeling a bit tense.
I think if you're amongst the competitors, you're hoping that you don't have any problems in the early going, so you can then be able to get a little bit less tense at least. Now keep in mind when it comes to the prototypes today, we already seen with the race track guide, these drivers are going to have to be up on the wheel to the point where there wasn't even a second to breathe to describe how it runs the lap, let alone to run the lap amongst themselves. So much you have to consider for these teams to be able to try and plan things about with just not too much time on the clock to be able to execute that, and no wiggle room for error.
3 classes all go racing at the same time as well, JP. That's a major talking point, the fact that there's no split class starts. They are leaving some gaps in amongst themselves, but the GTDs are going to go racing maybe halfway through the lap.
Yeah, that's going to get interesting, I think, in terms of how these starts play out, but also in terms of how the traffic itself is managed, because when seeing some drivers in a smaller sample size, I will note, just a couple days ago, it was a struggle just to get around 1 car if you reach them before the corners, let alone 4 or 5 or 6 in a train. And that is where, in this type of a field, danger can be coming and quick for your competitors.
You've already said your predictions, JP, so I'm not going to ask you for a prediction. I'm going to ask if you expect any drama at the start.
Of course I do, because it's Watkins Glen, and if anyone has any bit of contact, we're having a 25-car pile-up on the S's. So there is the small bit of a chance for some drama.
Well, we are ready to go for what is expected, like I say, to be the wildest of the iRacing special events. The 3rd VCO Grand Slam, the 3rd opportunity for drivers to win physical trophies. It's always exciting when drivers get that in the mail. That's what they're fighting for. GTP Storm to the green flag. We're racing in upstate New York. It's a great jump by the Williams Esports Marla car, but it's 3 wide behind as they descend down through the 90. Somehow they will get through there safely and now begin that rise up through the S's, where they're going to get single filed eventually, surely into the bus stop. LMP2 cars figuring themselves out through the 90 as well, but already watch the single file formation down into the bus stop as the prototypes fly to the bus stop.
Nice, clean, nice, and no mistakes. No major stack-ups, no major drama for the first 2 classes. GTs also doing well. GTDs working their way already single file, in fact, off to their start with that. How they structure things, it's going to get interesting. How Berryman and company try and hold things about, but how they work their way in turn with the traffic up the hillside as they work their way to complete the first lap already in the GTDs.
It might be amongst the coolest track conditions that we've had throughout the first couple of hours of the race. The driver's going to very much be trying to take advantage of opportunities. BMW M Team Redline in the GTP class have already lost a couple of positions, and their counterparts in GTD experiencing some technical issues, so they'll be hoping that they don't have too many more dramas working in the early stages of this race. Only Race Clutch in the LMP2 class seem to have had issues on this opening lap. It will be Josh Ladd in that Williams Esports Marla car that converts pole position to the race lead at the end of lap number 1. Movano up to second, Urano will be up to third. The battles will start to begin. LMP2, Apex, Altus, but look at that train behind.
Yeah, a very long train of LMP2s in terms of how things have structured so far. Currently, a lot of those drivers separation amongst the top 10, just about 4 seconds in that choo-choo train. But this is almost towards the draft lock. Eventually, though, if you have the faster of the cars, you can slowly see that draft break up. I think we're already seeing some of those cushions form as battling going on in the GTPs.
And Team BMW banged, and Pedro Sanchez Albert will be done. Big damage to their BMW M Hybrid. Side-by-side moment there for Movano, who have gone from 2nd to 8th because I think they got a slowdown penalty. One mistake can be so devastating, especially in the early stages when cars are so congested, which is why we talk about that first pass through of traffic always being the most important. Let's say hello to the GTDs once again as they head up through the S's of their own accord. 100 feet of elevation claim from the elevation change from the bottom to the top of that section, and it's where I am the most worried as we head off into traffic as to the speed discrepancy, JP, between the three classes.
Yeah, especially if you get to a point where there's a battle for position, say amongst these GTDs, and you end up having them focusing on the battle, and they don't realize the prototype's coming within the next 5 seconds. That's where it's going to really spark things off in terms of incidents today. So you have to have your head on the swivel. You have to have your teammates communicating, okay, first layer of traffic is coming. Be aware of any potential lunges up through the braking zones with how this racetrack can fare out. That's still going to be the next few minutes here. So for now, it's more so the matter of setting things up in rhythm, set the early tempo, set the strategy up to be able to move forward.
Let's see if we can pick up a couple of the early moments as Josh Ladd breaks away at the front now. 2 full seconds clear. You give a Williams Esports GTP car a gap, as we found out at Daytona. It can be very, very hard to reel them back on in. Here is the look, though, on the opening lap as, I think Ate Kalpanen got caught up with Andrew Dawson, maybe losing it slightly of his own accord. Take another look at that one. You can just see it's the curb on the inside that just catches the Race Clutch car slightly unawares, but it was on the second lap by that Pedro Sanchez Albert just ran a little bit wide, and he got unsettled on the outside, and once he was on into the grass, it was a one-way trip into the wall.
Not sure who that was in the background there too. It almost looked like the third car in that line too also did it doubly so off in the grass, and that's kind of an effect that can happen where you see someone make a mistake, you'd follow them off the racetrack, everyone in turn go off the line if you're not careful afterwards.
Well, keep an eye on your GTD cars, because as the GTP leader builds that advantage, he does so as he gets ready to head off into the midst of this heavy GTD queue. Now, you mentioned that tire wear is going to be a concern when it comes to the GTP cars. The one thing that all classes benefit from, JP, is the fact that they can change tires at the same time as changing fuel. It means that with unlimited tire sets, we'll go through the Michelin rubber today.
Yeah, likely going to have to get into that circumstance of taking the tires, because those tires did have some increases to how much they wear in that class. And when talking about things with former NASCAR driver Blake Reynolds, for example, who runs on the road course sign a fair bit, he mentioned because of how quick these cars are running here, it's practically ripping the left rear tire off the car. and that's one of the major signs when it comes to the tire wear for this racetrack today. So I wouldn't be surprised if most teams take tires just in case. For reference, there was only one in a sprint race of 45 laps just a couple days ago in a half fuel distance that took tires. The driver who took the tires made up 4 spots in 10 minutes.
So, traffic's about to be a reality. We are just 6 minutes into this race, and already Josh Ladd has had to pick his way past the Door Esports BMW of Jesse Jones, who has dropped to the back of that GT3 class. Former professional motorcycle rider Jesse Jones, to give him his full and accurate title. Can see that the LMP2 cars do have a bit more separation, so I get the sense that we aren't going to have to deal with the real 3-class bonanza until maybe 15-20 minutes into this race. Once that happens, though, boy, are we going to be in for a ride. I think the best thing that we can do in the early stages of this traffic, JP, is just look from the vantage point of Josh Ladd at the sea of cars in front.
And this is where it becomes double the pace in terms of what we were talking about with the guide earlier on. Just trying to make sure you're aware of what's going to have to happen. Get out of the preferred line even, because those GTDs are going to need to prefer that top groove. The problem is now, when you get to these battle trains of clearing by cars, you don't clear them by, you lose at least a second or two on the checkup, just like this one.
Look from up above, and this is where you'll see some drivers be aggressive, some drivers being a bit more calm. And I'm hoping I don't have to get into my rants about traffic management less than 10 minutes into this race. For the time being, we seem to have gotten through relatively safely, but I thought for a moment we were about to go 3 wide through that very quick penultimate corner. Apex Racing Academy car fires it up the inside of the big Apex Racing team brother. Safely through for the time being, but if you're not nervous, I don't think you've seen a previous VCO Grand Slam.
Yeah, with the amount of crossovers we're already seen, while trying to lap other cars, that's a recipe for panic, because you need to be predictable as lap traffic. You also need predictable as the faster car to be able to make sure they understand where these lines are coming through. Oh, honey, look at that, having a crossover right side to left side up the S's.
And now into that bus stop chicane with a very treacherous bump around some of those curbs. We've already seen cars being taken out. Surely drivers just going to be trying to settle into a rhythm. This is nice to see. Not really too much going on in terms of action, and drivers trying to take advantage. 1 second now the margin at the front, though, so it has closed up as a result of the traffic. Danny Helgabay in the Simufy Esports car. The big send up the inside of one GTD machine, almost runs himself out of room on the grass as well. And so I don't think we've talked about difference in lap times just yet, but there's only about a 4-second difference in lap time between 2 prototype classes here. It's a bigger gulf to the GTDs, and so I do expect, JP, LMP2 versus GTP traffic to be quite difficult to overcome.
Yeah, I think in terms of the speed, it's going to take a little bit longer to be able to make the move. Now, that being said, the GTP is very quick when it comes to the straight lines, as we've seen, but more so, I think, in terms of the cornering speed, to be able to zip around potentially those LMP2s. Urano, though, looking solid, trying to work themselves together, it seems, or at least with some of their fellow color mates, to be able to get through this traffic cleanly, such as the HP and Data Group back cars.
That was a pass by Owen Carroll in that Apex Racing Academy car on Urano Esports. I do believe, if I remember correctly, Owen Carroll, Apex Racing Academy, winners of the BMW M-Sim Cup race here a couple of weeks ago, so they'll have a pretty decent baseline, but introduction of the Cadillac GTP, changes to the BMW, who knows how much the drivers and teams have had to adjust in the weeks since, and especially given what we have been talking about already with significant potential deltas in tires. LMP2 is starting to see a stretch away as we head off into their first cycle through of traffic. It is still Apex, Berryman from Rankin, and then Fenalosa now 1.5 seconds back. And JP, the important thing here in my mind is the fact that if you are Elvis Rankin, yes, you're breaking away, but maybe more importantly, you're saving some fuel to maybe spring a surprise on your teammate in the pit stops.
I think I wouldn't be surprised if the lockstep on this decision-making in terms of strategy. But in terms of the various camps, you're right. Really helps Rankin in terms of their case, but for the first time, they have to deal with the lap traffic. Now it's going to be also key for them to keep up with their teammate, though, because they are the 2 quickest cars in their class on the racetrack. And if they get through cleanly together as one unit through this traffic, they're gone. They can pull away from Altus.
It helps that they've got Stormforce and the Apex Racing Academy sister cars to work on past. Plenty of familiarity around some of these drivers, although I don't know if Alejandro Sanchez necessarily would have appreciated that. Peter Berryman has just turfed the Falcon Sim Racing BMW out of the way. It's going to cause LMP2 cars to scatter down to the wall. It might even cause an opportunity for Arthur LeHook to try and get past Carlos Fenalosa. He'll set it up out of the 90. Fenalosa tight. The Williams car so much better on corner exit. And what a move by Arthur LeHook.
Once again, you have to keep your head on a swivel, especially when it comes to traffic management, and especially when it comes to those GTDs today, to be able to keep an eye on those prototypes. And that's the tough thing. With how quick it is, you have to almost expect the dive bombs with the prototypes. Now that lead cushion is lucky to still be decent enough to be around that 1-2 second bracket.
Quick look at what happened, by the way, with one of our LMP2 machines a lap or so earlier. Oh, that is nasty, nasty for Stephen McDonald in the Brabham Esports green and gold. We're not going to be seeing much more of that, unfortunately, I would think. Well, Elvis Rankin's got to watch out. Almost a second Apex Racing car into a GTD machine in this first cycle through of traffic. However, one LMP2 car off the road. It's Movano and Sasha Gorla.
Yeah, and another spin around in the midst of that traffic. And again, if you're amongst that Altus Esports camp, have to make sure to emphasize, you've got speed. Just do not make any mistakes. Downside, Arthur LeHook now trying to pull in that Williams Esports Joe Plas car. They're now in a better prime spot, and they're getting through the traffic even better than what Altus has been able to do, especially with some of the others 3 wide.
I do have concerns about Berryman. I've heard some rumblings from some drivers that the prototypes, specifically the P2 machine, may be a little bit of a paperweight when it comes to specific contacts. Berryman hit the front, which might be a little bit stronger than the rear, but while Damon Woods unfortunately brings that Falcon Sim Racing car back down onto pit lane, let's see the reason for it. And let's ride with Berryman's perspective first, because I think it will give us a good insight into what he was thinking. I mean, he's a day late and $1 short, coming from maybe a different country, let alone a different state.
Well, technically the car speed is technically that. It could be a different state in this case. Maybe going up the I-90. But in that case, they probably thought that the door would have stayed open. This again, when you're 3 wide with other traffic, that is a recipe for getting spun around like we've just seen in the prototype.
Further battling, by the way, 8th position in this P2 class. Really, really frenetic stuff like we mentioned first cycle through. Think we have lost the Booston VDS by undercut car, because I've seen them head off back towards pit lane, and so what started with just Race Clutch and BMW Bank in retirements has now become a 4-car strong garage, with Brabham Esports and Door Esports also included in that mix. Einchan Guven jumps out of the Team 75 Bernard real world GT3 car where he's been competing in DTM to join his VRS Coanda Esports teammate. Who is he competing with, you might wonder? He's got Michael Romanidis, who will be joining him, so it's not your traditional VRS Coanda Esports lineup, but they've already gained 4 positions.
Guven, though, is still a strong driver to have in your camp if you're VRS Coanda Esports to be able to try and push forward. Downside, again, they didn't have the track position from the onset. So it's going to take a long while, I think, for them to be able to see if there's a chance to get up to the Apex group with how ART's been working together. And yes, that's Lafuente, and already that is way too early.
Daniel Lafuente is someone that we are so used to seeing charge hard. We'll see if we can figure out why he's off in pit lane, and at the same time see if we can figure out why the undercut car has had to tow to pit lane. I see the Williams car in front. Oh, I'm nervous. I'm very, very scared. The Grid and Go Esports Ferrari, I think, was the one that got into the back of the Williams Esports car, and in trying to take avoiding action, the poor boosted VDS car went all the way off the road. Right from the top of Sven Haas's perspective, though, in the Grid and Go Ferrari, and you just see I mean, it's another case of going for a gap that's never really there.
Yeah, that gap was absolutely not there, but I almost wonder because that contact with the right rear tire maybe damaged the suspension if they're having to come in already. So that likely the possibility with that contact directly to the tire rod.
Look at this GTP field. We've already gone through traffic once. Top 8 cars, no one split by more than 0.8 of a second. The second pass-through of traffic might be equally terrifying for GTD machinery. Maybe the benefit is we've lost one of our 17 GTPs, excuse me, and we are down 3 of our 17 GTDs. Attrition already playing a big part as ever in an iRacing special event.
We talked about how crazy the traffic could be, and we already see how the traffic is really coming to play in terms of the troubles. It's like calm beforehand. But now...
Calm before the storm.
Well, at this track, it's always a storm, because guess what? Ring, it's time for Storm Cloud O'Clock, because here we go again.
Dominic Engel jumps into our YouTube chat to say it finally feels like, starting to feel like a Watkins Glen 6 hours. Yes, I agree with that. We haven't had any chaos up through the S's yet, which, knock on wood. If you're trying to follow along with live timing and scoring, by the way, racebot.tv/timing is a guaranteed way to be able to follow along. Timing 71 has a little bit more insight if you are a George Simmons type, if you like to be able to pick through data. I wish I could pick through data with the same level of analysis as George Simmons. We went 3 wide for the lead for a moment, and Diogo Pinto, a world champion no more, but the fight remains. Red line around the outside and through the traffic, a new race leader in Watkins Glen.
That was a little bit brave to take it 3 wide again with the traffic, but Redline seen the opportunity. Pinto seen the chance, and you can almost feel the tension in that Urano car saying, where do I go? I don't know where to go. I'm sorry with the blinking lights. And Pinto just barely getting through without any trouble.
And once again, we managed to catch the traffic in towards this penultimate corner, which is flat out in a GTP machine, and so they are having to be just that little bit more careful. Just look at this through the final quarter at the mix and mash of cars. You've got one of the few Cadillacs in the field, Jadon Munoz, who threw a move to the inside. And in fact, take a look at the only Cadillac in the field for just a moment. I say only Cadillac, we've got done and dusted Esports, but Reese Carl is claiming he is done and dusted. Oh, Urano car in the wall, without a shadow of a doubt. Yup Delict drops down the timing order, and, well, it can get messy up through the S's. It's going to get filtered up in towards the bus stop chicane as well. 3 wide, they're trying to get it sorted out in time. Jonas Wallmeyer slows down as well. Have Urano just lost 2 cars in the space of 1 corner?
Yeah, again, that's a major, major trouble spot with how this race is played out today. You do not want to reach traffic, especially with the S's towards the bus stop. Really anywhere, unfortunately, that's just a given around this racetrack. And that seems to be the major focal point of today in terms of some of the incident marks.
See if we can figure out what happened here. I want to jump on board if we can with Jonas. Oh, there was contact before, just as we were coming on board. So we'll keep. There's more contact there. I was going to say we'll keep watching, but I think we've basically seen all that we realistically needed to know. Let's cycle even further back in time, though, in through the final corner, because I'm pretty sure that's 3 Urano team cars that are heading off down and towards turn number 1.
Yeah, and I think, oh, that's why. You see that first send kind of sent them off set. Already a send, that's where the first contact is. And this is the problem. With how tight it is in terms of that spot, as talked about the track guide, you're around that rumble strip, you get it off track. They were trying to avoid the off track, I think, and just accidentally slammed down in the car to the right.
Right further back, because Nicholas Bowe had a great view of all that was going on, and it's just never really going to work. 3 wide, up through the S's, asking for trouble. Jonas Wallmeyer does pay the biggest price. Owen Carroll, not the only one to have got past Josh Ladd, as the Williams Esports charge initially starts to falter. Diogo Pinto's already built up a 2-second buffer. Owen Carroll already grabbed 7/10 over 3rd spot.
Yes, indeed. Wallmeyer indeed now in the pit lane, by the way, as a result of that contact, possible suspension damage from all of that. But talk about a busy time, things still very intriguing when it comes to talking about things such as this machine. Grid and Go really put themselves up on the spotlight at the Nürburgring when they qualified up towards the front there. Now, they're doing it again this time with how things have played out today in their car type. Second, their highest running car in the class.
Yeah, you've got a Mercedes in first and third. You've got BMWs fourth, fifth, and sixth. And then the Ferrari represented quite well. Grid and Go Esports have an LMP2 car as well. They're running up in 11th spot, and so we'll keep an eye on all of that. Do remember again, racebot.tv/timing. I did see a question in the iRacing Esports network pondering why, at least when it comes to the GTP class, we are seeing mostly BMWs, and I think it's twofold. We've talked about tyre wear quite a bit already. That's surely a bit of a factor, but I think the second part is that a lot of these teams just have so much knowledge about the BMW now that it's very hard for them to develop a similar setup for what is a very different car in terms of its setup philosophy, because it runs a little bit flatter, less rake because of how the aerodynamic tendencies of the car play out, and so they had fast setups already and they didn't want to tweak it. Maybe when we go to Petit Le Mans, Justin, the final of our VCO Grand Slams around October, maybe then we'll probably, hopefully, see a bit more of the Cadillac contingent.
I think so too, because keep in mind, when it comes to a special event, lots of teams start that preparation at minimum 2 to 3 weeks out at this level. So when you think about the time of the build being about a week and a half ago, that's a very tight turnaround to try and find every little nuance of the Cadillac to be able to try and match, if not surpass, the speed of a BMW. Now, that's not to say they haven't tried to put in that effort, but in that same case, too, you might have within the teams, for example, of seeing drivers go head-to-head on various setup philosophies, even different car types, to be able to see who's most comfortable with what car. And in most cases, BMW's had the more seat time for most competitors to be able to get that setup knowledge and data book ready to go.
Give a shout out to Daniel Lafuente, Williams Esports, Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports have spent a good 7-8 minutes down on pit lane. They're heading back out onto track, as by the way did Race Clutch in the LMP2 class. That is the endurance racing spirit that you want to be seeing in special events where we don't have safety cars to bunch the field back up, so once you have the damage, it's very easy to turn the car off and pack things up, but the fight still there for the time being, as the Race Clutch car has to deal with GTP machines working past it. Almost halfway through the first hour of this race, LMP2, the top three, very much still holding steady in terms of that gap. Any fears that I had about Peter Berryman potentially having some damage after his contact in through that final corner seemed to be put aside. Elvis Rankin still tucked up behind and saving that fuel. You mentioned Sven Haase runs second, but he's 1.5 seconds back from Mercedes-AMG team Williams Esports. It's one of those surprising races at Watkins Glen where I expected the first 2 hours to be very, very crazy, and then maybe it to settle in a little bit. Feeling like it might be the other way, JP. First 2 hours might be a little bit calm. Is it going to get nutty after that?
Well, it really depends, to be quite honest, depending on those who have fast race pace, in my opinion, but didn't have the greatest qualifying, to see if they naturally get up there. After all, here's the thing. With the GDPs and when it comes to the LMP2s, more pit stops expected for them because of the fuel times, around 40, 45 minutes, the very most you can probably get on a tank, for example. So that leaves more opportunity for close-up. It's GTD, where it's going to be more difficult, I think, based on what we've seen today, to fully close the gap.
Especially with this updated draft model that so many talk so much about, so we'll keep a mind to that. Ate Kauppinen and Raquel Rack in the Williams Esports Razor car and Japard Esports machines. That's the 1 and the 8. Battling for 8th position, as mentioned. 2 seconds off the back of Tamas Shimon in the Veloce Vex car. Got a pretty strong LMP2 field, which is nice to see, even though the GTPs very much take center stage in the real world. and the virtual world at times. It's good to see that the major teams have not dropped the LMP2 car, and so they continue to run themselves around the track. Slight swap around further back in the GTD class as the fight back from Alexei Nesov continues. No representative lap time from him in qualifying. Already gained 7 spots. He's up to 9th.
Yeah, very nicely done so far to get through this field, make up these spots. So far, so solid. But I'm more so intrigued, though, in terms of the long run game, in terms of being able to make through all these cars, to be able to hold on to the positions. Urano in particular has been swamped with Nezov. Right now, is amongst those just getting back to that rhythm and be able to avoid the contact so far, just staying in that choo-choo train to try and hold up with Vecchio, Kita, Delph. That's going to be critical to hold on, but is that who I think it is in the background?
If it's your LMP2 leaders, yes it is. And I do, wait. I think just based on my very crude track map that I have access to, I think we're about to get 3 classes intermingling for the very first time, whereas Diogo Pinto, we're just about getting that side-by-side we are getting between the second of the red line cars. It's Luke Bennett, Arturo Melgar that will go door-to-door in through that penultimate corner that is flat out in these prototype machines. Outside switches back to inside. Luke Bennett takes 5th away from Drago Racing.
Yeah, the Drago Racing car basically had to give up the go, so to speak, with how tight that exit would have been if they kept it side by side, with how much you need that exit and track out to the wall.
Melgar loses another spot as Lorenzo in the Urano Esports HP car grabs 6th position away from him. I mentioned earlier that Team Redline in GTD, in that number 70 machine, 3 drivers queued up for them. Be curious to see how many other teams are playing 2 versus 3 drivers straight on through the chicane for Nicholas Bowe in the Movano Sim Racing entry. And now he's going to get a painful slowdown, likely to drop behind a couple more machines, although with Drago Racing now trying to get up the inside as Nicholas Bowe minimize the damage as best as he can. Melgar is the one that continues to bleed.
Yeah, just forced off that preferred line, and the problem is you need that left side of the racetrack to get the proper speed. Almost looked like they got too close on the squeeze to try and maximize the line, but what happened? Oh my goodness.
Did he try to go to the inside?
I'm pretty sure he did, on a door that never opened, and tried to break through it with a hammer. Unfortunately, it's a steel door, which means you can't break through it.
Sorry, GTP stands for going to pass. Clearly it's on the GTD car for not getting out of the way. And if you cannot tell the dripping sarcasm in my words, sorry, it's still 6 o'clock in the morning for me. Utterly ridiculous. Yes, door was never open. Were we 3 wide down into the 90 for a moment there? I think we were.
I think everybody's trying to say, you know what? There are steel doors in terms of lines. Let's get the blowtorch on and try and blow through that door that way. But here's the thing, if you do that, you get that!
And that's going to be a big one. Arturo Melgar gets finally involved in a bigger bit of drama, and somehow, that BMW has survived without being shot of any body part, and no one else gets mixed up, although I think Drago Racing is finally done and dusted. Maybe Urano got a piece of that as well. They're dropping down the order.
Well, you said it was calm. I think the field said, you know what, let's undo the calm. This is to where it's getting a little bit absurd in terms of some of the traffic already, with them 3 classes colliding almost.
So apologies for the commentator's curse that it would seem that I've put down on the field. There's some more side-by-side with the second remaining Drago Racing car in live pictures, but we're taking a look at the replay as we worked up through the S's, just as all of this chaos was going on. This is not actually the bit of drama that caught out Arturo Melgar. It was just showing you how chaotic it got with the 3 different classes all intermingling, because GTP LMP2, like I mentioned earlier, only 4 seconds delta in speed. It's not that significant. The second Drago Racing car, they're trying to get past Jaden Munoz in the fastest and the best running of the Cadillacs in today's race.
You already see right there, once they get to the corner, that's where the GTP really accelerates because of how much downforce and in turn how much pace it has on rotation. But that straightaway speed is so near dead even that it takes you that full straight to clear, and that's where it gets so difficult. It's almost like a parachute starting to build up with some of the traffic because of how long it takes.
I think Arturo Melgar has had to head down to pit lane. He's not the only one. Parker White in the Apex Racing Academy car goes as well. And so 50 started. We've had 8 have to make trips to pit lane. It is one of those races now. Yes, here's the look at, and maybe why Parker White's had to come down to pit lane, because as Drago Racing go around, yep, Parker White gets a piece of the action. Let's take one more look at it and try and ride with that Mercedes.
Yeah, already battling side by side right around that grouping. You have the Mercedes just trying to get out of it, and then right there, just a little bit of the push-up and nowhere to go. They already chose to go to the left with Parker White. Unfortunately, the spin was coming back to the left as they made that reaction.
You know, it's one of those races where, yes, there's a lot happening, but surprisingly, I don't think we've actually missed too much of the dramas. We have missed a couple of the swap-arounds, though, and so I want to drill down into some classes just before we head off into pit stop windows. LMP2 in particular, where it is still Apex 1 and 2, yes, but we've seen a swap around for third that has seen the Williams Esports Chill Blast car take away that spot from Altus, who have dropped not just down to 4th, but to 5th behind the Japard Esports 73 car. And now Arthur LeHook is getting to the task of closing to the duo at the front that have led so far.
Yeah, with the way things are playing out, there is still that chance. They got closer, remember, previously after some of the trouble and some of the traffic after originally passing by Altus. But now it's going to take a little bit more time, a little bit more help, because, again, LeHook has been able to get through more efficiently. I've been very impressed, though, so far from this 73 machine. Still amongst those, also making that progression to the field up 2 spots. Keep an eye, though, on that +5 from Coanda.
Yeah, I'm Chan Guven. I mean, I'm not shocked to see Chan climbing up the order so fast. The question is, he's got 5 seconds up the road, 6 seconds up the road to try and catch this train that we're watching now. Is that a realistic target? And this is where it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, where qualifying actually somewhat important. And so we will keep an eye on the progress in that camp. GTP is also not far away from a pit stop cycle, by the way. About 40 minutes-ish is where we think both prototype classes will head on in. And so 2.5 seconds, the margin that Diogo Pinto leads by over Owen Carroll in the Apex Racing Academy car. In that Academy car today, by the way, it's not a very Academy lineup. You've got Paddy Wolf and Danny Chivichabo, all three who have been pretty strong in this car in the BMW M Sim Cup. So I'm calling not Academy on this lineup. Williams Esports Marla, after putting it on pole, still running third, albeit just a little bit off the pace. Speaking of the Apex Racing team, by the way, they're not just leading in LMP2, they're bringing their partnership with the Stormforce Gaming crew over to their also new partnership with Mercedes AMG. I love this livery, JP. One of my favorites in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Turns out it looks quite good on a Mercedes as well.
It's very colorful, very yellow and black. I keep thinking it's a certain other team that's driven yellow and black a lot because the color palette's near identical with the yellow. But I will say, it's great to see some more investment into sim racing, into esports action by various esports groups to expand their presence and get with very secure drivers like Sanchez.
Well, here's the team that used to be the Bumblebee. But they're now Spider-Man. JP, I'm not sure if you're aware of the story that we talked about at the start of this year or last year. I forget when it was. But Team 75 introduced this new blue and red livery. We saw it carry over into their partnership with SimRC as well. And so the classic SimRC yellow and black colors replaced by what, in my mind, has become a classic blue and red.
Yes, indeed, especially with some of that real-world speed. And it's been really strong over his sim racing career. Keep in mind, usually amongst those who could bring a car into the top 10, Technically 13th, and technically everybody's first layer of traffic today, it seems. On the bright side, no one has hit the car, despite despite the field's efforts.
Yes, Dominic Engel quite correctly says a lot of prototypes are focusing on hitting their targets. Yes, target acquired, it would seem. GTD has closed on up, though, and this is where I think we're in for potentially some fun. It is, yes, Mercedes, Ferrari, Mercedes, BMW, but we've got 3 different manufacturers within, what, 2 seconds of one another, and that's after traffic's tried its best in the first 35 minutes.
Yeah, and again, not a surprise with what we've seen from the Nürburgring Mercedes-AMG Williams squad. Really quick when it comes to their team. But still, Sven Hasse, part of a group that is focusing more on the setup side of things, trying to keep in this train, now in this Williams Esports sandwich here.
No, JP, that's wrong.
What?
Do you eat a bread sandwich?
Are you calling Sven Hasse's car a piece of bread?
No. I'm saying that this is not a Williams sandwich because you describe the sandwich based on the filling, not the bread. Williams is the bread. Grid and Go is the filling. It's a Grid and Go sandwich.
That's what I... Okay, where's the second Grid and Go car?
There doesn't need to be a second Grid and Go car. Do you have a bread sandwich or do you have a ham sandwich? See?
You have ham sandwiches with bread. Well, technically, if you want to get very technical, you have 2 bottom slices in the Williams Esports cards for bread.
You're not winning this one. Because Lewis McLeod will find a way wherever he is commentating on GB3 and GB4 to join this commentary booth and make sure he tells you how wrong you are. Yes, you got to be very careful when you talk about sandwiches around Lewis. I will warn you in advance, whoever is watching. Unfortunately, I will also warn you that the bus stop chicane can be quite venomous. I think this is the 3rd car that's found it out. The TC Corsa car goes around in front of the LMP2 leaders. I'm sure they weren't scared at all. And speaking of leaders, we got a car off to pit lane, as early coming in is the Apex Racing Academy car in the GTP class.
And this to be expected with their fuel window coming up to there. And by the way, I think everybody agrees that technically you don't put some bread in the middle and then the ham on as the bread. Everyone comes onto the pit lane. Pit stops save me.
Yes, pit stops are saving you, as they're also going to save me from not looking at our predictions just yet. Interesting to see that it's Apex that have led and run away. But, well, I say run away, built up a bit of a buffer. Run away is maybe stretching it, but go an additional lap. They've stretched the fuel at the very least, more than maybe I can say about my truth-telling abilities at time. See how it plays out for the 198 and the 199. I will also just say, if you're Peter Berryman and Stanley Deslanders and you're battling Elvis Rankin and Michele Costantini on the final lap of the race, you better remember that you're depriving them of a 3rd consecutive VCO Grand Slam win. I'm not saying team orders should be deployed, but...
They're not going to do team orders on the final lap. That's you're insinuating.
I'm just saying. I would love to see a team win all 4 VCO Grand Slams in a single year, because we've had. I don't think anyone's come close yet. I think we've had a couple of people win 2. I don't think anyone's won 3. I will try and get confirmation when I can with the team at VCO. Out of pit lane, Japard and Williams can't split them by very much, but Altus have dropped back even further. Not sure what's going on with Carlos Fenellosa.
Yeah, that car, remember, top 3 earlier on, kept up with the Apex cars early, just continued to slide further, and further, and further behind. I'm not really sure because the pace has been off by up to half a second a lap compared to everyone else in front, so that's going to be a major concern, I think, for that camp with how strong the qualifying is. I think they've almost fallen back to Marcos Munoz's pace just about with how they've been falling back and back.
The Apex duo at the front of the LMP2 class down onto pit lane as the GTP and GTD leaders overlap on track, working their way down in towards the heel of the boot. Apex cars off the jacks in P2, so they've taken their tires and now just waiting for the fuel to be loaded up. Pass for the lead in GTD, did notice it in the backdrops. Sven Hasse gets in front of Daniel Pastor. new race leader for the first time today, as GTD probably still has 20 minutes before they head off into pit lane, excuse me. Can Sven Haase build an advantage in that charging Ferrari 488?
That's going to be a major question mark with how things play out here. Sven Haase have been very competitive since this grouping, and blinky blinky, they want the spot back.
Got two Williams cars that can now work together. We'll see how they elect to try and play maybe a bit of a strategy game. Again, because track conditions, we've said that GTPs are going to be struggling on tires. There's not a cloud to be seen in the sky. It is as clear as you could find. And so that is why it looks so intriguing in terms of the racing that we're seeing. There was a couple of side-by-side moments there into the bus stop. I believe Jaden Munoz got in front of Luke Bennett in the Cadillac that's charged up to 6th position. Also saw Danny Lorenzo in the Urano Esports HP car get in front of Movano's Nicholas Bowe. So changes at the end of this GTP pit cycle.
Oh, this is wow. Urano Esports HP really picking up some decent times now, be able to get some clean space for the first time. VCO able to get up to the top 3. Now they've lost really their support from their teammate from before with the Dana Group car. They were around 7th in 8th position earlier on. They will slice through, and despite all the troubles, give credit to this. Movano, an organization that's built itself up over the past few years to get to the highest levels of esports action. Despite all the hits, they are still top 4.
Movano's an interesting one because they've been around for so long, especially in prototype classes. Luke Bennett peels off to pit lane, so joins Owen Carroll and Bailing. But now no longer with their SRC Movano partnership. It is just Movano back to their traditional liveries. See what that means for them. We'll note, just was taking a look at driver lineups, as that was fortunately not the Mercedes-AMG Williams car that was in second, but it was another turfing of a GTD machine.
Yeah, that was a hard slam for a Williams livery.
Daniel Lafuente.
Oh boy. And was that the same car, yes, that had issues earlier?
Yes, exactly. He's already had issues. Excuse me. Replay should be big picture, and we should take another look at that.
Yeah, it just looks fine, right? Here comes the traffic. Leaving some space originally on the right. That's the first layer they're expecting. Probably thinking, okay, they're not going to go in right now. I wonder if they thought they were going to the right and not to the preferred racing groove.
Yeah, that seemed like a bit of a miscommunication, and I want to jump on board with the Movano car and just ride from its perspective very quickly. We'll take a look after this at an incident that's... okay, from the onboard, I think they always say that it's the faster car's responsibility to pass safely, don't they? I don't think that was necessarily done safely. Big snap for Drago Sim Racing, and Primoslav Lemonet goes around and eventually will have to tow to pit lane.
Yeah, that spot where they got the spin turnaround, that was massively dangerous, to say the very least. Not where, of course, they can control to be, but not optimal, to put it politely.
No, Reese Carroll, the next driver to peel off into a pit stop for GTPs. We're on board with Pure Sims. And if you're wondering why there's no livery, well, a hashtag blame Steen, because he tried to upload the livery as a Cadillac instead of as a BMW. So yes, hashtag indeed. Blame Steen. Delict for a moment had got him past Jaden Munoz. He gets a big snap on the exit of the bus stop. Munoz back up into 6th spot. Great fighting all the way through this GTP class. I'm loving the fact that we've got 2 different contenders to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, this is going to be intriguing how this plays out in this battle. Now, this is the color scheme I was talking about earlier, because you see how those splices are with the yellow for geodesic. That's where that came to mind. But right now, it's the matter, though, of seeing if they can pull away with the clean air with that caddy. After all, everybody loves the roar of that engine because of how it sounded the second it was debuted. Everybody knew the exact car it was, to put it politely.
I'm not allowed to say that the Cadillac is the best sounding GTP car in the field, or the voice of the BMW M-Sim Cup. However, it is very delightful engine noise. I'll put it that way. More pit stops. Movano followed in by Pure Sims, so two BMWs make their way down onto the lane. But interesting to see that the likes of BMW M Team Redline, along with Williams Esports Marla, are being able to push the limits of this car. 45 minutes and counting. JP, you mentioned some drivers were seeing tire blowouts 45 minutes into a run.
Yeah, we're seeing some drivers actually post about that across social media as well. Not in terms of some of those today per se, but it has been a talking point for those who run with some of the organizations. Some drivers seen as low as the 1% at the 45-minute mark. Doesn't seem to be the major trouble spot today because of the tire sequences and because of all that testing potentially put in to be prepared. Now, to say if we had this a week earlier, may have been more intriguing on the tire front. Now, they at least have the ability to know, okay, we have to go up in the jacks. If we don't, we risk losing everything.
So it removes a little bit of variability in terms of our tire and fuel strategy potentially, but as we cycle through the pit stops, there's Alexander Davidson, who is going to roll just behind Nicholas Bowen, the Ravano Sim Racing car. 49 seconds apiece respectively for them, compares to 42 seconds for Carroll and for Bennett. So we are seeing a bit of variance. We'll see if there's more variance though, as Josh Ladd goes 1 lap longer. He's followed in by Danny Lorenzo and by Jaden Munoz, but not by Delict in the Urano Data Group car, who will extend 1 lap longer. I would wonder if for Davidson and Reese Carroll, if they're just having to put more fuel into the car by virtue of going this long.
Kind of curious on that front, but I will say this. When it comes to Ladd, he's had basically clean air for much of this race as he works his way around some of the Apex LMP2s. In terms of that, that's a major advantage. That's been a talking point as well, because for whatever reason, once you are able to break that toe, it's very difficult to close back up because of the impact of the aero, some drivers have described almost, compared to even evenly footing. So I think for Ladd, it's more so, I think, important to break away like this and have that cushion and have this clean space rather than be in a drafting train where you're draft locked almost. Well, having the chance to save, also get the feeling of being stuck on the tempo and pace.
So BMW Team Redline drop and roll and are going to end up behind Owen Carroll, but by about 9-ish seconds, the gap stabilizes off of pit exit. Important because new net race leader is an Apex Racing Academy car. I'm trying to calculate backwards here, and this is where I'm going to send a message off to Mark Trant, to George Simmons in the probably just Mark Trant, to George Simmons, probably busy this weekend in McLaren race control, McLaren Formula 1 race control. Oh! That got close for a moment, but Diego Pinto had it under control. Curious if Owen Carroll and Apex Racing Academy here are planning on going to do an additional stop compared to the rest of the field because of what they're seeing with the tires.
I don't know if that would be the smart play on the tire, not necessarily the tires, I should say, in terms of just the pit delta. Because think of it this way.
It's not the longest pit lane.
But it's still 42 seconds you have to make up on the track, including the stop in the box itself about a minute. Can you make up a minute on the track on a tire difference?
Well, they're only 11 seconds in front of BMW M Team Redline as Josh Ladd stays for a 33rd lap on track. It is remarkable, the run that we're seeing out of him. Carroll through the 90 up towards the S's. We're still waiting for Joop de Ligt to head off of pit lane, so we'll only really know what the strategies look like and how they're really going to fare come the end of this race, but I think we have some split calls going on, and only the Apex Racing Team strategy guys can answer if that is going to be the case or not. Let's check back in with GTD, by the way, as I got very scared that we were going to go 3 wide behind them. Sven Haas's broken away, 2.2 seconds clear of now Phil Denez, who has gotten past Daniel Pastor in the Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports car to grab second.
Again, just taking the chance to say, you know what, I'll just make this pass while you go 3 wide for some reason up through the S's. Why not? But that is in the same respective grouping per se to be able to work with in terms of the notebook. But it looks like Ladd is in, and oh boy, has Josh Ladd been a rocket today.
He's been steady as well. He was starting to pull away towards the front initially, and then elected to just slow his momentum and I think focus on the fuel mileage, while the likes of Owen Carroll did indeed start to push and build what is now going to be a net race lead. Josh Ladd has finished up the tires. He's probably got another 10 seconds before I expect him to roll, and so Diogo Pinto should grab second. Team Redline should grab third, but Josh Ladd should slot into fourth in front of the Urano Esports HP car, and indeed there is the 192. Ladd releases himself from the limiter and will have to get his cold tires up to temperature and pressure, but I love when we get strategy battles, even amongst those who are on the same strategy cycles, JP. We'll have different pit stop times come the end of the race. Something to think about.
And that's something I was actually thinking about in that point too. I'm still not sure about the strategy call with Apex Racing Academy. Not sure if that's going to be able to work in the end, but it's the Academy car. And think of it this way. It's a chance in their potentially in their mind to say, why not see if this different strat can work, knowing what's been talked about in the week, see if it works, and if it works, guess what? We outplayed the entire field. If it doesn't, not too much lost. It's the Academy car. It's doing well regardless amongst the top half of the field. So that's probably that talking mindset with how that's playing out. Interestingly, though, in terms of how that delta worked out with how long Ladd went, a long drop back to Urano, in fact, nearly, in terms of how that train played out compared to that fuel preparation or preferred mark of 10 seconds quicker for the Redline cars.
I think the mark that I'm really looking at is the fact that Owen Carroll was 10 seconds quicker in the box effect in the lane than Josh Ladd in the Williams Esports Marla car, but has a 20-second lead. So just keep that in mind. LMP2's duking it out. This was 5th position. Fenalosa in front of Kauppinen and then Marco Nunes. So there's 2 Altus LMP2 machines, which is interesting. We're not necessarily the most familiar with Altus in prototype machinery compared to GT cars, where of course they've won events such as the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona, but Altus do have over their shoulder the fact that they have the latest iRacing World Champion part of their squad in the form of Jordan Caruso, as that's a slow Urano HP car, as Danny Lorenzo just been caught victim of the bus stop chicane.
I think possibly, and that's going to take at least a few seconds to, clear the few seconds of slow down and push them potentially right back to there. So just watch this line. Again, the difficult part, you take the curbs. Yeah.
Oh, and the Pure Sims car behind. Oh, my days. So I think we need to probably watch. Let's just ride with Pure Sims here, because we saw the launch from Urano. Just see how uncomfortable the car gets over that bump, and Pure Sims is lucky there was a hole to aim for there, and it wasn't BMW on BMW contact.
Yeah, that was a little bit tricky to say the very least. But I just did some quick math in terms of the GTPs because of the thought process of, is it good to go all the way to the tail of the fuel tank? Well, here's something to chew on in terms of thought. You go 50 minutes on the tank, like we just seen with Ladd. You're talking about pit stops at 1 hour and 40 minutes in, 2 hours 30 minutes, 3 hours 20, 4 hours 10 minutes, 5 hours. But the final stop, Arjuna, critically, 5 hours, 50 minutes. I think that's the thought that we're now seeing from teams saying, we have to make a last stop when we go all the way to the end. We're short by 10 minutes. Why not shorten the pit stop delta each time and be able to just even out the times to about 40 minutes a run instead of 50?
Marcos Nunes back pass Ate Kauppinen. Intrigued to hear that. I'm not surprised to hear that. Intrigued to think that some teams are playing it differently so early, because track position, I guess, is so important. Again, outside fade for Kauppinen in that Williams Esports Razor car. He'll bleed back into line. Does not want to force the issue. again, because 50 cars started, we are down to, I believe, 44 or so left running. They'll split the GTD leader either side of the grid and go Esports. Ferrari, Kauppinen still searches on the long way around as they descend down into the boot. The Williams Esports Razor car finally back in front and into 6th.
And that decline continuing for the Altus Esports cars. This has not worked out well at all since the strong qualifying runs. And you have to almost wonder what's going through the camp's minds right now, seeing that speed drop slowly further and further back. And you can already see just on the rotation speed. Those who have been able to pass by just much better on the corner exits to be able to get away by a car length each corner exit.
JP, you're getting confused, I think, between Carlos Fenalosa and Marcos Nunes.
I think both the cars, though, are in the same boat because Fenalosa's right up the road. They are both slipping back in that same rate, is what I'm saying.
Kind of. Lap times aren't too bad, all things considered, but yes, after dropping off from their initial qualifying spot, Fenalosa hasn't been able to gain that momentum back, but Nunes is where he qualified.
Yeah, but the important thing to mention, though, is the best times are the 132.8s. Altus right now are running the 133 flats to 133 twos. That Williams Esports Razor car going to pass by both of them likely in the next few laps with the pace they've been able to set on average. So both of them are sliding back 4/10 to the leader average.
I think, well, I'm trying not to compare pace to the Apex Racing team too much because they, in terms of consistency, seem to be in a bit of a league of their own right now. It's good to see that Williams Esports, Chill Blast, and Japard at least have the pace to be able to keep up, but LaHook's been able here and there to eat into the gap. He's dropped Japard. Mateusz Luchak has lost track of that Chill Blast entry. GTDs, well, at one point, 4 cars split by less than 1.5 seconds. Now, split by just under 3 and a bit seconds. You've got the Ferrari that leads over new Lamborghini Junior driver Phil Dinez. Been very excited for Phil, who's been driving a couple of Lamborghinis in Italian GT championships over the last couple of months, and it's great for Phil to now be able to take the next step into getting more and more into back into real world machinery full time, joining up with the Charging Bulls. The only question is, what does this mean now for BS competition? Are they going to also have to start driving some Lamborghinis?
I mean, there technically is a Lamborghini esports program. Hint, hint.
Yeah, there's a competition to be part of the Lamborghini esports team, if I remember correctly as well. En masse, GTD cars come into pit lane with the exception, it would seem, of 4 who are trying to get to the top of the hour. Sota Muto will take over the race lead, along with Mercedes AMG Stormforce, Mercedes AMG Urano, Mercedes AMG Apex, and then Williams Esports Placey. I did note that all of those cars that came in, JP, did so before the top of the hour.
Yeah, and that is back to what we discussed a few builds ago, in fact, when they adjusted how you could save fuel, where there was that massive concern to make it to the hour. And it's almost looking like now drivers are saying it's more worth the push rather than try and get to just at the very edge of the hour because the time difference. That sets up another possible splash and dash scenario for at least 2 of the classes now today.
Florian Hosper, by the way, in my ear, well, in my DMs, I should say, reminding me that BS Competition's already had 1 of their drivers stolen by another manufacturer when Lauren Heinrich Porsche grabbed Lauren Heinrich. We'll see what happens with Phil Dinez. I'm hoping they can keep the American. I love seeing Phil in a Zebra machine. That Marla livery car is quite nice as well, I will just say. Although, it's not confusing at all, JP. You've got the Marla Racing team in GTD, right? So you'd think that, okay, Marla Racing team. We've also got Williams Esports Marla. Therefore, Marla Racing team must be Williams. No, Marla Racing team's BS Competition.
Is it bad that I can't tell the difference? When I see Marla, I think both of them are the same.
That's the thing. It's a love triangle.
Well, that's the world of motorsports and sponsorship for you. Either way,
I mean, we've got Marla is so committed that we've got both, you know, Williams and BS repping their colors today. So great to see. Marla, of course, providing some of the spec parts in some of these hybrid cars in this next generation of motorsports as well. Marco Yanni will find his spot at the very front of pit lane in what is a slightly busy GTD box because pit stop's underway. See a question in RaceSpot TV questioning my comment about how it's a relatively short pit lane here and how you've got to still take tires and do fuel. Yes, but compare a splash and dash at Watkins Glen versus a splash and dash at our next iRacing special event, Justin, when we head over to Spa with its full endurance pit lane.
Yeah, that's a massive, massive difference in terms of the pit delta. At Spa, it's about, what, a lane and about a minute or so at least just in the lane. At Watkins Glen, it's about, you go in the box, it's about maybe a 25, 30-second run cone to cone at the speed limit. So that's the major difference in terms of that. And also at Spa, pretty sure it's a little bit slower compared to Watkins Glen.
I think it is.
Yeah, it's a little bit slower.
I think it's slower because you got the hairpin as well that you've got to navigate your way through. So good call, a good point. Did not even pick up on that one. Race lead is starting to close, albeit slowly. If anyone picked Team Redline in GTP in our predictions, by the way, we'll get an update on that very shortly once I get some time to actually go and put in the numbers of where the cars are sitting on track right now. You're in a great spot. It's not just Redline second, Redline third as well.
Yeah, with how things have played out, Pinto and company have been very quick. I was expecting Team Redline, though, in the 69 car to eventually have their way through the pack because it looked like, based on the time for their second car on the lineup, that it almost looked like a fluke in qualifying, or at least a mistake in terms of the off-tracks to put them in behind. But as I said before, if you've got a fast car, Arjuna, the natural pace we've seen throughout the year for endurance races can get you back up there within an hour or two. Guess what? It's been about an hour. Bennett's there.
I guess the good thing is he had the time to make up in the early stages of the race. The problem is if you're trying to make up time towards the end, you just run out of time. Realistically, you just don't have the laps to be able to get things done, and so that's where you always want to be making your charges slightly earlier, if possible. Up through the S's for Diogo Pinto, who, like I mentioned, is no longer the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup World Champion, but Jordan Caruso taking that crown. Diogo did not have a unblemished season, got mixed up in a few different dramas, had to start down the back a couple of times, and in a championship like that, you're never going to be able to realistically bounce back from there, and so that's why what ended up being relatively dramatic in terms of a championship fight in the final round realistically wasn't, just because we saw Jordan stay out of trouble so much. 17 cars started in GTP and in GTD. We had 16 in the LMP2 class. For those wondering, we still have 15 of the GTDs, 15 of the LMP2s, and 15 of the GTPs. So 45 cars still running here after a full hour's been complete.
But more intriguingly, 11 of those GTPs on the lead lap still, in terms of that consideration. Talking about how things are playing out for the Apex Racing Team cars, well, looks like Berryman's been able to at least build a little cushion now over Rankin. Does this close back up? Long term is going to be the bigger question, I think, with their about 3-4 seconds to play with compared to the Williams Esports Chill Blast car.
I get the sense that 0.7 of a second is just management of the race for the time being. If you're doing this as a two-driver race, 6 hours, traditionally I would assume that you're going to triple stint a driver, which means 40 minutes times 3, about 2 hours apiece. I would guess that the driver that starts the race is also the driver that ends up finishing the race, which means we'll only get 2 hours of Michele Costantini and 2 hours of Stanley Deslandes. The pace that we see now is kind of indicative of what we should expect come the end, JP.
I agree in terms of that. because if you've got this car built up, expect this to be all daytime, obviously, so you don't have to factor in adjustments to be able to be fast for the nighttime conditions when the track temperatures really cool down. Now, that's not to say the track temperature is not going to go down. As the sun goes down, progressively around that 2 o'clock onward mark in sim, that's where it starts to get a little bit cooler. By about, say, a 5 o'clock in sim, it's where it gets relatively cool around the 20 degrees Fahrenheit mark, lower. So I think this is more towards what we're going to see for the pace, raw pace lies, much of this race day today. Now, problem is, they've got some GTPs again, I think, right there and stuck in this line almost.
I think that it's the gap back to third that they're going to be most intrigued in keeping an eye on. Again, remember, Williams Esports defending race winners in both the LMP2 and the GTD category. They technically could go 3 for 3 in terms of class victories and match what Redline did back in 2021. But that's going to be asking for a lot. Done and dusted Esports. Leo Gariboli, Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain AM champion, wants to check in on them. We'll say hello to Reese Carroll, who is up 7 positions from where they started in what is only the second of our Cadillac entries today. Nice, simple iRacing default paint scheme. It works, and the 00 charges its way up into the top 10. We'll keep an eye out on that. You know what we are also keeping an eye on? Well, it's your predictions, because remember, RaceBot Predictor, the opportunity for you guys to see who is the most mystic of you all. It turns out there's some of you that are pretty dang good at this, and it might be slightly unfair. Here's the latest update that we have on RaceBot Predictor, where 3 different people are perfect. Well, that should not be perfect, I think, because I'm going to have to go back and look at it, but there are a couple of people looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the first 2, but if you're Kevin, yeah, you are perfect right now.
No, it's Manuel and Finn who are perfect right now. It's Kevin who's not perfect.
Well, technically, yes, but Apex Racing Academy is on the different strategy right now.
True.
So, eventually Kevin sees it bump up. Now, Kevin, I'm not sure how has the exact same total.
No, he should have 4, I believe, technically.
Either way, what's the tie break in case you become the best of the predictor?
The tiebreaker was meant to be first best score, so whoever picked a winner in a class, for example, then second, third. But if you've matched identically, then it's whoever submitted their submission first, which is not reflected on the graphic, I should note. So I will check out why the graphic is broken, because you can probably hashtag blame Arjuna on that one, and we will get you an update. JP, as far as I'm aware, you're looking pretty good in our RaceBot pick, so keep your smile up for now, but we still got 4 hours and 50 minutes to go.
I mean, I expect the Team Redline cars to be quick coming into the day. They've been very quick coming into the day. Expecting some of the Williams back machines to be quick in GTD. Well, they've started to fall back a bit. And Apex is Apex right now, but Williams is also in that conversation.
Turns out, by the way, you can very much hashtag blame Arjuna, because it was the fact that I put a 2 instead of a 1 into the box next to Team Redline. So we'll grab a very quick look at the points again. This is the RaceBot points, because we'll start with how badly some of us are doing, because that Arjuna guy is not doing very well right now. JP's doing well. Dane Baird on holiday will be smiling that his Apex boys are accepting GTD, keeping him up there. Lorenzo, Will Chadwick, Connery Maddox there. Zach Sweeney, who joins us in 50 minutes time. Well, he's at least doing worse than me, Justin, I can say that.
How do I put this politely? Florian's not looking the greatest. Team BMW bank with the crash early. BS competition with the troubles. Well, that camp's not been having the best of fun.
For those wondering if we disagree and argue with each other the entire broadcast, sometimes, JP, we're just playing around here.
What argument? Would you prefer everybody to have the same opinions?
Oh, okay. I mean, I can try.
What? Either way, Manuel and Finn, you're in a great spot.
Yes, and again, the winner gets a RaceBot jersey in a choice of their own color. We get 2 options for them to pick from. They can get their name put on the back of it if they want to as well. And so we'll reach out to the winner at the end of this event. Looking forward to that. VCO ran a contest as well to guess what split people will become end up racing in on social media. 100 iRacing credits went to the winner. It's always nice that we can do some extra little things around these VCO Grand Slams just to add a little bit more. And don't forget, trophies are on the line for our top split class winners, and that's why they are going to push that little bit more. 1.3 seconds the margin in the GTD class though. 10 minutes outside the pit stop window. Fildenez is charging down, and that Ferrari in front.
Indeed. Still keep an eye on the Fildenez machine.
JP's trying to agree with me, I think, right now.
Well, yeah, either way, Dinez, I think, agrees that he's having a solid race, if you're from the mindset. Sven Haase, though, again, just trying to keep things at bay, trying to keep the distance a little bit right now. It's still a sizable gap, about 2.7 seconds last time about. So it's just going to have to make sure and just let the natural pace carry forward.
That BMW as well, running relatively strong. We've got another BS Competition ran car in 4th, Redline with Vecchio in 5th. So there are a few of those M4s lurking around. Josh Chin says in response to George and Johnson trying to claim that Pure Sims is the best car in the field, Josh Chin says, how can they be the best car when they forgot to submit their paint scheme correctly? I agree with that, but I also do have a healthy dose of Pure Sims Esports bias. I'm not wearing my Pure Sims t-shirt right now, but I can always go and throw it on. And my t-shirt on any broadcast is available for sponsorship. If any team wants to send me a hoodie, a shirt, I'm always willing to wear and represent you. Including on a BMW M Sim Cup broadcast where me and Lewis McClade cycled through about 4 different t-shirts each.
I just wanted to be where, I've said this before, it's just this, you have 4 different t-shirts where every time you appear on camera you set up with a different t-shirt. Not take them off simultaneously on the camera, but make it to see, does anyone notice there's a difference? Or better yet, even if it's between packages, like say you go to a quick interview with you off camera, you switch the shirt, boom, you have a different shirt 10 seconds later. Go back to the full cam of the person talking, different shirt 10 seconds later. See how many people notice.
But continuity, JP. So, you know, when we do some of these pre-taped interviews for some of the events that we do, I've got to make sure that I wear the same shirt as I'm going to wear on the day of the event itself.
That too.
My continuity. I'm being reported that those points may not be entirely right, so I'm going to have to go and figure out, is that an error in the spreadsheet where I'm calculating it, or is it an error with how it's being just integrated into the broadcast itself? Don't worry, we will confirm the results are correct before Armour GG receives an order for our winner's respective RaceBot jersey. Nicholas Bogue still on the back of Josh Ladd after Diogo Pinto, who at one point was closing on Owen Carroll in the race lead, has started to drop off slightly, and it comes at a slightly important point, I would say, JP, because I think the Apex Racing Academy is not far away from a pit stop. Mivano was not far away from disaster.
How in the world did they just survive that? I believe that was one of the new back cars for the Apex side of things, right at the inside. Where do they expect them to go? They're lucky that they didn't, where they were about a couple feet more further than they thought they were, because if they were a few feet further back, Mivano car would be going bye-bye right now.
I want to just super slow-mo this, because it's not often that I think the super slow-mo tells more than live full replay shots, but my days, that was close to disaster. Once again, this is why the 3 overlapping classes, though, is so treacherous. Reminder as well, timing71.org if you want to try and dive into some of the analysis of what's going on today. If you're just looking to follow along with your favorite team and driver, head on over to racebot.tv/timing. Now that moment for Nicholas Bowe, he has gotten past Williams Esports Marler for the time being, but surely there's got to be some nerves in the camp after a moment like that. They've been involved in some traffic drama as well as they catch the Williams Esports Chill Blast car that runs third in LMP2. They run single file up the inside into that bus stop chicane.
And when you have those close moments, you have to be, again, considering you have to make sure you're breathing at this point, but also making sure team helps you keep in that right mindset with how chaotic this has been today, to say the very least. That's still within the fact that with Carroll, you mentioned the potential of the extra stop. Can't confirm based on the 40-minute windows. Likely, but almost wondering that the other point I think you were thinking about. Is there the possibility of, if they go with the 40 and then the 50s from here on out, do they have it work their way? There is a chance, because of that top off at the end of the race, that they may have just decided to try and go towards that window early for the top off.
This is where I'm glad to have Timing 71 available, because I just went back. 25 laps was the stint for Apex Racing Academy. 31 was the stint for BMW Team Redline. 32 for Urano Esports Data Group. So there was a 7-lap variance in that first stint length, and so just keep that in mind. Altus head off down towards the pit lane. You were saying their cars didn't necessarily look too happy. I wonder if this is weather related, as they come in just a tad bit early. We saw 24-lap stints in the first run through for LMP2. They've come in at the end of 23 laps.
Yeah, this looks like, again, something they may have considered too, since the windows are looking towards that Mark II. It's a little more towards the 40 to 45, but already a driver swap. Aaron Velasquez into the car for the Altus number 2. Looks like Penelosa staying in for now, so we'll have to see if teams make their first driver swaps. Maybe split the stints in half to where you have 3 hours per driver, or per driver, or 2 hours per driver. It looks like Altus, at least for one, is a 2-hour.
I'm of the opinion that you probably want at this level of sim racing to do 2, 2, and 2 just to keep your drivers a little bit more fresh. But we do have the reality that it also makes sense, because typically, even at the top level of sim racing, from track to track, one driver will be slightly better. It's just a 10th here, it's a 10th there, but these teams are always looking for every advantage that they can get. Don't think we're going to see too many teams try and split this down the middle, with the exception of GTD, where because they go to the top of the hour for the most part, 3 hours each is what we should expect. Williams Esports, Chill Blast, and Japard next in LMP2, another 24-lap run. I think we're going to see some consistency there for the P2 cars.
Yeah, there's not too much wiggle room compared to what we've seen with GTP today on the strategies, I think, per se. With the LMP2s, it's more so predictable around the 40 to 45. But if we could talk about that Academy car again, the 298. Just did the quick rundown. If you go 40 minutes for that first lap, what they did, but then 50 the rest of the way, if they can hit 50 minutes, the 298 each mark, they can make it on the same amount of pit stops, basically, as those who are going 50 minutes. So that might be their play right there, where they're taking that top off to make sure they have an extra 10 minutes run-up on an undercut to the rest of the field in GTP today.
So keep that in mind. I've got some requests in to some GTP teams trying to understand where they stand on strategy, what they expect to do. One thing that I think we likely can expect is that the Apex Racing team prototypes that run 1 and 2 should stay out 1 lap longer. And I say this because there's a GTP car directly behind them. No, in fact, on Q, they decide 24 laps is enough, and this cycle of pit stops, although maybe that's just the way it's being reported on the timing screen, because they will have a relatively early box. Pete Berryman, Elvis Rankin. See if they stay in, if they end up jumping out. The thing that I guess we have to keep in mind when it comes to Carroll and Pinto is that even if Pinto was catching earlier, by the way, JP, Owen Carroll will have the benefit of a lighter car at this point. He'll just have less fuel to carry. He'll be able to push maybe that little bit more. And so the gap has grown back up to 8 seconds. And there'll be some give and take here. Not sure which side I'd rather be on right now.
Yeah, Pinto is still a little bit quicker, yes, but because of that difference on fuel load on that first stop, that's going to make it to where it's a full race catch-up for everybody else in the field to get up to this car. Because if they are, in fact, going to try and target for a pit stop at the 90 minutes in mark, which is already looking very likely since they already passed where the first window would be if they were going for the extra stop call, that's going to be where they're going to have to be perfect every single stop the rest of the day. By the way, it's time to see if the second drivers for the Apex cars are ready to go in LMP2 because they are both in.
Yep, Deslanders, Costantini. Deslanders, the Daytona 24 winner as part of the 4-man effort. And of course, Costantini Rankin, the 2-man effort that came up on top at the Sebring International Raceway. Already a bit of traffic separates them out for a moment, but expect them to be brought back just that little bit closer. Check in with our two Cadillacs very briefly as well. Done and dusted Esports. Still running in the 10th position, but a little bit by themselves for the time being. Jaden Munoz still behind the wheel of the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing number 17. Is it the best sounding car in the field today, Justin, across of all 3 classes?
I still think this is a really great sounding race car because of the raw horsepower you can hear of this Detroit-built engine.
I'm just enjoying the engine. I thought people could not listen to us for a second and enjoy the engine. I agree, it sounds spectacular. I like that this latest generation of... That's Owen Carroll heading off to pit lane 28 laps into his stint. I like that the latest generation of sports car has encouraged a couple of different engine approaches, not just aerodynamic philosophies to the car. Of course, think of that Peugeot hypercar that has no rear wing as an example, but we've got so many different approaches, and it's going to be interesting how the poor iRacing staff members will balance them in the coming weeks, months, years in the special events. Diogo Pinto, for a moment, I think, got very close to the wall.
Well, they said it themselves in the track guide. You had to be very close to the wall, almost aimed to the Armco in terms of the racing lines today. Daniel Zazo now behind the wheel with the 298. By the way, after the driver swap, here's the reason for the close.
That was close.
Well, you could see his thought get to the right side of the traffic before the door shut completely. Thankfully, they were able to jam their foot in before that door started to slam across them.
And this is where the Movano car maybe slightly misjudged it earlier in trying to go for the inside. Pinto, yes, was it close? Yeah, it was close, yes, but I don't think it was necessarily ever really a dangerous spot. Shivi Shabo will roll away after a 47.3 second pit stop into some somewhat clean air. Has got the hard mode LMP2 car that he will get up the inside of. Heading up through the S's where the hybrid deployment will spool him up just that little bit faster and head off in towards a corner that hasn't caught too many people out of late, which is what we like to hear. I say of late, go back 10, 15 minutes, and poor Drago Racing, who've already been through the wars, well, I think they gave up at some point there.
At that point, it's like, there's no way I'm saving this. With how much that car was being lost around the second they were seeing that Armco after the second hit to the rumble strips, you're not saving that race car.
Just look at the inertia. Look how the hood goes flying to the other side of the chicane. That's impressive. New damage model on display.
Yeah, seeing how much these parts can fly around here, especially with the engine covers. But again, for those wanting to keep track of the strategy for Apex Racing Academy, the reason again for the early stop Sometimes you forget when adding up the fuel that technically, with the 40 minutes, you just can only make it about 40 minutes on the tank, potentially for the next run. They're still now with about a 17-minute run-up, rather. So that same thought still plays into mind compared to the BMW M Team Redline car, who is now in the race lead again.
I did get confirmation, by the way, from Mark Tranter that it was actually a call from the drivers to make that stop early in the Apex Racing Academy car. They saw a gap in the traffic and they said, you know what, we want to get out of Dodge. Luke Bennett comes in at the end of lap 27. I get the sense that now, for the most part, 28 lap stints with the exception of maybe one longer stint. See how that fares out for the rest of the teams and drivers. But while one Redline car is off on pit lane, Diogo Pinto still out there on track.
Now, when you say that, I kind of understand it, because they probably thought if they were in that traffic, Arjuna, they lose a lot of the buffer they have to the Redline car. And for their strat to work in the end, they need to have the cushion by a couple seconds by the final stint of the race for it to fully work to play defense and have enough to where they might be able to hold on in the final laps. Now with the strat, with how they played it early, taking the top off early essentially, they do technically have that window to play with to have that flexibility where others do not have it.
It's going to be Enzo Benito that jumps into that 69 machine, paired up with Luke Bennett. So it's Chris Lullum to confirm who will share his number 20 with Diogo Pinto. We saw them be pretty quick back at Sebring, but things just not all going their way. This is going to be Redline back on top at Watkins Glen after their 3 victories in the prototype, the GTE, and the GT3 class in 2021. Well, Diogo Pinto onto lap 26, probably 1, maybe 2 laps more before he heads off down to the lane. 69 machine ends up about 15 seconds off the back of Danny Chivichabo. If the gaps hold similar to what it was when the Apex Racing Academy car came down to pit lane, expect the BMW M Team Redline number 20 to still be about 10 seconds off the back of the Academy car at the end of this pit stop cycle.
And I think that's going to put a lot of pressure now on Daniel in particular, who coincidentally also part of that quit and go camp, and oh boy.
That's Pierre Sims in the factory liveried BMW that goes straight back to pit lane. Not sure what went on other than probably with some traffic and maybe with Carlos Felinosa, who shortcuts the bus stop and maybe has some damage. My days. Race had seemingly calmed down. You blink for a second and you'll miss what may have been a major turning point. Well, it was 2 into 1. Not sure you can say anyone's to blame other than the car trying to do the passing.
Yeah, I want to see this further up because, again, we talked about the difficulty down the straight line. Take a listen.
So maybe Altus trying to leave a door. Pearson's not recognizing that, and this is why they say, as the slower class, run your racing line, and you'll just see as they work off the corner here.
I don't even think there's enough time to get to the door.
That's a good point, actually.
That's almost like a zone out where they're almost expecting Altus to go to the right.
But that's, I think, what they are. So I don't think Altus turns in here to the corner. That's what I'm trying to suggest. I think the best way to try and look at this would be on board with Carlos Fenalosa, right on board with him.
Yeah, he had fully expected Pearson to the left.
No, he's expecting Pearson to the right, which I think he's got a hardware issue. Look at him stuck in 3rd gear. I think he tries to force and then eventually.
I am not sure.
So there's a technical issue there, and Pure Sims did not recognize it in time. They couldn't have recognized it in time. I mean,
yeah, both their cars now are back in the pit lane for Altus now, so it has entirely spiraled, I believe now.
Has Aaron Vasquez had his own moment, or is that real? I'm not sure, because
doesn't make sense to
yeah.
come in at the same time.
No.
They were on...
Unless they're retiring both cars, which I think they are, given that Vasquez has been stationary for 55 seconds and counting. I think that's just an unfortunate end to the day for Altus Esports. And what a... I will try and get word, but that seems like hardware failure.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to understand that if they were stuck in the gear or struggling through that gear shift or something. But at the same time, I'm just not sure what to really say in terms of that. Again, traffic management, such a difficult place throughout the day, and, well, even right now with the biggest competition card, they're trying to make sure their zebra stripes don't go on and get onto another car by accident.
Yeah, they've dropped behind the likes of Gianni Vecchio, who's had a pretty good second hour. Redline running as a three-man effort in GTD. Ollie Stuybratten and Josh Thompson, the other two drivers that we'll see. Mainly because they were meant to have two different GT3 cars, but Tom Burns' internet decided that it no longer wanted to internet. And so two cars became one, four drivers became three, and they made the best of the bad situation. They're 6 seconds off the back of Phil Denez, who in his own regard is 2.5 seconds now behind Sven Haas. So GTD very much stretching out, as it looks like Grid and Go. Esports might be on course if they can stay out of trouble for a potential major breakthrough victory. On to pit lane though, Diego Pinto finally will bring the BMW M Team Redline number 20.
And this is right on their schedule. In fact, a little bit further than beyond schedule. And now this is going to be something to watch for, because think about this window, right? We talked about 50 minutes on the average. About 6-7 stops in the box. You push it 2 laps further from here as a team, you take off the top off absolutely, and you reduce to a 5-stop race too. There is so much in terms of the strategy with these cars today that, because of the short time, have to be right to the minute to be able to execute today.
3 wide into the penultimate corner. The Apex Racing Academy is not hanging around. They forced the Grid and Go Esports LMP2 car wide into take an off-track penalty, or incident point I should say. It is going to be the swap. Chris Lullum waits to be released. Shivi Sharbo down through the 90, tires up to temperature. He's into the rhythm of the race as well. Lullum is finally released, and the margin will not be the 10 full seconds that I thought it would be. It will be closer to 7, maybe 8. But now, with the strategy still really wide up in the air, 6 laps of difference, this middle phase of the race is going to be so important to stay out of trouble and to keep yourself in touching distance for the final 2 hours of the race.
And the timing of this is going to be, here's how critical being able to make it 52 is today now, from this point. You make it a 52, you run out of gas on the final lap possibly. That's how tight this window is up to the minute. So if you are Loam and Company, guess what? Now you can save about a 40, 50 second pit delta if you can save the gas. And right now, this is one of the craziest GTP races I think we've seen of the year since this car's debut on the, or rather this class's debut on the platform, because of this tight margin today, with at least 3 strategy windows now presenting themselves from the field.
And it turns out, as much as I hate to admit this, you don't need multiple cars in a class to put on a show. LMP2 has proved that for many a year, both in the real and virtual world. Track conditions about as scorching as they're going to get, maybe a bit more toasty in the next hour before things finally start to settle off and taper off as well. 50 degrees Celsius in terms of track temperature, and for those of you that use imperial units, that's 122 degrees Fahrenheit. I wonder what all we could cook on that track at Watkins Glen.
Well, at 50 degrees Celsius, you double check the Fahrenheit. I don't think that's as hot as a stove.
No, I don't think it is.
So, if it was in the 120s Fahrenheit, you can cook something.
Well, we're 122. We're 122.
So you can cook an egg, maybe. It will take you 25, 30 minutes to fry an egg. But it will cook somewhat.
You'll get plenty of extra seasoning from the surface of the track as well.
Eggs with marbles in them.
Yeah, I was going to say, whether that's good for you or not is a different story. We do not encourage cooking of any sort of food on racetracks, although we would love to see your pictures of barbecues at racetracks. If you've got a camping setup at Petit Le Mans, for example, we would be very curious to see what you've got. I'm hoping that I can make my way out to that track at some point, to that race in particular. Get back to that done and dusted, will be done and dusted, and have they taken Joop de Ligt and the Urano Esports Data Group car with them? He's spinning backwards, trying to get it pointed back around, and waiting patiently for a window to do so.
Oh, and why are they backing up to find that window? I think at this point it's like, you know what, this car's broken. Just had to tow it at that point with how far it was rolling back. What happened to the lick? We've seen how close of a licking they've had to some contact today. I think this time they took too hard of a lick.
But was it the done and dusted car that got into the Urano car, or vice versa? Let's not dawdle, let's find out. Straight to the replay. Is this going to be set? Okay, so done and dusted bounced back into the track with such ferocity that Urano had no time to respond. I mean, we're going to have to spool this back a little bit further to really get the sense of what went on from the perspective of Lydon Lee, who took over from Reese Carroll just a few laps ago. I mean, it's vicious. And just wait.
No to go if you're Urano. Nowhere to go.
Nasty crash. And I mean,
well, and the tough thing is, Reese Carroll just minutes ago got out of the car, said, we're on the rise. Well, you're now done and dusted.
De Ligt had clashed the inside curb and was spinning around already, but I think that was more in avoidance to the stricken BMW in front of him, and that now will mean not just done and dusted, but Urano Esports Data Group might be taken out as well. Danny Lorenzo now becomes the final standing Urano car, but he hands over the wheels of the Urano Esports HP car to Sam Coitert in the 192. We're also going to see Miguel Vigo take over in the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing car, replacing Jaden Munoz. Once again, we wait an enormous amount of time for Josh Ladd to bring his machine in. He has gone to almost an hour and 40 minutes past the start of the race before coming back into pit lane, and he'll go a lap longer. 30 laps complete. Let's add a 31st to that. Yeah.
Again, I think this is right down to their window 2 on those calculations for this to play out. So, I think it's just on cycle for Josh Ladd. Just go as far as the tank can take you. See if you can count out the stops as talked about. In terms of those calculations, see if you get to the 1 hour 42 minute mark. Try and play it out that way. And
oh my goodness gracious me. Josh Ladd has just kept Williams Esports Marla in the race. Forget in contention for the win. Let's just think about the survival and how close to the disaster they truly came.
Yeah, that was not the greatest line in the first place to the first and second parts of the bus stop. Just too much into the right, and every other car who's done that today, Arjuna, has crashed into the outside wall, except for them.
The level of car control displayed there, I cannot speak highly enough about it. What I will say is that in some ways this feels like a real-world race. 17 GTP cars, yes, took to the green flag, but guess who's just cracked the top 10 overall? Your LMP2 leader, Stanley Deslandes, 10th place overall.
I mean, technically everyone is racing throughout the real world, but in a virtual construct.
True.
We are not robots or AI.
Not yet. Not until ChatGPT can replace us, not just in the commentary booth, but behind the wheel as well.
Please do not do that. That's not easy to do. Pit stop for Ladd. Right on schedule, though. But in terms of this, it again is important in terms of those ramifications, like in racing to a world, and this is why it's so critical at iRacing on the sim side. Oh boy, here we go.
And that, Miguel Vigo's broken the rear suspension on the Cadillac for the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing team. And that's another car claimed victim at the bus stop chicane. What are we at now? 5, 6, 7? I've lost count.
It's around 4 or 5. And is this going to be too much curbing left side? Yes, it is. And that just again emphasized that control from Ladd when he did the same thing just a minute ago. Every other car has slid to that safer barrier today, who's hit that right side curbing up to the first leg of the bus stop.
That's right on board with Vigo. Such a experienced driver in so many cars, but it goes to show that even though the Cadillac is meant to actually be a little bit more compliant in some ways over the bumps, it's less aero rake dependent, so you don't have to have the front end of the car lower than the rear end to get aerodynamic performance, which requires stiff springs to keep each end of the car where you want it to be to maintain the same flow of air. I hope I explained that relatively well for those who are even less setup inclined than myself. But because the Cadillac runs flatter, it can be softer, be a little bit more softly sprung. Interesting to know. Okay, ChatGPT. I've asked it, write me a joke about GTP cars in IMSA crashing at the bus stop chicane when racing at Watkins Glen. JP, are you ready for this? You've got 20 more minutes left, so I might as well make you sick of me now.
I don't know where it would get the out of the oh my, that was nearly a bad run.
Daddy Shivy Sharbo saves the rear end of the Apex Racing Academy car. Well, I tell you what, because they could not resist the temptation to take a pit stop for a quick game of Simon Says with the wall. Yeah, that was about the worst joke that I think ChatGPT has written for me, and it's written me some pretty bad jokes before.
Wait, that was a joke?
I know, exactly.
Where was even the lead-in?
Oh no, the joke is, why did the GTP cars in IMSA crash at the bus stop chicane during a race at Watkins Glen? Because they couldn't resist the temptation to take a pit stop for a quick game of Simon Says with the Walls. Yes.
What?
It's not great. No, I know.
Okay. In what sense is that a joke?
Our jobs are safe for the time being, I think, is what we can say, Justin.
Indeed. I guess you can say.
The one thing that is not guaranteed is Zach Sweeney's job, who is coming up next in about 17 minutes' time when JP steps away from this commentary booth. Because I'm not sure if Zach Sweeney knows where Watkins Glen actually is. So we'll find out. We'll find out what other tracks he does not know, because the list of those is numerous.
How do you not know Watkins Glen is my question, because...
It's a good question.
It is a former Formula 1 track. It is a track that's been around a long time. In fact, used to be very much the staple of the US GP schedule and known for its very electric infield atmosphere.
I do want to make my way up to Watkins Glen at some... I want to make my way up to all IMSA races at some point. I was hoping to head out to Daytona to be part of the start of the GTP revolution. But unfortunately, real-world commitments sometimes come into play. I mentioned that we had one LMP2 car that had cracked the top 10 in the overall field. Well, with the 3 issues that we've just seen in the GTP class through the bus stop, add Michele Costantini and Arthur LeHook to the top 10 overall in their 2nd and 3rd place LMP2 cars. So they're continuing to pound away and just dig into the laps. Like we were mentioning earlier, though, Justin, for Deslandes and for Costantini in this LMP2 class, we'd expect them to get probably out of the car with around less than 3 hours to go. I would say they might get back into the car with less than 2 hours to go because of the fact that we haven't done the triple stints like maybe I was expecting, to split the race into 3 2-hour chunks.
I mean, another thing to consider in terms of the chunking, though, is, too, a lot of drivers may say, or teams go maybe, okay, 2 stints per driver, make sure they're fresh for the next rotation. Almost that might be the thought process, too. After all, the estimated pit stops are about even footing. just one driver gets an extra stint in an hour extra fuel stint in the car. So there's that scenario where you can basically break it up. Or you have to think about it this way. This is a pun, by the way.
Okay.
Or you might have enough time for that driver to be able to go to the Corning Museum of Glass that's advertised on that front stretch billboard.
Justin is confirmed funnier than ChatGPT, but that unfortunately is a low bar.
I mean, I'm serious. I looked up the museum because of that billboard a few years ago. It is nearby.
You're talking about the Gorilla billboard, aren't you?
No, I'm talking about the one that says, wow, for the glass down the front stretch.
I know which one you're talking about. The one that I always love is when you come around here. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it on any of the camera shots that we have. No, you can't. Just to the right side of the billboards there's a gorilla that's advertising for Corning as well.
Yep, that one, yes.
That's the one which, for me, I actually went to school in Pennsylvania, one of the states that's quite close to New York, and so I had some friends who grew up in the Corning area, and so I was aware of the fact. I knew about Watkins Glen, don't get me wrong, but I didn't know that Watkins Glen was. I knew that Watkins Glen was near Corning. I didn't know that it was the other way around. You get what I mean? I found out that Watkins Glen was near Corning.
You don't realize until you take the highways on through, such as, say, I-90 or the I-86, how close it really is. Or even technically when you're going up that highway towards that region, that you're technically weaving in and out of Pennsylvania for about 5-10 miles, actually.
Yes, no, and I've driven up to we'll get back to that. Two red and black prototypes, one a GTP, one an LMP2, have decided it was time to get tangled. It's the sole surviving Urano entry on the lead lap. Sam Coitert tangled with Andrew Dawson, the race clutch LMP2 that had its issues on the opening lap of the race. This is going to be an interesting replay to take a look at, I get the sense, as Coitert tries to get past the grid and go LMP2 car inset in your live pictures. Check out the replay. Race clutch in front, trying to get past Redline's GTD car. Redline, fortunately, get through that safely, running third in class. Andrew Dawson comes off the worst of them all.
Yeah, they are very lucky, though, that secondary red car to be able to hit on the brakes at the time. To be able to significantly avoid the contact, the 192. Sam Coitert, just lock it up. The little kiss not too big. Just keep on going. After all, it's been an eventful past few days when you include the special events just a couple days ago here on RaceSpot.
We've had some interesting times here. Sam Coitert was part of the Next Level Racing Formula Frenzy, and in what was that? The Formula Ford at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. We had a really fun day. I'm surprised that JP, you and myself both still have our voices after that.
I mean, it was an interesting time if you're talking about the race at Barcelona. And going to about, so several World Championship drivers in the past, very competitive there, to say the very least, in those very fast machines there. Still, a lot to keep an eye, though, on the strategy, because here's the downside for Daniel. Unfortunately, Civi has Lohem, who has closed 7 seconds for that respective team and co. Since the last time, around this time of the pit stop delta, remember, 8 seconds was the gap before the last window started to solidify. That gap is gone.
Look at the times. It's 30s and 31s, and more consistently high 30s for the Apex Racing Academy car. For the Redline machine just behind, since coming out of pit lane, it's a little bit easier to dip down into the lower 130s, and so Chris Lallam has lulled Danny Civi-Chabo into a sense of complacency slightly, and that margin very much being brought down. I always liken these sort of strategy battles where you go split early, where teams end up split quite early, kind of like a Marvel multiverse. And bear with me here, I promise you this will make sense eventually. Think to the multiverse starts with everyone going off in different directions, right? And we've got different teams that have different ideas about strategy. For example, the Apex Racing Academy wanted their track position. They will let the BMW team red light go on through. Urano spins around in front of them. Vlad Kimichev, 8th in GTP, got a moment. But it is a swap around as the Apex Racing Academy seen Chris Lullum and Team Redline hit the point.
Not sure about the reason for the slowdown there, but it was almost too calculated. To the point where, how do you guess that a car would spin in the exact spot you would be if you didn't slow up? If they didn't slow up, we have the big one for the GTP lead. Instead, they're clean, and Lullum is rocketing away by 4 seconds. Something's wrong with Civi.
Yeah, there's something wrong. There's no slowdown. This is just damage. Was it through the bus stop where he just took a curb badly? And we've seen this before. The bouncing can damage the floor of the car. That car looks like it's sidestepping. It looks like it's crab walking. He's straight down to pit lane, and the Apex Racing Academy will be feeling heartbroken.
Which leads to the question, what broke? Because damage can accumulate with these cars, mind you. Was it just something that accumulated over the run? Was it something drastic that caused it to just snap?
Let's find out. So it looks fine. Uh-oh.
Oh, they did hit
He gets a touch from behind, just in that checkup in the accordion. Vlad Kimichev really couldn't do too much about that. Let's not place too much of the blame on the shoulders of a car that has already been through its own bits of drama, but...
Yeah, that was a hit from the left side. Yeah, that's the reason. That broke the tie rod, and that explains the slowdown.
You can see instantly as well. I mean, separate is the move for Vlad Kimichev, going for a gap down the inside of Team 75, Bernard by SimRC. Paddy Wolf jumps in to confirm the hit from behind on the Apex Racing Academy car. He was scheduled to jump into that machine, but we are less than 2 hours in, and what was shaping up to be a fascinating head-to-head battle of wits and strategy and then pace on track, unfortunately peters out. Redline now 1 and 2. It's Lullum from Benito. Mivano now running third. 8 seconds clear of the Williams Esports Marla car. That might actually be trying something different on strategy. We are left with 6 GTPs left on the leading lap. Less than 2 hours into the race.
And interesting enough, for those asking, and there is one question. Are there Cadillacs today? Yes, they're all crashed and gone, unfortunately.
We had the, what was it called? Done and dusted esports car that was doing quite well until it was not. And then we had the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing machine that is the most recent retiree in the GTP class, not including a potential retirement for the Apex Racing Academy. I didn't pick out which of the Apex Racing Team LMP2 cars that Shivi Shabo got checked up behind, but it's allowed Costantini to build up, to lose about 2 seconds as a result. Swap around has just taken place for second in GTD as Sven Haase runs away in the charging prancing horse to give the Ferrari its true and proper title. 7 seconds back now to Gianni Vecchio in the red line number 70.
Now, where have we seen this storyline come from before? Oh, yeah, all of 2021 and 2022. Vecchio, with a lot of experience behind this machine for the GTDs, to be able to get that consistency in that notebook very strong and in-depth for Redline. And another LMP or GTP nearly starting with an arm coat, trying to avoid them.
Attrition, as expected, is playing its part. You can see on the left side of the screen inside of GTD just how much is being shaken up. Alexei Nesov has gained 11 spots. Sanchez in the Stormforce Mercedes AMG car is up 10. Some big movers, some big gainers. Urano still has a chance to crack a podium. I do feel like it's ominous for any team not named Grid and Go right now. The way that slowly but surely Sven Haase has been building up the advantage. We don't often see the Ferrari be in vogue at the front of a field, but this kind of reminds me of back in Sebring, the last of our VCO Grand Slams, when a certain Max Verstappen was driving a Ferrari, was saving fuel and pulling away like it was child's play at the front, until he had some contact with some GTP traffic.
I mean, if you're Sven, you're thinking this is great advertising, not just for him, for the side of his business that he started up, but I don't know about how much Sven was involved in the setup side, but this has been an incredible stretch since going this route, running his own cars like this, to where he's been in contention in both the major races since the switch over to the Grid and Go colors. This car is absolutely flying in this Ferrari, and really, it's going to be the true test if Vecchio is able to close up to it.
Yes. Given that he's been able to work up to second, now can he continue that charge on forward? Charge up the inside of Felix Quirnbach as Alexei Nessoff up to fourth in that Mercedes AMG Urano entry. So to Muto behind in the Williams Esports BenQ machine. Right purple front end. They get a GTP car ducking and diving through them. One of the Movano cars able to slide through safely with Fraser Williamson on driving duties. These cars do have some gaps behind to Sanchez in the Stormforce car, to Cody Deeth in that Williams Esports playseat car. JP, only a couple of minutes before, unfortunately, we say goodbye to you. It's been a fun couple of hours. They've blown on by as much as apparently you and me have been disagreeing for 2 consecutive hours. But can we agree on one thing, which is that I felt like the race actually started off somewhat calm. The storm has developed since then.
You're right. It was calm in the early going. Then 3 minutes the race came in with the traffic. And that's kind of just how it plays out, where traffic calms down, picks up, intensifies, and then becomes an absolute hurricane. The calmest part of today was the opening laps and the pace laps, yes, but Watkins Glen is going to Watkins Glen with traffic today, and we're already seeing how much of that is blending together, where now it's a constant swivel of traffic.
I want to phrase this the right way, because I never enjoy seeing cars have issues. I think a lot of people will know that I've had my fair share of frustrations as Felix Quirnbach off to pit lane. My frustrations with how prototypes have been involved in incidents with slower class cars over the years, especially on the microphone. I'm glad that the GTD cars have not been impacted as much this time, whereas it's the prototypes seemingly that are being affected in their numbers. 17 GTP started, we're left with 6 left on the leading lap. There's maybe 8, 9 of them still out there and running. GTD started with 17 as well, but in stark contrast, 12 cars are still left on the leading lap there.
It almost seems like 2023 is the year of trends being smashed apart from the past 3 years leading up to this year. Because coming into the year, the trends usually lots of attrition for GTD with traffic. You still pick up some for the GTP / the prototypes. You go from there. Or the attrition ends up being the mid-pack runners and ends up flipping the script that way, per se, for those running in the back half of the top 10 or not, if not top 5. This year, in terms of as a whole on the special event calendar, it's been the leaders that have seen a lot of chaos in their wake this year with the traffic.
Elias Riker takes over from Felix Quirnbach. He's out on track in that 89 for BS competition. Before we let you go, JP, let's check in with your predictions. Team Redline, Williams Esports, and Williams Esports. I say that you're looking good in GTP with Redline 1 and 2. I would feel a little less confident in LMP2, even if Arthur LeHook has run third quite handily for the Williams Esports Chill Blast team. He heads off to pit lane right now, in fact. How are you feeling about GTD, though, where, again, Williams Esports up in the mix inside the top 5, down on pit lane?
I think at the very minimum, I've got all 3 predictions in the podium, so that's the bright side. And after all, what's the saying? Consistency wins championships. Consistency wins the prediction.
I love it. JP, I say consistency wins championships way too much, and I'm glad that now we can start saying that for our predictor as well. Thank you for what's been a fun 2 hours. Before I let you go, though, if you are going to predict a winner that is not Williams Esports inside of GTD, who do you think comes out on top?
who is not them. Honestly, Team Redline, I think, is a very big favorite for Vecchio. I will give a small leaning towards Grid and Go Esports because they've done really well with Hasa. I think if Wenzel matches the pace, they've got the upper hand. If they can't, give it to Vecchio and Team Redline.
Well, there we go. 2 hours done and dusted in this third VCO Grand Slam, the iRacing 2023. 6 hours of the Glen, and Justin Prince says goodbye. Zach Sweeney says hello. Zach, I've been seeing you keeping an eye on all the proceedings in the chat. I saw you get thrown, well, I threw you under the bus, let's be completely fair there, about maybe not knowing where Watkins Glen are. Have you situated yourself in upstate New York now?
I have. I actually managed to recall the address from memory.
Okay.
From memory, it's 2790 County Route 16, Watkins Glen, New York, 14891 in the USA, funnily enough. And that was all from memory. That was with no assistance from Google, I can assure you. Because I know my tracks are, Juno. I know exactly where each and every single track is in the world, and I'm an expert on all of them, as you are very well aware. I'm
very well aware. Now, one thing that you and I both share in common is that we're either pretty good at our predictions or we're pretty rotten.
Oh, no.
We'll get to that in a few moments' time. Apex Racing Team onto pit lane, and as quickly as they're off of pit lane, Deslandes still leading Costantini. That margin growing slightly, though, just by virtue of the traffic playing itself out. What surprised you most, Zach, of these first 2 hours as you start to pick up on some of the storylines and the trends of what's going on right now? What's the major shock that you see?
I'll be honest, it's the fact that the initial part of the race wasn't a war zone, and it actually took a little while for Watkins Glen to be Watkins Glen. That in of itself is, you know, quite a big surprise. I do like what you and Justin were touching on a little bit earlier on about the sort of the differences in strategy, how there is a little bit of disparity between a few teams. It's not quite, you know, the same unanimous, uniform strategy. There is a little bit of wiggle room, and different teams sort of touching on different strategies, you know, going for maybe a couple laps longer, trying to limit or completely eradicate that final splash and dash towards the end and cut out a pit stop entirely. Yeah, so many different storylines to sort of uncover, and well, there's just been carnage and chaos all the way through to sort of throw some twists and turns in those narratives.
Hopefully, as we reach the halfway mark of the race, things start to settle down just a little bit, but I have full confidence in the drivers that, no, they won't give us any sort of a reprieve whatsoever. Lexi Nassoff, we were following his Mercedes AMG Urano car. He's into pit lane after a 34-lap stint, dragged it out as much as he realistically could, along with Sotomuto in the Williams Esports BenQ car. Michael Gianni will end up coming in with them as well, and I think driver changes seem to be going on across the board. Sammy Matty Trogan jumps in, and so great to see someone that has parlayed sim racing and a iRacing Rallycross World Championship into a seat with Walkenhorst Motorsport, continue to be a part of that Williams Esports effort when he gets some time. 3 seconds, though, is the margin now between the two Apex cars at the front. I was kind of speculating that if you were Stanley Deslandes and Peter Berryman, surely you would be aware of the fact that you were going up against two teammates who wanted to win their third consecutive VCO Grand Slam. But what team orders, right, Zach?
I mean, Apex Racing Team's Apex Racing Team, right? I mean, regardless, the team as a whole would still retain the 100%. I just think that 199 would want it all to themselves in the most selfish way, but maybe it's a bit of team banter. Maybe at the Apex Racing Team dinner table, they sort of want to have their own little slice of the pie and saying, you know what, now we ruined your day with that one at Watkins Glen. We sort of, yeah, I don't know, I'd love to be a fly in the, on the wall in that room if they do manage to pull through. But 3 seconds is not a lot of time.
No.
So I don't know, it does depend. I guess it depends how hard or harsh Stanley Deslandes and co want to be relative to the 199, and whether they want to be like, oh, you know, yeah, absolutely 199, off you go on your bike, you can take the win and you can take the 100% record, or whether or not they want to share some of the glory. And on the flip side of that, it depends as how selfish the 199 wants to be in trying to keep that 100% record. But I don't know, if you're going to have a 100% win record for Grand Slams, surely you've got to like surely it would feel better to go out on circuit and win it rather than not necessarily be handed it, but sort of be allowed to get it. Do you know what I mean?
No, I do. And to be perfectly clear, I am not insinuating that they are going to just pull aside. I just want to make sure I'm making that clear. I just like that there's a little bit of a story to track here. The fact that it's for both Michele and Elvis, there's a third physical trophy that they want to put up on their mantle rather than just, you know, saying that, oh, I won the third special event of the year. There's actually something to fight for. And it does. I think it incentivizes you that little bit more. Elvis, in particular, told us about the, 60-plus hours of practice he did before Daytona earlier this year. So, yes, definitely something that we'll keep in mind. And it's a long wait before the final Grand Slam. January for Daytona. It's March for Sebring. Now June for Watkins. And now we have to wait till October for Petit Le Mans.
It's way too long. Yeah, I don't know. It's been nice to sort of have him in 2-3 month intervals between the Grand Slams. But what it does mean is there's quite a bit of suspense building between now and Petit Le Mans.
Yes.
There's a lot of build up, and to be fair, there's a lot of special events in between. So no one's going to be bored or anything like that. There's plenty to sort of dissect yourself with. But in terms of Grand Slams, then yeah, sort of a nice suspense built between now and then, particularly if the 199 does manage to win, because they're going to be sat there with that 100% record for 4 months until we go to Petit Le Mans. So yeah, I don't know. It's going to be quite a substantial amount of pressure built up until that Grand Slam, because it's towards the end of the year as well. You want to sort of end off the year of Grand Slams on a high. So yeah, but then again, also with that, on the flip side, they've got plenty of time to sort of juggle commitments and practice for it.
I will point out a couple of things in GTD that have happened through a pit stop cycle. Most notably, the fact that the Mahler Racing team have committed to a splash and dash and have headed down to pit lane slightly earlier relative to the rest of their class, but more importantly, and maybe more notably, have paired that up with a slightly shorter pit stop itself. So they very much recognize that they are slightly maybe on the back foot compared to Grid and Go, and are trying to now force the issue just that little bit more. We'll keep an eye on that and how that fares out. Red line only about 4 seconds, 3.5 seconds off the back of now a Rico Wenzel-driven Ferrari. Ole Steinbraten doing the chasing. This should mean that for Redline at least, because they're one of the few teams, Zach, that are doing this race with 3 drivers, 2 hours to Gianni Vecchio, 2 hours to Ole Steinbraten. Expect Josh Thompson to be in for the final 2 hours into the number 70.
Well, if you are going to do a race with 3 hours, they're probably 3 of the drivers you'd want to do it with. Let's be honest, they are all fantastic in their own right. So, best luck to them. And well, I was about to touch on the fact that, the more drivers you put into a car, the more people you have to cater to, the more compromises you have to make with your setup. But sort of as a trio, all 3 of them and Team Redline as a whole, they've sort of worked out how each driver likes the car. They've worked out how to benefit into all 3 and make it work. So I don't really necessarily think there's going to be major disparities lost because they've got 3 cars. I think it's just sort of an extra quirk in the system. And well, I guess with that there are more things that can go wrong. If one of them has some tech issues or something like that, compare that to say a 2-man team or whatever, they've got less variables relative to Team Redline. So yeah, it's not. I don't think it's going to necessarily be a major issue, but if something does go wrong, that it's more likely to apply to Team Redline than anyone else.
It's a really good point that you bring up when it comes to technical issues, because that's definitely one thing that you have to keep in mind if you just have 2 drivers is as long as you meet fair share, which is not necessarily a hard target for those that are wondering what fair share is. iRacing requires that each driver that gets into the car and does a lap complete a minimum fair share requirement. Once you've completed that, though, if one driver has a power outage and can't get back into the car, 6 hours, okay, maybe one driver can power through all of that. It's why we don't see that very often in a 24-hour race act, because if one driver gets a power outage, regardless of whether fair share was completed or not, if someone has to do 12 hours by themselves, yes, they can do it. It's not always fun.
I can probably think of quite a few things I would rather do than do a 12-hour stint straight. I haven't got a sim at the moment, so it'd probably be on a keyboard, which wouldn't be fun anyway, in of itself. I wouldn't want to do a single lap. But yeah, there's just so many better things to do. You know, as a driver, you get fatigued, particularly if they're in the UK right now. Anyone driving the UK in a sim, I feel for you so badly.
How warm?
Because of the heat. I honestly, I can't even tell you. It's just warm. I was driving home today and I was like, no, absolutely not. No, I give up. So I can't even begin to fathom what it is. That's me with my windows down. That's me sort of windows up, AC on even in my 21-year-old car, I can still have AC on. Let alone when you're sat in a sim rig with your force feedback wearing around your PC, wearing around your monitors, all giving off heat, yourself giving off heat, the tension of races like this. I'd rather not. So yeah, it's probably a good thing that they limit themselves with the fair share, and a good thing that the Watkins Glen race is a little bit shorter than others, so much so that it's not ideal, but I guess it's manageable.
We've seen people do the 24 hours of Daytona solo. You get disqualified if you do special events by yourself. A lot of people do it for charity. Was it Keenan Kusin that did 382 laps at Daytona in 2022? And his reward for doing all of that, he gets to the checkered flag and immediately gets disqualified. It's one of those things that I really commend the people that do it, especially, I think most recently we had the attempted 24 hours solo by Michael Polishek at the 24 hours for the Nürburgring. Unfortunately, he retired in the first hour. It did not go all according to plan, but sometimes that's the way that the Nürburgring Nordschleife will be. Check in with LMP2 because we've got Apex 1 and 2, we've got Williams 3rd and 4th, and then we've got some teams that have slowly but quietly climbed their way up through the field. Veloce's up in 5th spot. You've got Coanda, Michael Romanidis, former F1 Esports driver, sits in 6th spot. Coanda, one of the 3 teams that have gained 7 spots in this race so far.
Respect to them. Again, wow, look at that. That is good climbs. And obviously, with it being a shorter race, you've got less time to make those positions up. So, well done to them. Obviously, the Williams Esports Razor car as well up there in 4th, up 6 places. Not doing too bad either. But, yeah, I suppose they're the ones that have been able to best benefit off people's issues and things, which, haven't been few and far between a race like Watkins Glen. I mean, just look to Race Clutch, who is the team that I tipped to win LMP2. They've had issues, and, well, respect to the ones that have been able to gain. Glad
that you talked about that, because we're just about to talk about predictions very quickly, because as we head off into a pit stop cycle, it's Team Redline and Enzo Benito in the number 69 that will be the first in GTP to make their way on down. Why don't we very quickly have a look at what the predictions were looking like just before a couple of cars dive down onto the pit lane? And I tell you what, why don't we start? Because we haven't seen what Zach Sweeney's picks were. With RaceBot and how we're standing, Zach picked Redline, Race Clutch, and Williams. You're just inside of the graphic. Be at least grateful that your pick's better than Mike Yao, Dustin Ollis, and then Stefan Schlacher. I am coming back into my own. Lorenzo and Justin, be warned. Arjuna's coming for you.
It's actually disgusting. Honestly, I'm ashamed. I woke up this morning, I was like, oh, you know what, I need to put some predictions in. I was like, you know what, Race Clutch, yeah, they're quick. They've won Endurance Series on other platforms and things. They'll come into today and they'll be quite quick. No, unfortunately not. They've had their issue. The other two weren't that bad of a pick, as you can see, the viewers as well. The viewers, can we just say, well, we're going to be out of a job soon. Forget ChatGPT. You've got Kevin and Arturo and Dominique who are going to come and take our jobs.
No, I think we've got some problems. And I like the way that you've got drivers tied on points who have gone in about it in different ways as well. Look at Dominique and Jester, Williams Esports and Apex, and Grid and Go. There's only one common team across the two drivers, or two viewers tied with 7. And remember, these are viewer predictions as well. We asked for your input before we went racing. They were locked in before qualifying, so you guys couldn't update them based on how the pace was looking in the Go Fast session. Kevin Burrell looking like he might win a race spot jersey very soon, although he's still got 3 hours and 45 minutes left to go before he can pick what color, what name he wants to put onto the back of it, etc., etc., etc. You know what you can do if you're not going to win the RaceBot jersey, though, head on over to armor.gg, find the RaceBot collection, and use the coupon code RaceBot to get 5 or 10% off? It's one of the two. Look at that great salesmanship.
Honestly, the marketing team, sign up Arjuna because he will 100% get your discount codes right.
Hey, you know what I can do? I prepared for this. If you're loving what you're watching, if you're not an iRacing subscriber already, head on to iRacing.com where new memberships are 40% off every day. Find your way to your own checkered flag. Start your iRacing journey today. How was that, Zach?
Well, again, it came at the discount that you stumbled. But apart from that, no, it was good. It was good. I have to say, when it comes to like segues and things, DJ Clark is one that's always pretty good at them. He does love his good little ad segues and stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. I've never really had to promote anything. So fair play to you, Arjuna. You're doing better than I could. There we go.
If you want, you don't have to just buy RaceBot things that have RaceBot on them. We also sell the very popular Is Max in the split shirt? Which, to answer the question, no, he's off in Canada this weekend. Although I would not be shocked if he's watching somewhere getting ready for the action later today. And there's also the We'll Do It Live shirt, which, trust me, for those that were around at the start, especially on the iRacing Esports Network, there was plenty of We're Doing It Live behind the scenes. Glad to have your company, though. 3 hours and 44 minutes left to go. Still BMW M Team Redline that leads. They should be down to pit lane maybe this time by on the 28th lap of their run. There are some big swings in strategy. Williams Esports Marla's only 23 laps into the stint, so they'll be out there for 4, 5, maybe more laps longer. Track conditions, it's gotten quite gloomy. I'm not sure if that's reflected in track temperature, though.
Yeah. Well, we'll have a look.
No.
Well, no, absolutely not. Quick answer, no, it hasn't. It just looks nice, as you are right. Chris Allen peels his way into the pit lane for another stop. Yeah, the track temps have been scorching today. That has been quite a huge demand. And it must be said, Watkins Glen is not an easy track on tyres. You know, the S's, the bus stop chicane, the long corners, just in general. It's a track that's going to be quite hard on your tyres. And, well, again, add on to some thermal deg into that thing and, well, you're going to be slipping and sliding all over the place.
Look at all of those marbles everywhere, by the way. Huge chunks. We were talking about cooking on the racing surface earlier. I definitely don't want to be cooking on top of those marbles. Williams Esports Marla cook their way, though, to the race lead once again. And they do so at a time where we may have just lost another GTP car to the bus stop chicane. As poor Fraser Williamson, Mirvano back down on pit lane.
Ooh, that is not great, to say the least. And to be fair, we have had our fair share of incidents at the bus stop. Let's take a look as to actually how it happened. Probably just a textbook over the curb, car's bottomed out, had a bit of a jump in a bit, mate. And wow, I have to say, that the new damage model is very aesthetically pleasing.
It is.
In the most sadistic way possible.
Oh, can you imagine the poor mechanics just watching this and thinking, oh, that front clip's gone, all the toe links that I've got to fix. Oh, I don't know. It's a bit sadist if you ask me.
It is, but we love it because there's no real mechanics. It's just a driver sat in pit lane for a long time thinking, when can I get back out? This is killing me.
So that's the next step, right? iRacing's adding rain, and we've seen some of the forecasting features and whatnot that they've been talking about, and how big sim racing teams no longer just need spotters, engineers, strategists. They're going to need weather people as well. Is the next thing that iRacing's going to add iMechanic, an add-on to iRacing where you get to actually play out and cosplay as a race engineer?
Honestly, that'd be quite cool. It's unless they sort of, you know, like the quick reaction times that you see in like the older F1 games.
Yeah.
And things, you have to like press buttons to fix different parts and like misclicking and things. You'd be sat there for a while pressing various keys and stuff because long repairs suck. But yeah, I don't know. There's probably a way to do it. Yeah, it'd be interesting. It just adds more strain into top teams, but there's going to be people out there that would love to just be a mechanic in the virtual world.
Dane Baird says that Apex already have a weatherman. Yes, Dane, that's because Kevin Ellis Jr. was hired by RaceBot TV for the 2022 Daytona 24-hour race. So technically Apex has a weatherman, but he's only ever broadcast live on RaceBot TV. So I'll just make sure to point that one out. It's Matt Emery who's in that Veloce Vex car now, has taken over from Tamas Shimon in what is now a fight for 5th. This is where we'd expect the likes of Veloce and VRS Coanda to really end up being. Although, in the case of Coanda, not with their traditional driver lineup as mentioned. You have Ayn Chan Guven, the driver that competes in DTM with Team 75 Bernard, but shares this number 92 with F1 Esports driver, or former F1 Esports driver, Michael Romanidis, who has been competing across the sim racing world, and it's nice to see the adaptability. More importantly, I think it's just nice to see Virus Coanda out there in a special event again.
Yeah, it is nice to see, of course, and touching on obviously the F1 Esports versatility and things, it's amazing to see sort of how they can branch out into different areas and still succeed, because people sort of bash them, get on a real sim, blah 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 blah. You're not very good if you can't do it in iRacing sort of thing. And well, now they're here and now they can do it quite well. I remember seeing Lucas Blakely in some of the Friday Night Prime Times in the IRO4, and well, to some good success, so the transferable skills definitely are there. Jarno Opmeer comes into iRacing to do his streams and things, and his iRating's pretty decent, he's fairly quick. So yeah, the skills are definitely transferable, and it just goes to show that even though they're not at the top, well, they are at the top level in the best sims now, but even though maybe their standout achievements aren't necessarily in the top sims, they are still very, very competitive sim drivers. So yeah, good stuff to see, and obviously the success of F1 Esports drivers transferring into the real world. Lucas Blakely's doing GB4 this weekend.
He is, last minute sort of deal it seemed. He got the opportunity in practice that very quickly snowballed into the weekend race drive as well, so looking forward to seeing how things will go for him as your red line cars cycle past this LMP2 battle that we keep our eye on for the time being. There's your GTD leader as Oscar Irene uses what is a lighter car to build up an advantage to Rico Wenzel in the Grid and Go Esports 001. I did note that Sven Haas has been very happily chatting away on RaceBot TV's YouTube chat, keeping an eye from outside the driver's seat. See when he expects to get back behind the wheel. Yes, just to confirm, this is a Mahler Racing Team car with no relation to the Williams Esports Mahler car that leads in GTP, Zach. It's not confusing at all.
It's not. It really isn't. Yeah, I don't know. It's BS competition, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Yeah. So, right. Okay. Well, Mahler, you're just sort of getting around, aren't you? I mean, they're just sort of dipping their toes into all the sim racing teams. I don't know. Williams and BS competition can sort of decipher that for themselves.
You know what we need? We need a battle of the Mahler cars. We need. This could be something that we do like an event out of Williams versus BS to determine who represents them for Petit Le Mans.
Or we make the longest sim racing name ever and have Williams and BS. Go on.
I knew where you were going with that.
Come, I mean...
Is it BS Williams? Is it Williams competition? Which way are we going with the combination of the name, you know?
Well, you could go Mercedes AMG, Williams Esports, Marley, BS competition.
Oh, boy.
Go on.
Yeah, okay, yes.
We'd still call it Marley, we'd still call it Williams, and we'd still just call it BS anyway.
We did still end up calling it Williams BS, wouldn't we?
Just because we're lazy.
I'm just saying again, by the way, that I won't charge royalties for this idea. Williams versus BS for the crown of Mahler representation at Petit Le Mans later this year, the final VCO Grand Slam. Okay, I'm here for it. Maybe we can do it in each class as well. We can do it a best of 3. One race in a GTP, one in an LMP2, and then one in a GTD. You see?
Or we whack them into, I don't know, what else could we whack them into? Something very obscure and no relation to Petit Le Mans, and then just have at it.
iRacing Formula, well, no, it's not the iRacing Formula 4 anymore.
Get them on F1 All-Stars, Mario Kart.
Let's get them to do something totally not sim racing related at all. Let's get them to play Rocket League.
Oh, nah, because it's still cars, kind of. I mean,
it's closer to football.
They've got the new time trial thing where you race down the mountain and then score. So
that sounds like Trackmania more than anything.
Get on Trackmania. I don't know. Just do a
No,
tournament of all the sims.
That's
Make
not
it a
fair to
day-long
BS
thing.
competition because they've got a Trackmania team.
Well, Williams need to get good then, don't they? They need to get better at Mario Kart
we're going
and then make up for it.
For those that remember the long rain delay of, was it 2021 Daytona 24, when we had about, 4 or 5 hours of hold before we could get going with the racing. We ended up seeing Williams and I believe it was BS play tic-tac-toe on Twitter.
Oh, God.
So that's what we're going to do. Tic-tac-toe.
Tic-tac-toe. Yeah, but they always end in a draw. Or like every tic-tac-toe ends in a draw.
It does.
I don't know.
Gap between your Apex teammates, by the way, has come down to 1.2 seconds. Been keeping an eye on the pace out of Michele Costantini. Got 8/10 back just this last lap in terms of traffic favoring him. The traffic will give and the traffic will take. It's an inevitable part of motorsport. It's going to be interesting in terms of GTD how this traffic fares, because Rico Wenzel no longer enjoys a buffer back to Redline and Mercedes-AMG Williams. Steinbratton, Beliziotis on the case, and what might be potentially the fight for the victory depending on where Marla end up.
Well, bring it on. I think the slightly split strategy is going to be very, very interesting, but at the moment on track it's Grid and Go, Team Redline and Williams. I'll be honest, I've not really ever seen much of Grid and Go when it comes to special events or sim racing entirely. Maybe that's a lack of experience or whatever, but to see them up here and competing with Redline and Williams must be they must be chuffed at the moment to be leading the way. But well, that pressure is definitely going to be cooking quite a lot. Not quite like a medium rare steak on the track surface of Watkins Glen, but it's going to be cooking nonetheless. It's going to be building up, and well, bring it on. I'm really looking forward to this because we're approaching the halfway mark, and to still have 3 teams this close is pretty good.
I get the sense as well that factor in the split strategy, and it is a 4-car battle. It is not a 3-car battle. It's very much Marla in contention as well. Sam Koitert brings Urano Esports HP in the GTP down to pit lane if you're tracking the sole remaining Urano contender on the lead lap. A reminder that the track conditions are as toasty as they're ever going to be. Once we hit 1:30 p.m, we hope that the track temperature will start to drop off slightly, but that's, I think, more a hope and a prayer for the drivers than an expectation and a guaranteed fact. Beliziotis not close enough to Steinbratton into the bus stop. The draft being reduced for these cars makes it that much harder to get the moves done. And these drivers will have to work hard. Grid and Go want to reassure you, Zach, that you shouldn't worry if you don't recognize them too much. We haven't seen them very often because they've only been around since the iRacing Nürburgring 24.
They're just babies. Wow, look at them go. I mean, I do love an underdog story, and not to say it's they're sort of like, you know, underdogs as in like, oh, it's a miracle that they're up there, because they very much do deserve to be up there. But in terms of like a new team, fresh blood, I'd suppose, Team Redline and Williams are looking at it, you know, fresh prey. That Grid and Go car is really, really exceptional. It's nice to see the Ferrari doing quite well up in front, and well, yeah, bring it on. I mean, spot on the #1 number. So, well, yeah, surely the only way is up for them. Surely the only goal is to take the victory.
The baby in the commentary booth calling the team a baby.
Yeah, because I need someone to call. I need someone.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, Padawan. Yes. I'm not a fan of this, by the way. 001. That's not a number.
Just have one.
Yes, because 001 is not a number. It's a string. But what by which I mean, for those programmers who are listening, 001 can only be represented in a string format, not in a numerical format. Anyway, I will stop ranting.
I didn't get any of that. That was not English, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Cool. Fair enough. Awesome. Right. Yeah. So I don't know tracks and I don't know coding. Fantastic.
That's fine. Don't worry. I don't know much about coding. We all just asked ChatGPT to do it for us. That's what I've been told.
Fair enough. Honestly, no, that's just efficient. It's efficient working. If you've got a tool, you know, you don't see mechanics, you know, undoing nuts and bolts with their hands, do they? They're going to get a ratchet to do it with.
Okay, if ChatGPT ever gets to that point where, as commentators, we can use it as a tool, I'll be very, very happy. Should I ask it to write another joke for us, Zach?
Go on, let's
Okay.
hear it.
No, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to think of an interesting prompt to feed into ChatGPT,
Oh, here we go.
and then I will, and then I will surprise you. Within the next 30 minutes, before we get to the halfway mark of the race, I will surprise you with ChatGPT's best joke, by which I mean its worst joke. We at least can be guaranteed our jobs as commentators for the time being. Although I do find it quite interesting, this idea of automated racing. I don't expect it to replace regular racing. But have you seen some of the robo race and some of those?
Yeah.
Okay, ignoring the clip where the car gets the command to go and it drives straight into a wall. It's really interesting how they are trying to compress all the things that drivers think about in real time into code.
Yeah, but with that also, I mean, sort of an idea of racing, sort of for manufacturers, is to learn from racing. Is Mercedes looking very daunting in the rearview mirror of Ole Steinbretten. Sort of the whole part of the idea of racing is for manufacturers to go with the big boys, test the big tech, and then apply it to sort of their road tech machinery. So, sort of one of the real-world applications of the robotech could be, you know, self-driving cars and things, and adding to automated driving, which I don't want. I've only just got my driving license, and I really enjoy driving myself, so no thank you. But sort of with the racing aspect, I don't know, it's just it's more for the nerds out there more than anything, sort of to see that technology grow and develop, and teams, it's not necessarily training your driver up, it's not necessarily, you know, getting the best driver and things like that. It's more developing the best driver in the computer, and with that, I suppose, you do take a lot of the human aspect out, because bar any glitches and things, a computer isn't going to make the same, you know, human error mistakes that we'd see sort of a race driver would make, because they've got, okay, the track is XYZ, the conditions is this, the tyre wear is this, the engine temp is this, I know how to tackle this corner because blah 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 blah. It's not going to make a whoops, the track was a little bit wetter on the inside there than I realised, I've span it into a wall. You're going to lose a lot of that. But from sort of a technology standpoint, I think it's interesting, but I don't really know, is it going to be something that's good to watch?
I like it. I like how you just described it as well. Where I feel like the application of automated racing is going to be to hopefully improve self-driving technology and to hopefully make it quite appealing to the people that do not want to drive. Hopefully there's freedom for those that want to be able to continue driving to be able to do so, but it would not be the worst thing in the world to have some sort of automation. Inside, though, for red line, as Steinbretten finally slides past Rico Wenzel. He's seen enough of relatively consistent lap times, but maybe not up to the speed that Steinbretten expects. Wenzel almost gets passed by Belitsiotis as well, because in the act of being passed, slightly checked up through the bus stop, and now almost a full second between second and third.
Yeah, Steinbretten has got some good pace tucked up in that BMW then, and well, now's the time to use it, and you could see very quickly the Mercedes in the background was very eager, looking to the inside once again. Oh my goodness me, that is the Male car as well in the bottom right, into the pit lane, slightly off strategy relative to the rest, but this fight right here, Wenzel trying his absolute best to keep the Mercedes behind him, but well, for how much longer can he really do it? Belitsiotis is going to really try and work his way through, because pretty much as soon as Steinbretten found a way through, immediately was onto Wenzel's case, immediately tried putting some pressure on and tried to capitalise off the lack of rhythm shown in that Ferrari. But yeah, Steinbretten has got some sensational pace in that BMW, and well, clear air. Now's the time to use it, build the gap to Williams.
Almost wonder if we saw Steinbretten make that move because of how close Belitsiotis had been on the last couple of laps, and putting that pressure on. 50.6 seconds, another lengthy stop for Matt Farrow, but it is all with the intention of cutting out a pit stop come the end of this race. He feeds himself out into some clean air as well, I believe. Up the S's, finds himself into a nice pocket to settle back into a groove. Matt Farrow finding himself 37.5 seconds adrift from your race leader. He shares this Williams Esports Marla car just with Josh Ladd, another two-man effort. It is, again, like I said, a short endurance race, and the time lived on the podium for Grid and Go slightly short, at least for the time being. Belitsiotis does get past, and Grid and Go will be watching on now from fourth.
Yeah, probably the best thing for them to do, because obviously the pace that Williams and Redline have got at this stage is clearly a little bit better than what they can produce in that Ferrari. Rico Wenzel, I think, more is just choosing survival more than anything, and maybe you can sort of learn. I mean, they're not necessarily a new driver or whatever, but a new team and things, and well, you're up against the big dogs, so sit behind them, learn something, save some fuel, use the slipstream, whatever it is. Try and, you know, use the experience as a learning curve, and maybe in the next 3 hours you'll find yourself climbing back into contention, because it's not necessarily a case that Redline and Williams are just running away with things. Yes, Redline is a couple of seconds ahead now, but Williams, you know, they're still there. Wenzel's still able to sort of sit there in contention, so just use it, save some fuel, lift and coast, save the tyres a little bit, be a little bit more conservative, and in the long run maybe take the fight back to them. But I think Wenzel made the right choice in not overly defending too hard, because at the end of the day, what does he gain? He doesn't really gain much. All he's going to do is hurt the races of all three and maybe hand the baton to the iRacing team that's now leading the way. So as a mutual thing, a mutual gain, it was probably the right idea for Grid and Go just to accept it and sit behind for now.
Zach, I come bearing gifts.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, I've got something even better for you. Florian Hasper, man behind everything VCO, has had his own little chat interaction with ChatGPT, and he's come up with something quite good. And so, I read to you a poem about what we're seeing right now. In the ether where metal beasts scream, Arjuna and Zach weave a digital dream. Speaking of races, of routes unseen, yet their knowledge is not as keen. Blame Arjuna, the echoes decry. His insight, alas, often go awry. And Zach, oh Zach, lost in the track, can't tell Monza from an Outback.
I'll be honest, to be fair,
that's good.
Right. That's good. I'll give respect to the AI in that one. Yeah, no, all right.
Okay,
yeah.
You say respect to the AI. I say respect to Florian for being able to get ChatGPT to actually spit out something intelligent.
True. That's true. No, that's a skill in of itself. I can't believe I've just been roasted by a robot. No.
Can't tell Monza from an Outback. That is legendary.
That's going to be my Twitter bio. That is, yeah. That's going on the show reel. Zach Sweeney, hire me, please, because I can't tell Monza from an Outback. Yeah.
It's okay. Your insights could often go awry.
Honestly.
Which I love that you see. This is where you can tell that he piped in blame Arjuna in some way into the prompt, because blame Arjuna, you know, that's just one of those things that we do on RaceBot. Yeah. Okay, now I've got to up my ChatGPT level. Okay.
I should get a college course for that.
A college degree, yes, a bachelor, a BS in ChatGPT.
Go for it. Go all the way up to a doctorate as well. Just
No, but the BS is the most impressive degree in my mind.
Oh, is it? I don't know.
No, just because BS.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Awesome. Fantastic.
Because if you say you're a PhD in ChatGPT, that doesn't sound very funny.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, all right. Fair enough. Yeah, cool. Yeah. And how old are you again, Arjuna? You're 28. I'm
going on 12, yes.
Right, okay, fantastic. Yeah, awesome. So mature, honestly, RaceBot TV, ladies and gentlemen, this is where you get the absolute prime in terms of maturity levels. Yeah. This
is where you come for premier, top-level sim racing puns, such as when Lasse Back is in the car, Back is back. The hit Backstreet Boys song. Guess who's back?
I'm not old enough.
Guess who's back?
Oh, no, there we go.
Do you not know Back? You know that, yes. Come on.
I know the Eminem one, yeah.
Okay.
But not the...
Oh, no, sorry. Yes, I got myself conflated between two different jokes that I had. Yes, no, you're right. Yeah. There's also the Backstreet Boys song that we've got. Although only Peter Mackay has ever broken into song.
Oh no.
Yes, no, only Peter Mackay has done his best Backstreet Boy impersonation on RaceBot TV, so don't worry. You're not going to be subjected to that today. Japard and Grid and Go in the LMP2 class stuck down to pit lane at the end of 24 laps, so they should be heading in once again at the end of the next lap for most cars, with the exception of the Apex Racing team, who will likely go one additional lap. We were hoping to see Williams start to close that margin up to the top two, but third now sits a full 10 seconds off the back of the class leader.
Yeah, I mean, Apex have just been doing a fantastic job. Both cars fielded as Williams Esports Shield Blast come into the pit lane. Pretty unanimous for the LMP2s, apart from the Apex guys, because they're just on a different level today, it seems. I mean, since the start of the race, that both cars, it's not just a case of one car doing really well, one car maybe a little bit in the background ever so slightly. No, both teams have been doing a brilliant job. Up and throughout the entirety of the race, and it's not a fluke because they've been doing it for near on half the race already, staying within that 1.8 second margin, which I think is impressive in of itself, that both cars have been able to run within that same margin with the traffic, with the chaos, with the strategy, and both cars are still within 1.5 seconds of each other. It should be a very interesting race in that regard, and well, yeah, with the levels that Apex are rising to, with their dominance when it comes to that LMP2 machine, they know it sort of better than anyone. That's been proven in 2023 with their Grand Slam victories so far with the 199. The 198 now wants a slice of that pie, but yeah, from both teams, it's been levels above everyone.
I'm still surprised that this LMP2 class has been this quote-unquote dominant, in that we haven't seen as much chopping and changing at the front. Because Daytona 24, I'm not sure how much you remember of that first 15 minutes, Zach, but
nope.
Yeah, but oh boy, they tried doing everything except hitting each other for the first 15 minutes, and then the inevitable ended up happening. Inevitably, you must come into pit lane as well, though, and Deslandes followed in by Costantini. They both done doubles to this point, so I would not be shocked if we see another pair of driver changes here. If we see Berryman, if we see Rankin jump on in, and indeed, Deslandes out, Berryman in, Costantini out, Rankin in.
Boom. It's better than your race result predictions. You can predict when they're going to change drivers as well. So, awesome stuff from our junior there, though.
Hey. Let's just remember.
Let's not bring up the graphic,
Yeah.
because my name's on it, and my name's further down the screen than I'd like it to be. The 198's off the jacks, the 199's off the jacks, and away they'll go. You can see I'm segueing away from the fact that my predictions...
As quickly as you can.
Yeah, as quickly as possible. But yeah, no, fair play. Peter Berryman, Elvis Rankin, they've got to get back into the car. They've got to get back acclimatised to things, and maybe that could cause a bit of a shake-up between the two orders if Rankin can adapt back into that car quicker.
This is the lineup where we did see them basically bumper to bumper, so be curious to see how it fares out. Off of pit lane they will roll. Now again, just a reminder, they are 6th and 7th overall, given the level of attrition that we've seen in this top-level prototype class. We're talking about Backstreet Boys references in our YouTube chat on RaceBot TV. We're also having a conversation about how sim races are team never grow up. I think that is the best way to put it. We are children inside always. And as Oscari Rene gets his inner child into pit lane, this is where the compromise comes from having that shorter pit stop earlier. Remember, they did a 30-second pit stop their last cycle through the box. It's only 26 laps later that they're back into the lane, and this time for a full service.
Yep, so they'll pull their way back out. The 3 pioneers that we saw a few moments ago now take 1, 2, and 3. But look out for this Marlin car, because obviously taking the short pit stop early means that they can run normally for the rest of the race, essentially, which means that, give it the long game.
Well,
and go on.
That's not a full pit stop. 36.7 seconds is about 6 seconds short of what a full service should be.
Okay.
So have they short-filled again, just less short than the last time?
Maybe they are still slightly off where they'd want to be comfortable to the end. I don't know. That's again, I guess we'll have to wait and see when it comes to the final pit stop, because that's when we're really going to have a better idea of things, and the lengths of their pit stops from here. I don't know, Arjun. I'll be honest, I'm perplexed.
I'm pretty confused as well. I will try and send a message off to Phil Denez, who is the second driver in that Mahler Racing Team entry, to try and figure out what's going on. I always find it interesting as well. Phil Denez lives on the west coast of the US. He's not far away from Laguna Seca. And so this race starts at about 5:40 in the morning. He's still elected to go out there in qualifying, still elected to take the race start.
Fair play. I can tell you that, yeah, no amount of alarms would force me to be awake that early. Yeah, so fair play to him, of course, for taking that. That's commitment. Similar to you, actually. You were in the commentary booth quite early.
No, let's not talk about it, because I'm here for all 6 hours, and the goal is we're going interruption free. Unfortunately, the poor viewers have to put up with talking for 6 hours, but after this I jump straight off onto another 2 hours on another broadcast. At least another 2 hours, because I heard that one got slightly delayed.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, well, fun for you. I pretty much have 20 minutes between the end of this stint on this, and then I've got another one. And then pending Lewis's Airbnb internet, I might need to then do his stint of another one. So yeah, I don't know. Who knows? We'll wait and see how much I'm working today. But, well, I don't know. I'm looking forward to it, because
hey,
we do what we do because we enjoy it.
I was going to say, are you going to complain about having to sit here and talk about racing and get paid
No,
for it?
absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I was about to say, I'm very grateful for what I'm in, because people my age, we get paid pennies, absolute pennies. So yeah, it's much better than, no offense Tesco's, but it's better than working at Tesco's, or Asda or Sainsbury's, whatever tickles your fancy.
Yes, whatever grocery store, supermarket, Walmart, Safeway, Target. It's great that we get these opportunities as well, and that's why I love that I'm, like I said, 28 going on 13. I've commentated with the likes of Peter Mackay, who are on the other side of 30, the side of 30 I'm getting uncomfortably close to. Zach's not the only commentator, and I mean this in the most positive way possible. Zach's not the only commentator that I've worked with who is still in school, still developing their style, but still bring so much professionalism and enjoy what they're doing. And so it's great that we can spend a Saturday morning for me, afternoon for you, sitting here talking about some of the best drivers across of the sim racing universe. 20 seconds still the margin at the front of the GTP classes. It's Redline from Redline. Williams Esports Marla have been able to jump in front of Urano HP and Simufy to run top 5 in class. And then you go back 5 laps to find the next car in GTP, which is the Apex Racing Academy, which in the true, again, endurance racing spirit, Zach, after their issue, came in, took their damage repairs, have gone back out there, and are trying to get back into the top 5.
Respect to them. Again, for part of endurance racing, the reward is getting to the checkered flag in of itself. So, you know, take the damage, continue on, because you don't want all the hours and hours of practice to go to waste. Yes, you could go and do another time split, but it's not broadcasted or whatever. So, you know, just get out there. You don't want those hours and hours of practice to go to waste. So, you know, take it with what you've got. There's still an opportunity for things to maybe shine your way to salvage something. So, even though maybe it's not you know, the wind's not blowing in your direction or whatever, in that regard, still push on, because the same bad luck that happened to you could very easily happen to other people, and
yes,
maybe you could still see yourself back into the mix. You're not even halfway through the race at the moment, so, you know, you're still walking into the woods as opposed to walking out of them. Still a long way to go, and still plenty of opportunities for you to sort of claw yourself back into contention, similar to this Grid and Go car, who has not given up, staring at the rear end of that Williams.
We did find out that if you go straight at turn 1 at Watkins Glen and try to go off into the woods, drive far enough, eventually you end up in Canada. It will take you a couple of hours though, and there may also be a body of water that you have to cross. These are the things that we find out on Friday Night Primetime, which you can vote for, by the way. Head to racebot.wtf/Discord. We have a series called Friday Night Primetime, a broadcast called Friday Night Primetime, where every Friday evening we broadcast iRacing official series. This season, we are allowing you to pick where we go every single week, and Danny Shivy Shabo in that Apex Racing Academy car almost picked himself into some trouble with 2nd and 3rd in GTD.
Yeah, it's always good that they're able to negotiate their way cleanly, because for these two cars, that's the last thing they want, is a rogue prototype car getting in their way. Grid and Go maybe would like Williams to get held up ever so slightly. I will say for Friday Night Primetime, I do prefer the fact that it's voted each week, because when me and Cam did it, we did it for a few seasons. I can't actually remember how many seasons of Friday Night Primetime I did, but one of my favourite formats of it was go into a new thing each week, voted of course by the viewers, because it's so much variety. We ended up commentating on things that very rarely get broadcasted in the spotlight. So yeah, Friday Night Primetime, check it out.
That's the plan again this year. the votes for this week are all fixed setup series. I have to go up and actually set the vote up in Discord, so you can't actually vote until after this is done, so I'll get it updated soon. But there's LMP2 fixed, there's LMP3 fixed, there's Gen 4 Cup fixed, and then there is the Pro 2 trucks also fixed. So if you want to jump in and just have a fun Friday in a slightly different and new car maybe to you, so it's an opportunity for you to come and join us on the airwaves of RaceBot TV as well. I think Rico Wenzel's had enough here. Margin's grown to 2 seconds at the front. Windshield wipers going off in that Ferrari, but it is the Grid and Go car finally up the inside. And after Beliziotis got his way up to second and then stalled out, I'm curious to see if the Ferrari can bridge that gap up to Redline and Steinbratton. 2 seconds is a margin you do not want to have any team, let alone Team Redline.
Yeah, absolutely. Redline is a team that will very much run away with things if you give them the opportunity, but importantly, I think for Wenzel is the fact that Steinbratton is still in sight. It's he's not sort of away and gone. You can still see the thing that you're trying to catch, or person that you're trying to catch, I suppose. Sorry, Steinbratton, you're not an object, I promise. But yeah, he's continuing on, and it just helps you. You unlock something else as a driver. You sort of look at it and you can visually see the gap closing if you are catching, which just motivates you to catch quicker, and then you can see it more, so then you catch quicker, and it's a nice positive feedback loop for Rico Wenzel. And the gap has it's come down ever so slightly, only a small fluctuation. We'll wait and see what sort of advantage or disadvantage traffic plays in that regard. But yeah, Wenzel, I mean, that Grid and Go car sort of had a bit of a slump, and then, when the Redline car got through, the Williams car then subsequently got through, and then just suddenly switched back on for Wenzel, and he's now got a bit of pace left to use. So Beliziotis, I think, was expecting to sort of be on the back of Redline right now and not be staring at the back end of a Ferrari. But yeah, bring it on, Wenzel. Get after Steinbratton and give us a fight for the race lead.
I told you, I promised you, before we got to the halfway mark of this race, I'd get you a ChatGPT joke. Why did the GTD cars from Grid and Go Esports crash at the bus stop chicane? Well, they were so focused on gridding and going with little practice that they mistook the chicane for a crash and learn seminar. Turns out the walls were the professors and the cars received an unintentional crash course in physics.
I'm not even halfway through the stint with you, Arjuna, and already I give up. Oh my words! Oh, wow.
Goodness gracious me, that's the Altus 66 that dove to the inside and lights flash from the Grid and Go car. I can only imagine what's going on in the team voice chat and the choice words that are definitely not broadcastable about that move.
Bigger jumps there than you get in Five Nights at Freddy's with that one. Oh my goodness me, that was a send and a half from the Altus car. Wenzel did really well to react to that. Very easy for him to sort of, I'm in the right and still turn in sort of thing, and then, Altus with a crash and would have, got what maybe was coming to them with a send like that. We'll take another look at it. Wenzel did the exact right thing there, which was like, I'm in the right, I could just turn and, have right of way and be looked on favourably, or I could just not turn and just let him through and be a little bit annoyed, but still be in contention, still be in this race, which is exactly what he did. Why? What is this? It's committed, but no. Wow. That's a lucky escape in my eyes.
I love you, Simona Maria Marcheno, but that's a move from a angry Italian stallion that is down in 13th spot and not enjoying how his race, I think, is going. Apex in one of their LMP2 cars able to navigate past Grid and Go with a little less, decidedly less drama this time by. Yes, I clearly need to take this course on ChatGPT prompts to make my jokes a little bit better. ChatGPT's actually got all the conversation history from the jokes that it wrote for Sebring. Oh boy, these were some really bad jokes as well.
Oh no.
Oh, these are so bad that I don't even want to read them out. Like,
bury them.
Why did the GT3 driver bring a toolbox to Sebring? To fix all the things that shook loose during the race. Like, that's not bad.
It makes sense. It's not
funny.
Not funny.
Yeah, it
makes sense. It's a bit of information. It's something that would happen. Yeah, right. Okay, cool. Cheers, ChatGPT. GT, whatever it is. I don't know. What I can say.
Yeah, we've got to find a class for ChatGPT to race in.
Yeah, absolutely.
The GPT class.
The Grand Prototype Touring. There we go. That's what we'll go with.
Can you imagine what if Grand Touring prototypes look like this, as we take a look at the BMW M Hybrid V8 that leads and the colors of BMW M Team Redline? If this is what a Grand Touring prototype looks like, as we bring back that legendary GTP name from back in the 70s, what would a Grand Prototype Touring look like?
It'd be a Honda Civic with a massive rear wing on it.
For the downforce.
For the downforce. It's got the VTEC. You whack a laptop in your passenger seat and you're good to go.
What if we... Okay, so... I'm going to logic for a little bit here. Okay, so you're going to have to bear with me,
This
Zach.
is a rare situation, right?
I know.
Old man's getting his glasses on.
So Grand Touring prototype. Touring means, you know, we're based on luxury kind of cars. Prototype means we're making prototype race versions of them. So these, for the most part, do kind of look a little bit more like a... For example, this is somewhat reminiscent to a BMW M8. Like, you know, you get the sense of the grills, the scale. There's kind of some correlation there. Yes, I know these are... The hypercar class has its own cars that... The race cars are derived from. That's different. Grand Prototype means you're going to start from a prototype chassis and you're going to make it look touring. So you've got to take a Dallara, basically. You're going to take a Dallara chassis and then you're going to put the body of a Honda Civic on top of that.
Oh, yes, please. Absolutely. 100%. Let's do it.
Now, once you follow the logic, I think that's quite... Exactly, hot rodders. That's exactly what I was thinking of.
Let's do it. Let's absolutely do it. Someone make that, please. Just, yeah, get it into a sim, and we'll, yeah, sorted.
You can get the Honda Civic. I will take the hot-rodded Ford Mustang GPT.
You're going for a Mustang, really?
Well, you saw the Ford Mustang GT3, right?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
I don't like it.
You don't like it?
No, I don't like Mustangs. I'm sorry. They're very...
You aren't going to be allowed in America.
That's fine. That's fine by me. No offense, honestly.
5.4-liter naturally aspirated V8. What's not to like about the new Mustang GT3? Hopefully coming to an iRacing platform near you soon.
Hopefully not, and I'm joking. I don't know. I just never really fancied Mustangs, in all honesty. Yeah, I prefer something German. It's just...
Well,
I don't know. Give me a Porsche or something.
Speaking of Porsches, the Porsche for Team 75, burnoed by SimRC, the only 992 Porsche GT3 car in the field, unfortunately, has had a bit of a drama, and after being headed down onto pit, is this the same? Is it Marcheno?
Oh no!
I think that's Marcheno again.
Yeah. Wow. Same corner as well.
Other side at least, so it's slightly different.
It's further into the corner. It's coming out as opposed to going in, so he's ticking all the boxes as ways to have fun.
I guess the question I have here is, does he just pinch? He just
turns left.
Yeah. I love Simona, so I've tried to give him as much of the benefit of the doubt as possible, but kind of seems like the steering wheel will tell us a lot more here.
So we'll go in, and he just merges. I think the Porsche got a little bit of oversteer on the curb and sort of washed out ever so slightly. If you look sort of at the apex, he wasn't turning left more into the Porsche. He was following a nice line round. I think the Porsche did ever so slightly nip his way out, but there's no need for the Altus car to be that close to the Porsche in the first place. There should be a little bit of a tolerance anyway. So, yeah, I don't know. The way they merged together was a little bit weird as well. It made me think that maybe something connectivity-wise was wrong. Maybe the Altus car didn't see the Porsche relative to where it was. I don't know.
Let's get back to the Ford Mustang for a second, by the way, though, because I am very excited about this new GT3 car. Mainly because if Team Fordzilla enters a special event in the future, guess what? They can actually drive a Ford.
They can. Yes.
It's crazy how much I've commentated on Fordzilla many, many times, but probably only ever in the Ford Fiesta Rallycross car have they actually been in a Ford. So it's something nice. Again, though, naturally aspirated engine, I'm looking forward to that. Dominic Engel does say that if you exclude the Mustang, most Fords have been considered German, at least in their, I guess, manufacturing and design over the last few years, and correctly points out that the GT3 Mustang is being built in collaboration with Multimatic in Canada, with an engine derived from the team over M-Sport, if I remember correctly, in the UK. So there's not much American about the new Ford Mustang GT3 car. There's not much American either about the Team Redline BMW hybrid that now has not Enzo Benito, the Italian, but Luke Bennett, the Brit, that gets in.
Yeah, so swapping them out and getting back out on circuit as quickly as possible to continue their run towards the top end of that GTP field. But yeah, I don't know, naturally aspirated engines, they sound nice, don't get me wrong, but yeah, let's just give me a turbo.
You think a turbo sounds better than a naturally aspirated engine?
I'd say I just love the sound of the boost, like an RB26 engine or something like that. Whack it into one of the Skylines or whatever engine it's in. The way it builds boost, and then the way the pressure relief valves just dumps that pressure, sounds so good. The as well. Awesome.
As the top three in GT3 come down to pit lane, we'll see where Mahler feeds out in comparison. I agree that the flutters are nice, but I don't know. I still cannot get over the fact that a turbo just sounds like it kills all the fun of an engine. We'll hear some onboards in a few moments' time. Why don't we do that? Still waiting for Grid and Go, Redline, and Williams to roll. Redline is first. Grid and Go should be just a few moments later, but can already see that Oscari Rine in that Mahler Racing Team car, down in towards the 90, retakes the race lead. And I had a chat with Phil Denez to get some information here, Zach, and he was telling me that they are planning to under fuel in every single stop that they'll have from now, partially because they lost 3 laps in the first stint. Phil Denez got together with an LMDH car, had a big save, lost a chunk of the tires, and they had to slightly compromise on strategy.
Good way to work with what you've been given, I suppose. You know, pushing on despite sort of the issues and things, to work around it and build something new. And then push forward in the best way possible. That's exactly what they've done, and very telling of a good team, the separation between a good and a great team, I suppose, in that regard. You've got your strategy, you've done your preparation, this is what we're doing, X, Y, Z, this is the ideal situation. But then for that to be turned on its head and you to manufacture something out of the thin nothingness is very impressive, and well, at least for now, it's working for them in their road to recovery.
Beliziotis has dropped 6.5 seconds behind Grid and Go. That was not related to the pit stop phase that happened before. We'll get an update when we can as to the reason for the delay, but it has cost them somewhat slightly. Chris Lullum next into the box in the BMW M Team Redline car. Doesn't look like Diogo Pinto is going to take over here. Nope, there we go eventually. I was thinking it was on cue. 3 hours done in this race, half distance, so original driver back in, and we'll see a similar sort of split to the end between the teammates. Allows Williams Esports Mahler to retake the lead of the race on their very different strategy call. 3 hours done, 3 hours left to go, and maybe it's from this point forward that if you are still alive with a clean car, Zach, with track temperatures not yet having fallen off any sort of a cliff, maybe you can hope that you can start pushing a bit more in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, hopefully. It's probably been something that these guys have been waiting quite a long time to do, is push, because a lot of endurance racing is conserving in things, particularly with track temps like these, with the scorching temps, the tyres overheating way too quickly. But someone that is going to be pushing, well, maybe, I don't know, 2 Williams Esports cars, the Chill Blast and the Razor, but, you know, the fight for the third, only a second between them. I guess that Williams car, now, well, the number 9, instead of Williams car, as if they're both not Williams, the number 9 machine that's in pursuit is probably going to see this as a good a time as any, as to get on the back of their teammates, but also the fight for lead's quite close as well.
Yeah, they have closed up as Rankin, like I mentioned, in the first 2 stints, we saw them stay basically within half a second for the vast majority of their running. Traffic didn't really break them up too much, and so looking forward to seeing if we are going to be treated to a battle. I would suspect that they're not going to fight until the final stints of the race, but I would be loved to be proven wrong. Another ChatGPT related joke, by the way, this time not courtesy of Arjuna, which means it might actually be good because Florian Hosper has been working on it. Why did the sim racer bring an umbrella to the chicane?
Go on. For debris.
Because whenever he races, it always rains car parts.
Fair enough. Yeah. Predictable.
Not bad, I guess.
A slight inhalation of air, maybe, that you get like that, exactly like that, or an exhalation, same thing. Yeah, that's all it's getting. You just need to up his game. Yeah.
We need to turn up the wittiness level on it, you know?
It needs some sarcasm sprinkled in.
Right, we needed to get some sass.
Get sassy and off you go. Then again, it's better than the race sport jokes of wet toast, I suppose.
You just had to say it. I'd gone 3+ hours without mentioning that phrase.
Well, Dane put it into the YouTube chat a little bit earlier on, so I
know,
had to touch on it.
But I managed to avoid mentioning it.
You just ignored it. You were just like, who's that Dane guy anyway? He's irrelevant. Just moved on.
You know, one thing that I'm slightly disappointed in some ways that we aren't seeing, but I guess all it would have done is add to the level of shenanigans. We have no dentists out on track, but of course, don't forget, iRacing has really recently catered to a brand new target audience. It's one of the brand new bits of content that we're not seeing out on track today. Let's learn more about the Ligier LMP3 car. New bit of content, well, one bit of new content in what was a monster build for iRacing. The Ligier LMP3 car joins the ranks of the prototype, adds another ladder for those trying to get into the top level prototype cars to build up some experience, some racecraft in. And the exciting thing for me is, while yes, I'm slightly disappointed, Zach, we don't see it today, the promise is that with IMSA next year removing LMP3 from the main IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, moving it over to the VP Sports Car Challenge where LMP3s and GT4s will be racing on track together, maybe we can bring that into the iRacing world as well. Another step for maybe drivers and fans of endurance racing with less experience to get more confidence, to get out onto track and to have some fun.
Indeed so. It's all about accessibility, and one thing that iRacing has always done really, really well is cover a very vast amount of motorsport and do it well as well. They're not just copping out like, that'll do, that'll do, that'll do, like the old Gran Turismo games, I suppose, where they just pumped out content to have a million different cars in the game. iRacing do it well. And yeah, you start obviously with the MX-5s and the Formula Vs, and from there you can just ladder and branch out to all the different wonderful things that come about when it comes to motorsport. So yeah, in terms of endurance fans, we're not going to be, well, let's just say that we are very much going to be spoiled for choice when it comes to come in times with just ways that we can do things, new combinations, new formats, this, that, and the other, and yeah, just for the people at home that are casual endurance, the LMP3. I mean, I remember Jimmy Broadbent putting out some tweets of the fact that he loved the LMP3 and the new Cadillac so much that he might get back into doing endurance racing competitively purely because he enjoys driving them so much.
Lower power cars can be fun. I think this is the thing that some people forget, right? You join sim racing and it's like, oh, I can drive the BMW M Hybrid V8. I can drive the Mercedes W13, the W12. I can drive all these super fast, high performance cars. What's great racing is not always what performs very, very well. We got a fight at the front of GTP, but not for the race lead technically. Williams Esports Marla and Urano Esports HP, two cars that are off kilter in terms of strategy, but Williams the one that's really bringing the strategy battle against the likes of the Red Line duo that run 1 and 2 net. Urano Esports HP have had a slightly more difficult day in what was kind of expected to be their party, given their strength in this BMW M Hybrid since its release on iRacing back at the end of, what was it, December beginning of
When
December.
was Pro Sim?
Yeah, beginning of December 2022, Drago Racing have just returned to the pit lane from the outside of the bus stop chicane, which I'm going to put my Sherlock Holmes hat on and say, that means another car has been claimed victim at the bus stop.
I don't think that's a million to one odds of that happening. We'll take a look through the right, over the curb, car bottoms out in a bit, son. Same mistake that we've seen pretty much entire race long. Rear wings gone, I think. Yeah, again, easily done because of how low these hypercars ride.
And the BMW being just that little bit more stiffly sprung compared with the Cadillac as well means, it's going to go back end first as well.
Looks like a Peugeot.
It does now, doesn't it? I made that joke earlier about another car. You're stealing my joke, Zach.
It's better than the chat GPT one.
That's true.
Put it that way. Yeah. Again, it's just better, isn't it?
I do have that Lego Peugeot over my shoulder, actually.
What is it, a Parrot? Oh, you mean like behind you? Sorry.
Yeah.
Like,
No.
I thought you meant like on your shoulder. Sorry.
It's a 1 to 10 scale model or something, so that's quite a big Lego to be balancing on my shoulder, but that's now something that I'm going to have to try and do. Pictures coming to a RaceBot Twitter near you sometime soon, but I've got the Lego. I was a big fan of Lego as a kid. As I grew up, I fell out of favor with it for whatever reason. And then because Lego sponsored a sim racing competition that I was commentating on, they sent me one of the Porsche 911 RSRs to build and then showcase on the stream. I've become slightly addicted to Lego race cars since then.
Fair enough. I don't know. I've never really sort of gotten with Lego. I've never really had the patience for it. I don't know. I've never. Yeah, as a kid growing up, I was just never really with them. I don't know. I've never really been one to use my hands for stuff and get hands-on with things. I've always been just classroom. I don't. Yeah.
No, aren't you? You're training as a mechanic.
No, that's what I mean. Is growing up, still am obviously.
Gotcha.
As a kid, yesterday, I've never really been hands-on with stuff, but now I'm like learning to be a mechanic and getting hands-on with things. I've sort of really loved and found it really interesting. I've always loved how things come together and found it quite interesting in that respect, but I've never really been one to do it myself and see it firsthand. Now I've had a year of having a spanner and ratchet in my hand and things like that. I really am sort of now starting to think, I'd like to get myself a Lego set. And then I look, I'm like, I'll build the McLaren F1 car. Go on, like 150 quid.
Yeah.
I'm like, nah, it can wait. I'm not that interested.
They got more expensive at the end of last year as well, is the problem. So yes, that very much is a concern. I don't just have that prototype that Lego have done. They've done a smaller Speed Champions version of the 963 Porsche, which if you like slightly smaller Lego models, is a lot easier to display and showcase. I think is probably the best way to describe it. But yes, Lego still have a couple of different cars. They have both of the GTE RSR and Ferrari RSRs available still. So a couple of different things if you want a piece of motorsports history, I guess. Saw a question about where Max Verstappen was. Is he part of the Team Redline team today? Well, unfortunately not. Max is over in Canada getting ready for his qualifying duties in Formula One this coming day. Now, we have seen on occasion Max Verstappen, before an F1 race or qualifying session, actually launch into the race session to say hello to his teammates. Hasn't done that today from what I've been aware of, but that's Max Verstappen for you. A racer at heart, whether it's sim or real racing.
He's that top 50 FIFA player that does F1 sometimes.
That too.
Yeah, it's just Max Verstappen.
But how much of those is packs is what I've always wondered.
How much of it is pay to win?
Yes. Sorry.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I've never really played FIFA. The only one I've actually played was FIFA 21, and that's because I was peer pressured by my friends to buy it and do pro clubs. And I never really invested a lot of time into it. All I know is that I had a full gold-rated team. I couldn't tell you any of them. And my friends basically got on with silver cards and smashed me. So
yes,
take that as you will. Maybe I'm bad at FIFA, or maybe it doesn't matter as much.
Right, so you and me will play at some point, because I like to inflate my ego a little bit around my FIFA skills. But
you need to be a 17-year-old at FIFA to feel good about yourself, Arjuna. Is that what you're saying?
yes, exactly.
Right.
I've played a lot of FIFA, but I just play career mode. I can't stand Ultimate Team, unfortunately. Apparently, I like playing against an AI instead, so ChatGPT is going to be my best friend, it sounds like, if I'm going to keep using it for prompts. Elvis
Your prompt is how to get better at FIFA.
How to get better at FIFA. How to beat Zach Sweetie at FIFA. That's my next prompt. It's what, a quarter of a second between Rankin and Berryman. They've got 3 laps before they head off in towards pit lane. Again, when do the shackles get released? When do we actually start to see some fighting?
When they're far enough away from Williams that they can, I think. Which, whether or not that is going to happen is another thing entirely. But as a duo, they're working their way forward, climbing their way through the traffic. Maybe a small incursion through traffic like that. I mean, obviously that was light work because it was sort of their own academy car. There's the Gringo Ferrari. Won't be a disparity through traffic or anything like that. There's Urano into the pit lane as well in the bottom right. But yeah, maybe that's when we'll see if a mistake comes from the 198, or, as I say, if they're far enough away from Williams that they feel secure enough to fight it out. Because the last thing they want to do is being like, okay, yeah, cool, now we can fight, and then Moreno Surica is like, yeah, no, what, boys, I'm here for the fight for the race lead as well. So I think it's going to be a couple more stints yet before we see Rankin really put on a good charge, because for them, I suppose they'd rather consolidate a 1-2 than fight it out for the lead and lose that 1-2.
2 hours and 44 minutes left to go. And with Urano's entry to pit lane, it should mean that we see Matt Farrow probably 5 laps away from doing so as well. And what continues to be the story of strategy battles in the top prototype class. Unfortunately, Vince Cusi has joined us on YouTube TV, on RaceBot TV in the YouTube chat. And so now we must have a discussion about that I've been trying to avoid. Wet toast. I still don't understand this, Zach. As a youngster who's hip with all the cool things that the kids are talking about, can you explain to me the phenomenon that is wet toast?
Basically, what you do is you put a bit of bread, white, whole grain, brown bread, whatever you want, whack it into a toaster, press it down, wait a little bit, then you throw it into the sink, leave it for a little bit, take it out, and you've got this lovely delicacy called wet toast. You can whack on some cream cheese, some butter, whatever tickles your fancy, and away you go. Personally, yeah, it's not something I'd have a cup of tea with. But you know, to each their own. It's their own fantasy, whatever.
So wet toast isn't when you dump your toast in your tea.
It's whatever you want it to be. Okay. That's soaked in tea toast.
Soaked in tea toast. The question I have is if you're putting cream cheese and stuff on your wet toast, do you put that on before you do the dunking or after you do the dunking?
Ah, good point, actually. Again, it's like when it comes to on the topic of tea. When do you put the tea bag in? Is it before or after the milk, sugar, water, whatever?
Before.
Always. Tea bag, water,
yes.
Tea bag out, milk, sugar.
Yes. Okay.
Absolutely.
I have a slight variant, and that's because I try and get away with not using a spoon if I'm having sugar in my tea, and so what I'll do is tea bag in. Hot water in, let it steep for a sec. Milk comes in, mix that till I get the color that I want. With the tea bag, use the tea bag as the mixer, and then do the same with the sugar. And so once my tea is mixed up nicely, then I can get rid of the tea bag.
That's fair enough. That's fine, because people say, oh, you put the milk and sugar in first. You don't put the sprinkles on the cake first, do you?
No.
You make the cake first and then put the sprinkles on. You don't put the sprinkles in, then your flour and your butter and your egg.
This is the hard-cutting analysis that you come to RaceBot TV for during iRacing special events. Especially pertinent because there's not much going out on track right now, which is why we are being so hard-hitting into our analysis. Redline now builds up a 4-second buffer to grid and go, but they still trail Mala by 15.5 seconds. So I guess we can continue talking about the delicacy of wet toast.
Yeah, I think it is more just this generation.
Your generation.
Yeah, us. We could, honestly, I've had TikToks and things, you know, that's the generation in of itself. had TikToks and things where they say, I could literally bass boost a picture of a toaster and you'd laugh, and it works. It's just the humor. It's just broken, and it's fantastic.
You say fantastic. I say I don't get it. No cap. I don't get it.
No.
Arturo Melgar, by the way, shows what track limits as he finds a way around the outside of a Mercedes. I think this is what a lot of people sometimes forget when it comes to the GT3 cars. Yes, they are very complex race cars. They have downforce, yes. They don't have as much downforce as a prototype. So a GT car is always going to understeer and push up through its line. And so when you go to the outside, you better leave room. And fortunately, Arturo Melgar left enough room.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, GTPs are always using less than their full capacity through quick corners. You know, realistically, they've always got a little bit more to give. The GT cars through quick corners, they've got nothing. They are always going to understeer out towards the edge of the circuit because naturally that's where the car wants to go. That is naturally where it's leaning to. And yes, the racing line naturally does that anyway, but a GT car is almost forced. There is very little tolerance for that, so you have always got to give a little bit as well. Fights kicking off in the LMP2 with people coming to the pit lane. This is the fight for 5th in GTD, because it's very close and very hectic with all the traffic around them.
Yeah, Urano didn't set a proper lap time in qualifying, and so they've climbed their way up 10 positions, but were on the back foot at the start and continue to be on the back foot as well. To the line they'll go with, as Zach mentioned, the Apex LMP2 duo already on and off of pit lane. But 2 hours and 40 minutes left. This is now effectively a regular length IMSA race, or for those that watch the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship, the length of one of our 2.4-hour races that we hosted at the end of 2022. So this is, we call this an endurance race. It is a short endurance race, and now it has very much become a sprint to the checkered flag. Williams Esports Razor also off and away after I think they found themselves, in fact, they were the ones that came down to pit lane, excuse me. We're still waiting for Apex to come down to pit lane.
Of course we are. They're gone. Yeah, I don't know how they're saving this much fuel, but they are, and they're doing it with good pace as well. So the longer they stay out, that's a weird way to enter the pit lane. It must be said. Right? They were safe, I suppose. If there was someone else near them, then it would be a different story. But they're able to peer their way in. But yeah, no, it's the longer they can retain this going a lap or two longer than everyone else, the better off they are going to be when it comes to their final stop. Because the knock-on effect of this is the longer they can go, the less fuel they then have to put back into the car to get to the end on that final stop. So yeah, all they're going to be doing is helping themselves, and they're, at worst, matching the pace of third place, which, yeah, they're just doing themselves favours with each lap that goes by, the two Apex cars out in front.
Sounds like Zach Sweeney might get an invite back to an iRacing special event, because Vince Cusi says he's better than UNO Repavey, which is going to become his UNO Leary's new nickname in a whole bunch of Discord servers that I am now share with him. UNO Pavey. Take a bow, Vince. That one is pretty good. I have seen a couple questions once again wondering, given that it was, part of the big release a week or so ago, where are the Cadillac V-Series entries in the GTP class? Well, who was that just crashed at the bus stop chicane? It's the TC Corsa GTP car, who is a BMW M hybrid. Bus stop claims another victim, but there is one GTP still running in terms of the Cadillac, albeit 13 laps down.
It's out there. So we've got Vigo for Hydro Race Geodesic, who probably would have been looking to do a little bit better in this race, because they've not been doing too bad. I think for the Nürburgring we sort of predicted them to be doing really well. I don't think they were on the podium in any of the categories, if memory serves me correctly, but they were tipped to do quite well. I
think GR86 is where we picked them to be quite strong, didn't we?
Yes, yeah, I think it was almost unanimous that we went for Geodesic.
So the RaceBot commentators' collective curse came down on them.
Essentially, if you do believe in that. I more see it as commentators' coincidence. I stand with Lewis on that one, and that's one of the very few things that I will stand with Lewis on. But anyway, yeah.
I mean, you can't, you're too short to stand next to him.
Oh my, don't even. With ESLR1 and UNO Leary having
his box. Oh, that was great.
Oh my word. Hilarious. I am slightly taller than Ewan, ever so slightly taller.
Allegedly.
I am.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, I am. It's facts. Yeah. Anyway, I would still need the box. He is tall. And then there's you, and then there's Yuri Kazdorp.
Oh God, yes.
There's levels to this. Yeah.
I'm 6'5". I'm decently tall. But yes.
I'm 5'9".
Yuri Kazdorp, who I have seen in our chat, by the way, iRacing Esports Network chat. We won't say how tall he is because I think he might get angry at us for talking over. He's already probably not happy that we continue to bring up his height all the time, but he's a tall, lanky boy. Yes, so request for the Cadillac has been granted. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see too much more of it for the rest of the 2 hours and 35 minutes that we've got left, given that they are very much running all by themselves. The car that had the issue was the TC Corsa Esports number 16. And this looked like a rather interesting one. So as we spool up the replay, it's fine until it's not.
Just get some. Oh wow, that is not fine. Right, yeah, that just turned into a rocket ship. Yeah, right. We'll ride on board with it and see. Right now it's fine. He took 2 stabs at the steering wheel, went over the bump, and it undisted ever so slightly. Then it hit the grass, and then boom. Essentially, yeah, that was big.
And the Michelin tires on his car, trying to decide if they should be connected to his car or not. At least the tethers still work there. Dominic Engel does point out 6'5", 5'9". These are fantasy units. 196 centimeters. That's how tall I am.
178 something.
There you go. Proper units.
Yeah, not Freedom units.
No. Although, to be fair, Freedom units did make a trip towards the winner's circle in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup this year in the number 15 machine at VRS Coandis Esports, Zach Campbell. So I guess Imperial units have some sort of place in the world. Josh Ladd is going to get back into the Williams Esports Marla entry. I would suspect he might even go to the end with 2 hours and 30 minutes to go in a car that continues to do 34, 35 laps a run. Going to be curious where they end up faring out, with Pinto already back to the lead and heading off into the boot section.
Yeah, Pinto is absolutely flying for BMW M-Team Redline, and the 1-2 for Team Redline is sensational in of themselves. So they're, well, levels ahead, and, well, it is going to be quite difficult for Williams Esports Marla to really mount much of a challenge, but never say never. I think that anything is possible with still just under half of the race left to go. 2.5 hours, then again, I do say that. It sounds a lot longer than it is saying just under half of the race left to go, but it is only 2.5 hours. That's, you know, if we went for the Nürburgring 24 hours, we'd say, oh, it's a sprint to the finish now, wouldn't we?
I love you, Zach. I love Conor Matic, who's up next as well. It's to that point in the race where even in a 6-hour race, where it's relatively short, it starts to drag. You start to feel a little bit tired, whether you're commentating, whether you're driving, spotting, watching. There's a moment where the energy starts to fade away at a greater rate. It accumulates a greater debt of energy. But you get a bump up as you come into the pit stop. I don't know why. Your final pit stop re-energizes people. And so I'm going to be curious to see who's going to be pushing hardest then. How much of a voice I've still got left at that point as well. I get the sense that LMP2 we're going to see a fight. GTP, I'm not so sure. It's going to come down to strategy, whether Williams Esports Marla can really take the fight to BMW M-Team Redline. I think we're guaranteed some excitement in GTD though, Zach, because regardless of whether Marla end up being in the mix strategy-wise, we know Josh Thompson is getting into the Redline car next. He's pretty close on pace compared with Ole Steinbraten, given the data that we have. Rico Wenzel is going to hand back over to Sven Haase, who was flying before he got out of that car, and surely Sven is going to be charging with only one thing on his mind: the win.
Of course, yeah, absolutely. GTD is probably where we're going to see the main side of action. It's the most secure in terms of action. LMP2 is touch and go with, you know, how eager Apex are to fight with each other and how able Williams are to maybe close that 10-second gap. But GTD, touchwood, is fairly secure, and looking forward to it. We've got a few cars in the mix, and, well, bring it on. I think it is going to be, well, it's an underdog story, isn't it? The tyrants of Team Redline out in front, they've won everything under the sun, really. That team, that outfit, and Grid and Go, only a few months old, so they're looking for their first big step into the real world.
I did hear that it wasn't Sven in the chats, by the way, controlling the Grid and Go account. It was one of their other members who have been trying to get, at least in chat, trying to get the notice of the Ferrari team to say, hello, look at us, the only Ferrari up there in this top split. Look at us flying the flag, which they did at the Nürburgring as well, if I remember correctly. So, Rico Wenzel, Sven Haase. Could we see some red added to that car for the future? We'll have to wait and see. Now, I'm not sure if this is true, but Dominic Engel wants to claim that Australia switching to the metric system is part of the reason why Jordan Caruso is a world champion.
Whatever tickles your fancy, whatever floats your boat. Sure. We believe you. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not an engineer, despite the fact that I graduate. My job title is software engineer. I'm not an engineer. I always tell people this. Imperial units suck in every way, shape, or form. There is no actual correlation between, for example, 1 meter is 100 centimeters. 1 kilometer is 1,000 meters. There's an order.
Yep.
To the proper units, right? To what everyone should be using, what sane people use. Imperial units is, okay, so 1 mile, what's 1 mile in yards again? It's 1,700 and something, isn't it?
Yes.
1,760, yeah. I had to go and Google it.
Well, yeah, because there's 3 feet in a yard and there's 1,600 in a meters in a mile, so that works out well. And also with metric, you know, 1 milliliter of water occupies 1 cubic centimeter of space and weighs 1 gram, and the boiling point of water is 100 degrees C, the freezing point is 0 degrees C. It's not, it's not the imperial system. And the thing with the UK is we're very mix and match with it. We get taught both in school, kind of. We're like, yeah, we use feet, but we also use miles an hour when it comes to some velocities, and yeah, our roads are all in miles and miles an hours, but then we whip out our measuring tape and it's in centimeters and meters, and yeah, it's just funny. We're just weird. I think it's because we were such a global influence, or at least were, that we've just adopted so many different things.
No comment.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm not allowed to comment as one of the colonies. I think is one of the members of the Commonwealth is what I should say nowadays to be politically correct.
2023, Arjuna. Let's not get. But the thing is that you're supposedly a part of that people, and then if we stood face to face, there is no way that I'm owning you, mate.
Well, yes. So how many boxes would you need? You said you're 5'9".
Yeah, probably about 3, I reckon.
Okay. So that's what we'll plan for whenever we get to commentate.
And then you could just kick the boxes. You just kick the boxes.
That's a good point.
You'd love that. I'd be talking and then boom, on the floor.
That is a very good point. Apparently Dominic Engel has remembered that 1 inch is about 2.54 centimeters, which I think speaks well to the German education system.
I've always just remembered it as the tip of your thumb as an inch.
I've just remembered it as, can I measure in centimeters instead?
Yeah, fair enough. My dad did tell me it's 2.54, and it's just stuck. But
gotcha.
Yeah, centimeters go. Just go, easy.
I guess that's one of those things. How many decimals of pi can you remember?
3.14159. 8.2.
Yeah.
5, is it?
I think, no, that's where I think maybe you're right. It's been a long time since I've tried to remember the decimals of the digits of pi, but...
Yeah, but NASA only used the first 30 anyway.
Yeah, because those are the only important ones. At some point, precision becomes too precise.
Yeah, it's just unnecessary. It's all a construct anyway. We invented maths. Yeah.
So why don't we just...
aliens?
Yeah, well, this is why we invented imaginary numbers.
Oh yeah, the square root of -1, because that helps us a ton. Cheers, maths. Honestly, sat there in my GCSE class, I was like, hang on, right? We just made this up. This doesn't even... We make stuff up to prove stuff that we've made up, which proves stuff that we've made up. I literally watched the video on it earlier. We make theorems to prove theorems, and then at some point we get to, I think it's called axioms or whatever they're called.
Right.
They're just the things about the universe that we just like, well, they've got to be right. Because if they're not right, the things that we've made up can't be right either.
Implicit things that must... Yeah, no, exactly. This is not, by the way, deja vu. This is, again, Arturo Melgar in a Drago racing machine that has had an issue at the bus stop chicane. Yeah. Unfortunate, but it goes to show just how difficult this car can be, even for the best sim racers to manage. Fortunately, this did not become a Peugeot. The rear wing reattached itself. That's
kind of technology, that is. Cool, yeah, it's stayed. Fantastic. They've still got some remnants of downforce. As into the pit lane comes the Male car, Ascari Rene, and very off sequence in the GTDs, it must be said, but maybe still trying to claw their way back into contention. Again, it's that thing, is 6 hours is not a long time to recover strategy-wise, but they're doing their best job, I guess.
I got another concern, which is that Fildenez did what, the first 2 hours of the race and then handed over to Ascari Rene. I think that sounds right. Ascari's going to, if they aren't taking full service, well, they're taking more than 30 seconds right now, how are they going to play out this driver change? It takes a minimum of 30 seconds in the pit stop to swap around drivers. Ascari's onto his third stint now. I would assume that they're going to bring Fildenez in, or rather, they're going to bring Ascari in an hour's, less than an hour's time, probably 2 hours, 1 hour and 30 minutes to go. And then they're going to have to get Phil probably into the car and split up the remaining pit stop time appropriately.
Right, so what, that'd be about 45 minutes a stint?
So if he comes in an hour and 30 minutes to go, that would mean that he could, I mean, reasonably, you do 45 minutes a stint from there, I guess.
Yeah, make it as even as possible for the both.
Which I guess is probably enough time to do a driver change as well. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's something that seems a little bit off about this call, though. I can't quite put my finger on it just yet, but it was a strategy call that they made in response to something that happened in the first hour, which I think is important to note. This was not necessarily their intention from the drop of the green flag. They've jumped over to this strategy as a result of what's been going on.
Yeah, and as I touched on earlier, it's the recipe for such a great team that they are, is the fact that, okay, this has happened, boom, what do we do? And they've just fabricated it and they've stuck with it, which is awesome because it's working. They're still, doing well. They're still on the track. They're still in with a shout maybe of something decent. And they'd be loving that considering where they ended up in the opener moments of this race. So yeah, respect to them. And not many teams would be able to do that. Many teams would have thought, okay, brilliant, we've just crashed, what do? We go on to this strategy, we second guess it, we change it again, and then we don't really enjoy it. But this team have just smashed it from the onset. Since that crash, they didn't really have much time to dwell on it. It was like, okay, we've crashed, what do we do now? How do we improve? How do we get back into this race? And that's why they're so good.
Let's grab a quick look at a replay. Running on board with Grid and Go. I want to start by saying this is not related to Grid and Go whatsoever, but you just saw very briefly what Rico Wenzel had a good view of, which was unfortunately the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing Black, the sole surviving Cadillac GTP, having yet more drama. It turns into early, clips the inside wall through the bus stop, and from there gets lost behind the fans into the wall once again.
Yeah, well, yeah, Cadillac are not having a fun day today, let's put it that way. Brings it over to the left, on the brakes, down a gear, chucks it in, doink, and then it's just your passenger. Already the front right is the track rod end has been bent and the front right's been towed in excessively, which means that you've basically got no steering anyway, and then you're just straight lining towards the barrier, which is very easily done when you're going that fast and this far into the race. You've got that, that fatigue, and you're saving the tyres and blah 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 blah. Maybe you're feeling hot in the sim rig. Maybe you've not had a drink for a while. Whatever it is, and then you turn in, or even just a lapse of concentration. You turn in. You've turned in too early. Clip, and then it can change within a blink of an eye, snap of the fingers. And what seemed to be a decent stint, consistent stint, pace-wise, whatever it is, has now turned into a complete failure in that regard, because you've just completely binned the car into the wall.
Long way still to go though in terms of laps with the traffic. One of the LMP2s almost off into the grass, trying to just be as far to the right as possible. Wants to make sure it's not a factor for those sweeping on through. This outer loop is very reminiscent of an oval corner in so many ways, and drives quite interestingly in no matter what car that you tend to be in, because of how the camber of the corner kind of loads in and out. If you're wondering about predictions, by the way, we'll get a look at those in just a few moments' time. We're totting up the numbers again and just validating where everyone is at on track to make sure we're giving the correct numbers to everybody. But we'll say goodbye to Zach Sweeney in 20 minutes' time. Zach, not knowing how the points are standing, how are you feeling right now?
Sick to my stomach. Absolutely vile. Honestly, as I said earlier, Race Clutch owe me therapy sessions fully. You know, because it's just ruined. To be my GTP and my GTD, they're not that bad. They're decent, you know. And then LMP2, I was like, yeah, Race Clutch, fine. Yeah, they're a reliable shot. A bit of an underdog outside shot, not really one you'd expect. And then what do? They're 7 laps down. So, cheers, guys. Appreciate it. Much appreciated.
Why don't we see if?
Why don't we see?
Oh, you trying to find reasons not to see? I mean, you can give me some.
I'll just close my eyes. It's fine.
I'm trying to give it as much time to update as well. The joys of how this system works is I never quite know if we're going to go look at these points and they're actually going to be correctly updated. But,
I'm not last.
You're not lost. Well,
have that, Florian.
There are actually another couple of people that aren't even included on this graphic, including Mike Yao, Dustin Hollis, and Stefan Schlacker. Lorenzo Bonder still sits best of us all, though. I'm not liking that, although I guess I've just got to hope for Urano in both GTP and GTD to start picking up the pace.
I don't know how you've solved it. It's because you went for Apex.
Yes,
yeah.
100%.
They're not specific as well, are they, the teams? They're not.
Look at this, though.
Wow.
Look how close this is. Kevin Burrell has got some separation, though, to the rest of the people in our giveaway. It's Lewis Wood second, Ilka Happela that's in third, and then Tristan Iglesias that is fourth, Ted Lowendick in fifth. There is a consensus amongst quite a few. Apex and Redline and LMP2 and GTD.
Yeah, reliable. Kevin going with that grid and go, though. Fair play. Yeah, awesome. With that, he's really hit the nail on the head with that one. All three are reliable shouts. It's close.
I will say, this could look different if Marla ends up first.
Yes.
Because that counts as a BS competition car. And so just keep that in mind when you're evaluating where you stand in our giveaway as you try to win one of our RaceBot jerseys in a color of your choice. That still a long way to go. Let's go check out, by the way, two cars that I think are going to end up spending quite a lot of the rest of the race close together. It's the Williams Esports Marla car and Urano HP, who are now up into third, into a podium spot. Yes, they are on similar-ish strategies, but it is Williams Esports Marla that are much more committed to the fuel save, much deeper into that save as well.
Yep, so that's going to have a nice knock-on effect for them and is going to maybe help them in a couple of hours' time. But, well, as it stands, they're only separated by 3/4 of a second, so hopefully we can get a bit of on-track action. Fingers crossed. I mean, there is a 7-lap disparity in terms of their stint length, so probably won't be very long-lived. But, yeah, Urano, you're going to be cheering them on, obviously, because you're definitely not biased when as soon as predictions are into things and you start cheering on different people. But, yeah, honestly, as much as I love Urano and as much as I really would love to see them do well, Williams, just for the sake of Arjuna not getting the satisfaction of this, just go for it.
I didn't realize you were friends with Lorenzo Bonder so much.
I've hardly ever spoken to the guy, to be honest. Now, to be fair, no, you know what? I'm actually being really harsh. You've been really nice to me today, Arjuna. You've...
Clearly I haven't been harsh enough.
Nah,
Well, apparently me and JP were disagreeing a lot in the first 2 hours.
Yeah, you had the gloves on. Nah, you were nice to me when you were talking about, Zach's all professional and this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. I was like, that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
I got to make up for it now, don't I?
You've got to. You've not dropped the track knowledge thing yet. You dropped it when Justin was still in the booth.
I did!
And you got him on it. I realised that and I did remember it.
Okay, but...
To my face, you're alright, Arjuna.
To be fair, no, I was going to say, we could talk about your lack of Watkins Glen track knowledge right now if you'd like. Did you really know where it was, Zach?
I knew it was in New York.
But did you think that meant it was in the city?
Of course I didn't know it was in the city. Obviously not. Yes, you're going to do laps around the Empire State Building now, yeah. Fantastic. Yeah, Watkins Glen, just that massive spire in the middle. No, of course it's not in the city. It's in the state of New York, obviously. Two separate things.
Yes, well, this is. I don't think a lot of people realize how big New York as a state truly is, because New York City's relatively southern compared to the American-Canadian border, and you could drive 3-4 hours kind of north through New York to get effectively to the Canadian border. So, yes, America is big, and so I don't ever expect people to have a 100% understanding of its geography. Much like when I first came here, I didn't really expect anyone to know where Singapore was, which is why I was not surprised when you get the answers. Oh, is that in China? Is that in Malaysia? I've had some of that.
I've seen the videos of, yeah, pick a country on this map, and then they point to the USA, and it's like, is that Russia? Or something like that. It's just, yeah, it's fun. And then you say the 3-hour drive to sort of the Canadian border. You drive 3 hours in the UK, and you've been through 12 different accents, 12 different national discs, 4 different national animals, and you've had a worldie of a time. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the USA, 3 hours. You drive 3 hours to school.
You could drive 3 hours and still, be looking at the same. Same landscape. Yes. When I drove, I moved from Atlanta to the west coast of the U.S. It was a really interesting experience, just seeing how different states kind of looked, and even though a lot of the construction is quite similar, and the buildings themselves, the actual, the scenery, it felt different. It was quite nice. I very much enjoyed that, and while I did not get to do my road trip from the West Coast over to Indianapolis this year, the plan is to do that next year, and I hope to try and head through the Grand Canyon and see some of that stuff. I guess the equivalent distance for me driving from California to Indianapolis is for you, Zach, to drive. Oh, that was Daniel Lorenzo around in the Urano HP machine. Loses a spot on the podium.
Yep. Josh Ladd is going to be eating that up and being loving that one. Rejoining the circuit, of course, does Lorenko, but we'll take a look as to how it's happened. I mean, I'm just guessing it's natural understeer. No, it's too late on the brakes, taps. Oh, those GTPs are so sensitive.
And he almost got taken out by Josh Ladd there, who is now up to second, by the way, because Luke Bennett is off to pit lane. Just watch here.
Oh, wow.
That was close. Closer than you would have wanted it, and the concern now will be in the Urano HP car that he's burned up the tires for maybe the rest of the run, and he's going to be maybe losing a 10th here, a 10th there. Get past one LMP2 car and try and bleed a little less time, though.
Yeah, hopefully. That's the thing is, especially on a day like today with the track temps and things, it's bad enough usually with a spin and the tyre temps skyrocketing and being so difficult for you to cool them down, let alone when the track temps are this high, because the tyres are just going to be like, no, absolutely not. You think I'm cooling down? You're having a laugh, mate. So, yeah, they are in a bit of a sticky situation, probably until they next get the tyres changed. But into the pit lane does come the Team Red Line. Diogo Pinto now in. But, well, they're not really under much threat from behind, are they?
The keys are with the Portuguese driver for yet another stint, it would seem, and so Pinto will sit in there, wait for the tires to be thrown onto the car before he heads back out. Got 12 minutes before we'll say goodbye to Zach Sweeney. We'll say hello to Connery Maddock for the final 2 hours, returning to special event commentary for the first time in a while as well. And it's that time of the day where, before I let you go, Zach, livery watch.
Cool.
Who stands out to you the most here? Let's go class by class very quickly. Let's start with the GTP. Start with the surviving GTPs, I think it's probably fair to say.
BMWs. Start with the BMWs.
Yes. You got Williams Esports Marla. What do you think of this one?
It's nice. I like it. I like the colour scheme. I've always liked the Williams colour schemes. It's quite simple. It's nothing special, but it's nice. I like it, yeah.
For those wondering, by the way, on the left side, it's the gap to your leader that you can track right now, and so it does also show for the cars that are laps down what that looks like. You can also scroll through the intervals on times if you head to timing71.org. Williams is a classic. I love that the Marla flares have kind of been added to the regular Williams colors, and so it's a little bit more distinctive than just a base Marla livery. Here's the Danny Lorenzo Urano machine. Urano knows my opinions on how they make our lives difficult as commentators to pick things apart. But red and black, it's a decent, solid combination. I've always been a fan of it. It helps that it's no longer the same as this, because red line aren't black, they are dark blue.
I love it. Honestly, red is such a common color in sim racing. But yeah, just the blue with the red, it just works. And it's not very often that blue and red works, but that specific shade of red, that specific shade of blue, it blends. So you can't have a vibrant blue and a vibrant red. That doesn't work. But to have these two specific ones, very nice. It's got my approval. Yeah, I like the Team Redline one.
You know, the other thing that I really like about this livery?
Go on.
It says what it does what it says in the name. It's Team Redline, right?
It's got red lines on it.
I break out the yellow pen tool.
Oh, here it is.
Yellow pen tool to show you. Commentators like simple stuff like this. Red line, it gets some points for me. This is an identical livery, so we'll quickly skip over it to the somewhat new Simufy Esports livery. Of course, MSI Esports disbanding. A handful of their drivers had already made their way over to Apex with Salva Talens and Alejandro Sanchez, but now Gabby Montoro, Danny Elgabe, and a lot of the rest of those core MSI drivers regroup under a new banner. Quite like the orange, I must say.
I've never really been a fan of orange. In all honesty, it's there, it's nice, it's all right. I'm trying to be diplomatic. I'm trying to not say I hate it. No, it's all right. It's all right. It's mid.
It gets the mid tick of approval from Zach. It gets the I like it tick of approval from Arjuna, just because it's asymmetric, and everyone knows my opinions on a good old asymmetric livery. The Apex Racing Academy one. Now, I've said my thoughts on the Apex Racing. I'll save my thoughts on the Apex Racing team as well. Instead, let's quickly jump through final couple of running cars. Always love myself a bit of the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing team. Black and gold, you're never going to miss it. Although, given that that car's been in the walls a couple of times, I'm surprised that it looks as factory fresh as it still does. Final running of our GTPs, by the way, is the Drago Racing car. Haven't seen too much of this. They've got some pretty strong names, all things considered. Likes of Ricardo Rico, Premislav Lemonek, Arturo Melgar. Quite like the livery as well.
Yeah, it's nice. It does the job. It's nothing necessarily standout. That's the thing with red and black liveries. They're not necessarily like iconic. They're nice. They do the job.
Yes.
But they'll never be iconic. It's because the thing is everyone does them because they're nice liveries. It's a nice color scheme. It works. But because it's so uniform and everyone does it, it's hard to stand out with a red and black car. But again, it's nice. It's nice. Yeah.
Okay, so Apex Racing team. Do you see what my issue is already with these two cars?
Black, blue, white.
They are identical. There is no... People will say that, oh, you can tell that the numbers are different.
When they're moving at 200 miles an hour, no, you can't.
It's not just that. I think a lot of people think that commentators have the same level of resolution on what we commentate off of as what the viewers are experiencing right now. I've commentated on more races where I cannot read the numbers than I can read the numbers on my production feed. So help us out, Apex, please. They did it for the GT3 cars, I will say. Mark Tranter did some good job to try and help us out with wing plates and wing mirrors. Even small details like that will help out. I do quite like the Apex scheme. I just feel like we could have some more variety.
Yeah, I agree. Again, it's nice. It's a color scheme that a lot of people use, but they do it well. I do like the Apex liveries. They're nice. But you're right. It would be nice to have some sort of personalization. You know, we see it in sort of real life with driver nationalities or whatever planted on the rear wing end plates or whatever. Just something to spice it up a bit.
I'm not saying that would help commentators. I just want to be clear, but I like those touches as well. I always used to put names on my paints for special events. This is where it becomes a lot easier, though, because Williams Esports Razor, okay, bright green front end, I know which car that is. Williams Esports Chill Blast, white front end, I know which car that is. They share a lot of similarities. I guess the only differences are where the sponsor logos are and what color is at the front.
Another thing to tell it's the Chill Blast car is it says it on the front of the car. It's just there in your face. So yeah, there we go. It's the Chill Blast car. You can read it. Obviously, resolution things, obviously, but I don't know. Yeah, again, Williams always do a good job with liveries. I like their gradient into the blue, into the white. It's always worked really nicely. I like the sort of the addition with the Duracell sponsorships and things. Also with golf and things, and how they have been able to mix and match. Their 50th anniversary, or what was it? The 5th anniversary, something like that.
Right,
the Nürburgring was a nice one as well, nice touch. With how they managed to get things. Yeah, Williams have always been good with colour schemes and liveries, because the colour scheme's one thing, how you then use it is another.
5th anniversary of Williams Esports, that was the one, and I quite like that one as well. This is VRS Coanda, it's an iRacing default, didn't get the correct livery up in time for us in what was a rather last-ditch effort, but you know the purple and orange, no matter what lines they're formed on the car with, purple and orange is always Coanda. There's not many other teams that use their color scheme, so nice and easy there. Jeopard Esport, this is one that I'm still trying to pick apart. I quite like it, but it is also quite dark and ominous. It's got black and then yellow. Is it warning that we're either going to see the black flag or the caution flag? Because I don't feel like that's what they're going for.
I like the claw mark type-esque that it's got. Yeah.
But it's almost monster-like, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's nice. I've always liked the Jurassic Park theming with how they've got the raptor scratches across the title screen thing. It's cool. It's appealing. Yeah, it's a nice livery. It's a contrast, you know, dark and very bright. So, yeah, gets the stamp of approval in my book. It's very in your face.
Look at this. We get both the grid and go cars in one shot.
Oof, nice.
And we can see that they've adjusted the livery for each of the machines as well, and they've done a good job with that. I will approve.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well, is people take like Formula 1 liveries and whack it on a GT car. It doesn't work.
No.
You can't just copy and paste from car to car. So it's nice that they've adapted it. It's exactly the same livery, but it's been adapted to fit the body and fit the flow of the car. You know, these prototypes, they've got to be flowy, they've got to be aerodynamic, they've got to be streamlined, and that's been echoed in the livery. So it's nice.
We'll blow through a couple more cars because Zach's couple of hours are coming to an end. Movano no longer partnered up with the fine team at SRC, so now it's just Movano Sim Racing. They return to their regular, more understated silvery matte base layer with then some accents on top of that. Good to see that back on track and to see the Movano activities picking up once again. There's some Altus cars entered as well. This is one of the more unique liveries in any field. That always ends up looking pretty unique, and as a standout car, you're usually pretty able to figure out which is which. Although having said that, this is a different Altus car, and I couldn't have told you which one was which. So I will disprove myself there. Quick blast through the GTs. We've already seen a Team Redline. We've already seen a Grid and Go. We've already seen a Williams. We've already seen a Urado. So why don't we go and say hello to BS Competition in their, as always, split liveried car. But this is the standard one, the one that they first burst onto the scene with, going back almost 4 years ago now.
Wow. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. Again, it's nice. I like the asymmetric style. It's asymmetric, but it's symmetrical at the same time. The color scheme is different and stuff. The pattern is largely the same. It just looks nice. I like it. It's aesthetically pleasing. I like the zebra on the side and things, and the whole branding being around that. Yeah, a nice livery. It gets the good old Zach Sweeney stamp of approval for whatever that means to them. I've
just realized that my favorite livery in the field we're going to get to in a few moments' time. I'll give another shout out, by the way, because we don't get to see this Williams Esports Playseat car very often, but we've been seeing.
Honestly, thought that was an Altus.
Did you really?
For a second, I was like, "That's the Altus car, is it not?"
I don't blame you, but we haven't seen much of the Playseat livery. It's good to be able to see a bit more of it in 2023. You got BenQ not far behind in the purple. Now, okay, we'll take a look at the GT3 livery for Apex, because this is their standard, right? This is class. This is quite nice. You know what's even better? The Stormforce Apex Racing Team car.
I like it. Yeah, it's nice. It's so different, but it's very, very nice, yeah.
Justin, I think, mentioned earlier that it kind of reminds him of the other team that used to run yellow and black, which of course was SimRC, but with them now switching over more to the blue and red. Yellow and black open for another team to make their own, and maybe we'll see this AMG Stormforce outfit running a little bit better. they, along with Alexei Nesov in that Urano camp, not one that set a representative lap time in qualifying, and so they were on the back foot right from the drop, have been involved in a couple of moments from what I recall. Still have a chance to get back up inside of the top 10. Zach, 2 hours fly by, just in the blink of an eye, and suddenly we have 2 hours left to go in this race. Your predictions aside, let's try and forget about them. How do you feel these next 2 hours are going to end up shaking up?
I think LMP2 and GTD is where we're going to see the most action. GTP is, touch and go, depends if Redline really make many mistakes, but that fight between Williams and Urano might be quite interesting for the podium. LMP2 is where it's at, because, well, if/when the Apex teams go at each other, that's going to be one to watch. The GTDs, though, look out, because I think we've, well, at the very least, Redline and Grid and Go in contention. Maybe Williams can scrape themselves back into the mix as well, but yeah, I think we're in for a barnstorming final third of this race.
You said it'll be touch and go there. I think you meant to try and make a pun about Grid and Go, but we'll let it slide. Thank you for a fun 2 hours with Zach Sweeney, and now as we head into those final 2 hours of this third VCO Grand Slam, the 2023 iRacing 6 hours of the Glen, we say hello to Connery Maddock, who rejoins special event commentary for the first time in a while. Connery.
It feels like it's been a while, hasn't it, Arjuna? And I don't think we've commentated together in a very long time either.
You stumped me. I don't remember the last time we commentated together.
Yeah, it must have been almost like 2 years now, or 2 years ago now, or something like that. Maybe it was on a special event in 2022 or early 2022 was the last time I did one of these things. But yeah, it's great to be back for the final 2 hours of Watkins Glen.
And the final 2 hours where there are more cars still running than I honestly expected to see. I was chatting last night with a couple of people saying that, oh, the first 2 hours I'm going to lose my voice and then we'll just be having a podcast for the final 4 hours. No, 50 took to the green flag, and we are still left with 39 of those cars running, which, given no safety cars, no live race control, Connery, which have been major talking points across of the previous couple of months in this iRacing special event world, it's remarkable to see.
Yeah, and as far as special events go, we usually see the 6 hours of the Glen being quite attritional. It's probably fair to say. You know, it's like you have already mentioned so many times, it is one of the shortest endurance racing events that you do, so therefore it's going to be faster and frenetic from the drop of the green flag. Yes, we did have a couple of problems early on, but that's sort of natural for these sorts of things. But ever since maybe the middle portion of the race, you know, coming into this latter portion, things have been quite calm and considered from all the drivers, and we also still have these battles going on in at least 2 of the 3 classes for the lead.
I've been enjoying this Apex train, although still waiting for it to kick off at some point. I did note Alex Simpson's comment that in response to my relentless complaining about liveries needing to be easier for commentators. Sounds like there's a new Apex livery in the works. Can't wait to see what that's going to end up looking like. Of course, the Stormforce car does look spectacular. Once we're on the other side of this pit stop window, we will head off into prediction land again to take a look at where everyone stands. Connery, you thought Williams would come out on top in GTP, Apex in LMP2, and then the oddball, Arnage in GTD.
I'm glad you spotted the oddball, Arjuna, because I wasn't going to be boring. I just thought maybe a slightly boring pick for GTP, maybe the most boring pick is Apex and LMP2, because that is probably 3 points as far as I'm concerned there. But yeah, I don't think the curveball worked down there in GTD. Yes, they did have a decent finish in the 12 hours of Sebring, did Arnage, but it seems like with a poor qualifying and a turbulent race, it hasn't quite worked out for them, but I won't blame them.
It's always a risk with Arnage, and I hope they won't mind me when I dub them as Carnage Competition once more, just for a moment, because they've had the moments. Paul at the 2022 iRacing Daytona 24 Hours, if I remember correctly, we've seen the speed, but sometimes getting to the checkered flag in one piece tends to be a bit of the challenge, and so be interesting to see how it plays out. Josh Thompson jumps into the red line, number 70, third different driver, and matching that, Grid and Go Esports, Jan O'Cock takes over. Not Sven Haase as I was expecting, and so now we'll track the relative speed in that 001 of a third different driver. We know Thompson should be about as quick as Steinbraten, They still, though, got to worry about Oscari Green on that very, very different pit strategy and how that's going to play on out. And I love short endurance races, Connery, because in split strategy calls, you can usually actually see the start of the call and the end, whereas if it's a 24-hour race, you'll see it at the start. You're not always guaranteed to see it at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And, of course, a lot of things can happen in between that strategy call being made and the drop of the checkered flag. So it's you do have to be sitting around twiddling your thumbs a little bit until that happens there as the prototype makes its way by there on Ascari Arena on the way through. That was the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, by the way. But, yeah, it's a fantastic benefit that we have here in these short endurance races where we get to see the conclusion of these things, not influenced by too many outside factors. It's going to be very interesting to see how Marla are going to be able to work with this one, though, especially up against those two Mercedes that have been very, very potent over the course of this race.
I need to go remind myself of the strategy, and this is where Timing 71 comes in handy. It's great to be able to dive into their analysis and try and figure out what's been going on. And so the Marla Racing team, last couple of stints, 27-29 laps compared to 33-34 for some of their other competitors. Expect to see something similar this run, already 16 laps into the stint, and Phil Denez, the American, likely to jump back in to take it towards the end of the race. Now, we're expecting Williams Esports Marla to cut out a pit stop into the final hour of the race. Therefore, their goal is just to try and remain in front of Redline for as long as possible, with both cars still owing us an equal amount of pit stops, if not an equal amount of time in pit lane. Williams Esports Marla does lead by 10 seconds. Ultimately, though, I feel like part of what we're going to see here is just how much Williams is sacrificing lap after lap, Connery, to hit this fuel number that they've clearly been targeting.
Absolutely. It's well, they've put themselves in a completely different situation to the rest of those prototypes there with going with the fuel economy option here. Of course, you know, they absolutely have the ability to be able to do this. It's just whether or not it is actually the faster way to do things here in this race. And just for predictions purposes, I don't know, are we counting them as Williams, or are we also counting them as BS competition because they got Marla in it?
I clarified this on the form. Williams in GTP includes Marla. BS competition in GTD includes Marla.
Right, okay. It's good to get that clarified then,
Yes.
because I have a vested interest in this.
This, Connery, I'm so glad that we have been able to open up these predictions to everyone to follow along with us. I know I haven't been able to keep up to date with them as much as I wanted, but vested interest. I have watched for the previous two VCO Grand Slams, hoping and praying that I would be the most mystic of us all, just so that I'd have something to rub into other commentators' faces the next time we commentated together.
Well, it's always great to have that those bragging rights.
Exactly.
It's fantastic. Otherwise, how would we pass the time in endurance races like this one? Of course, this a little less problematic for that than a 24-hour race would be, but the point still stands.
Hey, we still managed to do some livery watch, so read into that what you will as to how the race has been going.
Well, and I know you've pointed out that Alex Simpson indeed pointed out in the chat that Apex is going to be changing their livery, which is a very interesting point because I don't think that livery has changed for what feels like something like 7 years.
Oh, you're right. Alexei Nesov off of pit lane in front of Daniel Pastor in the Mercedes-AMG Urano and Williams car. We've seen some variations with red and gold. Zach Campbell, Brandon Trano are the two variations of the Apex livery that I can recall seeing, but I haven't seen, you're right. Apex Academy with the green has been the only real change. That's a long bit of history that will come to an end. Race came to an end, unfortunately, for an LMP2 car, and as per usual, when it happens through the S's, it's a big one.
That's huge.
Does he stay there for a while?
I mean, he's off the circuit, so I guess it's not really affecting anyone by just sort of chilling out behind the barriers there. But let's have a look at the onboard here, see exactly what happened. Oh, it's always sketchy when you go too wide through the S's. I mean, we've seen it a few times already today, but maybe not in a way that's so catastrophic.
So, I don't know what more the LMP2 car really could have done. He's on the curb, effectively. I think that's one of the red line cars.
Yeah.
The track does come back over to the right slightly before it goes left. Yeah, that's a nasty one, but seemed a bit more of a racing incident than anything else. Especially compared to some of the sends that we have seen from GTP cars, that seemed a little bit more innocuous.
Yeah, it is, and it's really hard to judge that one. Unfortunately, well, no one can really judge it, given that we don't have any live stewards in for these races. So there's no one to make that call. So I guess got to make the call inside your heads at home. But yeah, you just got to be maybe just a little bit more careful, just a little bit more aware, coming through such a dangerous section such as this one, where you know if you have a slight deviation on your line, that trajectory might take you into inside of another car, or not give another car as much space as they were expecting, and all of a sudden you have a catastrophic incident like that because there's simply nowhere to go.
And that's what happened with which Urano driver was it? Joop de Ligt in the hiking media entry when one of the other GTPs had a big moment through the bus stop in front. De Ligt had no time to respond and effectively straight into the other car. Fortunately, haven't seen too many things like that either. Here's that fight that we tracked out of pit lane with Alexei Nesov, now up 12 positions. It's been a remarkable climb up through the field, but it's a climb up that's been required because of their own issues in qualifying. The meta in GT3, Connery, has tended to be that lap number one, you kind of sacrifice and save your tires, condition the tires, whatever you're doing, for a second flying lap that's a little bit faster. It means that if you get that second lap wrong, you're starting from the back, as we saw from Nesov, as well as Alejandro Sanchez in that Stormforce Mercedes car.
Yeah, you're putting all your eggs in one basket. It's basically, for all intents and purposes, especially at this high level, one lap qualifying. Because yes, you do have two flying laps, but as you've already described, that second lap is the one that tends to be the faster one. And with everyone so close in these sorts of races, that's just going to be your one opportunity. And if you bottle it, well, like you said, it's going to be starting at the very back, and it's going to be very difficult to make your way through a field, especially in the top split like this one. But the Esov and Co have done a pretty good job of that so far, and with 1 hour 49 minutes left to go, well, how far up can they climb? And just having a look to see what the sort of gaps are to cars a little bit further down the road compared to where they're sitting right now. So they got about 8.6 behind on the relative behind Grid and Go, and then Grid and Go about 4 seconds behind Josh Thompson at the moment. Of course, with pit stops affecting, may not necessarily be accurate gaps, but it's but yeah, I mean, they still got positions down the road they can go chasing if they want here.
Trying to just see what that Grid and Go car has been doing in terms of lap times, because after swapping in Jarno Koch, they've held relatively steady at 4 seconds adrift off of red line. They're being held at arm's length, and to the point where I feel like, based on what we saw yesterday in Friday Night Preview here on RaceSpot TV, where Josh Thompson and Ollie Steinbraten did battle for 45 minutes, red line seems pretty equal in terms of pace. We'll hopefully get a chance to chat with Johnny Vecchio, who should hopefully be standing by now after driving in the first 2 hours. Johnny, how are you feeling watching on as Josh drives you to the checkered flag?
Pretty good after having a nice shower, because if you have, like me, 2 PCs running at full capacity here in the room, it gets quite hot, so a shower was much needed. But right now to see Josh hopefully bringing it home is quite chilly.
I'll ask about the fact that you slightly got forced into this 3-man lineup, because I heard Tom Burns' internet decided not to internet anymore, and so 2 cars had to become 1 on short notice.
Yeah, Tom was in a bit of a tight situation the whole week. People would say it was a doghouse, but he says it's the internet, so you know you can look at it how you want. But at the end of the day, yeah, we had to make it a 3-car lineup, but at the end I think we are quite even on pace. So obviously I was a bit struggling with the fronts during the week, and the other 2 are more rear tires struggling. But in the end, I think that the balance is quite good. So that's why we that's why the lineup is quite good. The setup is perfect for all 3 of us. So I think we are doing a pretty good job.
And at a track where Redline has had success in the past, 2021, I'll flash back to good memories when you guys won across all 3 of our classes, Prototype, GTE, and GT3. It looks like you guys are on course for potentially doing the double here in that hybrid class as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too early about that. As you can see, we had a few deaths so far in the GTP class. Yeah, I mean, hopefully we bring it home. It's quite tight from our perspective in terms of strategy. It's gonna be super close between the BMW Team Redline and the Williams Marley car for the GTP win. And the 69 is a tiny bit out of contention. I wouldn't say fully, but you know, as you can see already on the track, a bit behind. So it's gonna be super interesting towards the end. It's 6 hours. I mean, at the end, after maybe 5.5 or like 5:45, it's gonna be super close to see who's gonna win it in the end.
As much as I would love people to come and watch this race with us, Gianni, let's talk about what you're also doing now that you've had your shower, which is hosting the Team Redline team stream as you guys follow your teams around. How's that been going as people watch you guys around for 6 hours?
Yeah, it's not too bad. We have like quite a few guys in chats talking. They ask us questions. They ask me, for example, how many puddings Chris Allen can eat in a day, and Chris had to answer, obviously. Then some guys ask Enzo what his favorite pasta is, and obviously Enzo had to answer that. So now it's going quite nice. Obviously, it's good to see that more and more people are watching sim racing and getting into it, and not only following us because Max is obviously our team captain, I would say. But it's going quite nice. As I said, 2 PCs in 1 room is a bit of a sauna here. But yeah, I can't complain really at this stage.
I've got to ask, what is Enzo's favorite type of pasta?
He said spaghetti, but when we were eating penne the other day in Munich, he was really into those, so I can't really tell if he was lying.
So we'll have to figure out if he's about those noodles or not. Well, Gianni, thank you for spending some time with us. 1 hour and 45 minutes to go. I'm sure you'll be watching to see in 2 classes if Redline can come out on top.
Sure, thanks. Have a nice one as well.
Always great to have a quick chat with Gianni Vecchio, who's seemingly got a smile in his voice because you could hear how much he's enjoying this event, Connery.
I wasn't able to see it because I went on to the Team Redline stream on Twitch and I just see an empty chair for Gianni Vecchio. So who knows? Who knows what his emotions were when he was speaking?
He ran away to... Look at that. He's so committed to come to talk to us that he ran away from the team stream.
Absolutely. Just that empty chair on the stream there at the moment. I have to wonder if he's going to get himself back into that one. But is it filled already? Oh, yes. So he literally went away just to speak to us.
Yeah. I feel
That's
important
dedication.
now. Yeah. First time anyone's ever made an effort to come and talk to me, you know?
Yeah, I feel seen.
Williams Esports Marla comes into pit lane, and I kind of wanted to talk to Gianni about the GTP strategy, but I wasn't sure how much he was really aware of what to expect heading into that final hour. Williams Esports Marla and Josh Ladd come in, and I would suspect that with 1 hour and 45 minutes to go, we are going to see the final driver change. Matt Farrow should jump back in to take us to the checkered flag. And let's not forget that the gap had come down to, what, 8 or so seconds just before this pit stop.
Yep, it did. And, well, soon we'll start to see things come to a head a little bit in this GTP situation that we have. Number 5 down on towards the pit lane. There's the race-leading Redline car, Diogo Pinto behind the wheel at the moment here. I have to wonder if it's a little bit of an issue with the live timing. It feels like a very early stop there for Josh Ladd.
No, that's right around on cue. He was, what, 32, 33 laps into the right. Because remember, he is going about as long as you can go, extending what was an already extended BMW fuel tank in the iRacing build update just a couple of weeks ago to make it apparently be able to regenerate fuel, given that no one else is really sticking to the sort of stint lengths that we are seeing. Curiously, Josh Ladd stays in.
Right, continuing on then. So I imagine then it will be the next stop that there will be a driver change, and then whoever that driver is go to the end, maybe?
That would likely be the final stop of the race.
Indeed.
So they're going to put Matt Farrow in for just one short... I guess if I get... Oh no! It's not going to matter! Josh Ladd, fresh out of pit lane, spins the Williams Esports Marla car. Urano HP clips the right rear just in the act of passing. But Williams Esports Marla blow up the predictor game and head back to pit lane.
What was that, Arjuna? That was completely out of left field. A trouble through the bus stop. Let's have a look at it. On boards. Oh, it's the first curb. Just gets unsettled.
And you can hear the engine expire. They're not heading out back onto track anytime soon.
I want to see if Urano had a little bit of damage from that. They got a bit too close for comfort there, trying to avoid the incident. Bang. And then here's Urano coming through.
I mean, if there's not contact, the iRacing gods have smiled down on that Urano HP car.
Am I last in predictions now?
We will get to that at some point, because my predictions... oh, I did not pick Will. I picked Urano, didn't I? Whew. There is contact, for sure. But the question is, has it done anything to Urano's car, or... Goodness gracious me. Motorsports, be it real or virtual, can be the cruelest at times. And as Phil Denez rolls away after jumping into that Marla Racing Team car, one Marla machine still in contention for victory, the other one with their head in their hands.
Yeah, there's going to be no one in the iRacing world watching this stream involved in the race that's going to be more frustrated about that than Josh Ladd himself. Absolutely. 100%. Unforced error.
He is going to beat himself up about that one. I wonder if there may have been mitigating circumstances related to that as well. I still think it's a curious choice to have left him in for that additional stint when you could have had a very quick Matt Farrow take over for an hour and 45 minutes to the end without losing any time. But that is beside the point at this juncture. It's now red line 1 and 2 and should be somewhat comfortable. It means we can turn our attention back over towards the Apex Racing Team, who run 1 and 2 in the LMP2 class, but this time no longer with Peter Berryman and Elvis Rankin behind the wheels of the 198 and the 199. Instead, with Stanley Deslandes and Michele Costantini.
Yeah, I'm just having a look back at that incident just by myself here, and I don't really see any sort of untoward circumstances. I think it was just simply a mistake. Just, you know, new configuration of the car, full fuel loads going in. You know, your first real turn-in point on the outlap here. Just a simple mistake. Those are the only quote-unquote excuses I could use, but yeah, it's just massively unfortunate.
I wonder to what degree track conditions have also played a part. We haven't really talked about that much recently, but you can tell it's getting darker. Is it getting cooler? Is that it's shifting the balance of these setups and how you need to enter crucial sections like that bus stop? We've dropped off 6 degrees track temperature since the last time we checked about 90-ish minutes ago, which isn't necessarily a huge shift by any means, but I'm just trying to speculate. Yes, I think we're all about as shocked as can be right now.
Yeah, because that is, you know, we were setting up for a very, very interesting little fight at the top of the GTP order, involving, those different strategies coming together in the potential final moments of the race. But now we've got to push that all aside, because just as we were talking about it, in fact, it's just a catastrophic moment for Williams Esports through the bus stop, and all of a sudden those stories don't even matter anymore.
Johnny Vecchio, by the way, had, after talking with us, as a bit of a technical failure on the Redline stream, so it all kicked off at once. He's been able to bring it back up and running, twitch.tv/Team Redline if you want to go and join Johnny and the guys as they work their way to the end of this race. I'm just trying to take a look at predictions and how it's being updated. The main issue is the fact that BS Competition is, with Marla, being under the BS Competition label, slightly changing how the points are actually going to end up standing at the end of this race. And so these are very much, until we get to the final 30 minutes, I don't know that we'll get a proper sense for whether Marla is going to be able to challenge Redline and where that leaves us in terms of predictions. But I think that's me stalling for as long as I feasibly can. So why don't we talk a little bit about said predictions, Connery? Especially now with the bombshell that has just been dropped on us.
I'm not last. I'm amazed I'm not last. Let's just say that.
And I'll add in what I said when Zach was here as well, that there are more names below these. This is just the top 8 in terms of points. I've somehow lucked into second at this point. Lorenzo, I feel pretty confident, is still going to come out on top, though.
Yeah, I mean, those are solid picks. What else can you say? I think you're out of luck here, I don't know. Unless there's something, you know, unless there are more events happening in future that we're still unaware of. But yeah, those are solid picks, boring picks, but solid
boring,
picks.
yes.
Boring picks.
I'm here for the success. I will do whatever I can. Let's look at how. Oh wow. Okay, so Kevin, Lewis, and Ilka find themselves all within 1 point, and if Grid and Go, if Team Redline drops behind Marla, Grid and Go, that would be a boon to Kevin potentially. But if Team Redline has any issues in GTP and Urano takes the point there, it could flip back and forth. I love this game.
Yeah, this is getting very, very interesting in the quote-unquote non-commentator predictions there. That's very, very tight indeed. So, I mean, it might come down to one pass or not being made on circuit to try and decide that, which is incredibly exciting.
We have Spindre Setsource, who is part of that submission list as well. Sean Campbell, who's racing for Race Clutch. If you're wondering who he picked to win in LMP2, it wasn't Race Clutch.
Oh.
Yeah, he didn't pick himself.
Oh. Is that a lack of self-confidence going on there?
Is it a lack of self-confidence, or is it a realization of what the preparation was like for them?
I mean, it could also be a very humble decision. Let's just say that. But yeah, I mean, I guess they have their eyes on the prize as well, and they didn't feel like they were going to come top.
We'll be doing this more and more. This is a bit of a trial run for us. Don't forget, as we head off to the next special event, which is the Spa 24 Hours, we'll do this again, but this time you've got to be right after 24 hours, not 6.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's infinitely harder.
Yes.
Let's just say that.
And the worst part is, Connery, Spa 24 Hours, you just pick one.
Oh yeah, because it's just GT3s. So,
oh boy. Well, okay, we're gonna have to come up with some new rules for that, because otherwise it's not going to be
pick 3 still.
Yeah, it's not going to be very fun if you just pick one. So we'll come up. We will do the needful, and we'll work on some solutions to that. 4 seconds, the margin still at the front of the GTD class, where Redline and Grid and Go seem to be locked pretty much in step in terms of the pace between the two. 45, mid-45 seems to be where they're stabilized when they have traffic to deal with. 44s when they get the opportunity to blast away, as Alexei Nesov has been able to do in the last couple of laps. He was the fastest car last time by, 44.9, close 6/10 on your leading cars. He's only 10 seconds adrift from the leader with 19 minutes to go. That seems like a large gap to close, but I've seen more ridiculous things.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's plenty of time left in the session to make this happen for him with the hour and a half that we have left to go. With pace like that, I mean, if it's a consistent theme throughout at least the latter portions of this stint coming into the next one, then I think if you're Grid and Go, you're going to be a little bit scared about the hard-charging Alexei Nesov here for the moment, because there doesn't seem to be any holding back that of Mercedes at the moment.
Alexei Nesov sees sister Urano car big in that rear-view camera. Alexei Nesov, who is going to be heading back to real-world GT3 racing. He's been able to do that quite a bit this year, but we mentioned the next iRacing special event is the Spa 24 Hours. Alexei Nesov's going to be competing in the real race, so very excited to see how Alexei gets on. He's sharing a car with Ezekiel Perez Compac, Magnus Gustafsson, and Jesse Salamentio, whose name I'm sure I butchered, in the Silver Cup for Mad Panda Motorsport. So that's great to see. And Not sure if you're aware of this, Connery, because I wasn't aware until I got it sent to my DMs. Phil Denez, the latest member of the Lamborghini Young Drivers Program. All of these sim drivers seem to be finding their steps into the real world.
Oh, wow, that's the first I've heard of that as well. So congratulations to Dennis there. Absolutely fantastic opportunity to do a decent amount of real-world racing, and I mean it continues on the theme that we've seen for a good couple of years at this point, with a lot of real-life race teams, a lot of real-life manufacturers looking at sim racing as a sort of driver development program for all intents and purposes. So for those that then do get that opportunity to go on and do the real-life racing, then that's going to be definitely a chance that they should absolutely take. My main question, though, my main concern about it, though, Arjun, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer on every single thing that happens in sim racing, but do we want to play second fiddle to real life racing,
yes,
or do we want to continue to try and build and nurture our own championships that are of a similar prestige? I
was having this discussion with a driver in a professional team recently. My answer is yes. Surprisingly, I think we need to embrace the fact that sim racing is not real motorsport, and our slogan should genuinely be the next best thing.
Interesting.
So here's my logic for it. The people who are hardcore sim racers understand, for the most part, what we are here for, right? It's the recognition that none of us are going to be lucky enough, for the most part, to go out and compete in a real BMW M4 GT3. But guess what? iRacing lets me do that around Watkins Glen. Lets me take a NASCAR stock car to Daytona and relive the Daytona 500, right? It lets me do all of these things. That's great. That's sim racing for you, right? What do we have as the opportunity? I feel like we should be defining ourselves as esports racing.
Mm-hmm.
And
I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, do fun things. Do the things that we don't get to do a lot of. I'm very proud of for example, IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship. One of the most fun things that I ever got to be a part of behind the scenes in the sim racing world. But I'm also very proud of the fact that I was part of the VCO Esports Racing League, which is a totally different format of racing. And I think the drivers quite liked it.
Yeah, and I think the important point there is sort of embracing the esports side of it. Because, you know, especially in sim racing, we're all guilty of wanting to try and be as realistic as possible when it comes to cars, tracks, etc., etc., etc. Which is fine. You know, we can be like that. However, when it comes to the competition format, that's when we have a lot more wiggle room than real-life racing does. You know, we can come up with all these wildly different formats and just try stuff and see if things work, see if things are fun. Which, you know, real-life series wouldn't do because they don't want to risk straying from the known. So I think that's perhaps what we really need to lean into a little bit more. Just come up with some, you know, really crazy, wacky formats and see what sticks, you know, see what's entertaining for an online audience in particular.
Exactly. What the audience wants, that's what we've got to figure out. Anyway, that's a sidebar discussion that we can save for Racebot after dark, when we can let loose a little bit more with our opinions. But yeah, like I said, I loved the process of putting together the IMSA Esports series as well, from pitching it, writing the rulebook, announcing it, being part of the races, etc. It was so much fun. But I appreciate when we could do the things like throw a Pro 2 truck around Laguna Seca and tell them to take as many shortcuts as they want. And as someone points out in our YouTube chat, sim racing has developed so much in the last 16 years in so many wild and I'm sure unpredictable ways to some, that who knows what 15 years, 16 years from today sim racing is going to look like. And if, Connery, you and me are still here to be babbling about it.
Well, we'll be here as long as we long as we can. That's all we're gonna say.
Until they boot us out.
Until they get rid of us. So, like, yeah. But you know, bringing things back to the point, though, you know, both of us have been in sim racing for a decently long time at this point. You know, I've been commentating on these things since 2016. and have been, enjoying sim racing since well before then. And someone brought up in the chat, in the YouTube chat at least, been in sim racing for 16 years, and it's developed so drastically and amazing over even the last 5 years, and it's pretty wild. And we kind of now have to figure out where do we want to go from here. That's the thing, because sim racing, I believe, is probably as good as it ever has been so far, and I'm even including the pandemic years in that, where we had all of our eyeballs on us. So where do we go now, though?
And I think that's another part of it, is the fact that now we are net to January of 2020, pre-world shutting down and everyone flocking into the virtual world for motorsports. We are still... we are larger than we were compared to that. Are we maybe a little bit down compared to the peak of where we were when everyone was inside on their computers? Yes. But how do we take that moment? How do we take the people that were introduced to sim racing and say, come back and join us every once in a while, maybe for an iRacing special event? And that's where it's not just these special events, but the IMSA iRacing series, a 2.4-hour weekly races that you can do, the IMPC that we have in iRacing as well with GT4 and TCR, again allows people to find the racing that they want to do, no matter whether it is actually the fastest car in the world or not. And there's always a ladder somewhere for you to come and find in the iRacing world. Vince Cusi is back with Wet Toast, I'm sure, at some point. Connery, do you understand Wet Toast?
I've heard it's a meme. I don't understand its origins nor what its purpose is, but you're going to have to explain this one to me.
No, okay, so we're both confused is the issue.
Right.
So unfortunately, maybe we need to drag in, we'll tell Dame Baird, RaceBot's own, stop your holiday, join us on TeamSpeak and explain what Wet Toast is. Jarno Kok, after getting into the car, you can see in lap times, firmly ensconced in the 145s. Pretty much bang in the middle of that as well. That's the consistency that you would like to see. The slight issue becomes when you peek up the road towards Josh Thompson, when there's a few more 44s mixed into here. Yes, maybe there's the 45.8s, the 45.9s, where he loses more time with traffic. That gap between first and second now up to 5.4 seconds.
Yep, that gap just growing steadily, and well, Josh Thompson really stamping his authority on this race, hoping to bring Redline yet another GT win in a special event here. And with Grid and Go, they're going to need to find just a little bit extra here in these this final hour and a half, because this race will slowly start to get away from them as that gap does grow out just bit by bit by bit. Of course, there's always a situation. You might be fortunate with an issue. You might be fortunate with a bit of traffic here and there, which will help with that gap one way or the other. But you got to be relying on your own abilities rather than the percentage chance that something might happen. So for Grid and Go, I don't know what that may be. Maybe a driver change in the very final stint of this race to try and go chasing, or what. But the decision needs to be made now.
Can they do a driver change?
That is a point, though, isn't it?
Fair share. Take the... No, they should be able to. The fair share formula is quite complex, but it should be less than a full stint, and so with Jarno doing a full tank of fuel, that should be enough for him. If they wanted to put a new driver into the car at Grid and Go, they could. Don't necessarily think they're going to. 2 hours apiece seems to be probably what they will end up cycling into. There is Alexei Nesov that is within 4.5 seconds of the Grid and Go Ferrari. Still some time to close, but we'll see how the charge continues for a driver that is going to have to, by the way, go back through the world to the World Championship if he wants to be a part of the 2024 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. After finishing outside of the top 15, Urano not enjoying an easy year in that series. Here's a moment, by the way, for the 199, which is why the gap has grown at the front of the LMP2 field. These are those moments, Connery, you make decisions. Am I going one way or the other? Sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't.
Let's take another look at this one, heading in towards the back end of the lap. Oof. Yeah, I mean, there was really only one escape route there for Apex Racing Team. It's just completely abort the corner and go out into the runoff area, which you know, is quite which are quite few and far between. Circuits such as this one, such as the Watkins Glen boot layout. But yeah, a couple of bits of lost time there for the 199 up against their sister car in the race lead of the LMP2s.
That, I think, was partly because Arnage wanted to come down to pit lane and was trying to actually get to the inside of the final corner. Slight miscommunication, but they figured it out. No harm, no foul. Now with Costantini dropping back slightly, gotta watch out. Williams Esports Razor have come from the edge of the top 10 at the start of this race to within 1.5 seconds of finally stopping the Apex Racing 1 and 2 that is carried on for almost 4 hours and 40 minutes. Kalpanen's left off the hook 20 seconds back as well. This is a remarkable charge through the field.
It then raises the question, what could they have done if they did start further up the starting grid here in this race as they deal with the GT traffic coming into the final sector there? Because with the pace that they've been having, well, there's no reason why they couldn't be challenging the 198 for the race lead at this point with how well they've gone since the drop of the green flag. But I guess you can't really think about these things in the final hour and 20 minutes. You just have to deal with the situation that you have in hand. And, Williams Esports Razor going along well, a little bit of a moment there with the Mercedes coming up into the top of the S's section, maybe a little bit of a lift required to make sure that situation was negotiated in a safe manner. And they're coming up on the string of cars here and towards the bus stop as well, but so is Apex for that matter.
Is Deslanders going to actually be able to break away here? Is it going to be Costantini more concerned for second? Not expecting any driver changes in the Apex Racing team camp because they've been doing pretty much 2 stints apiece, and quite similarly for the, in fact not similarly for the Williams Esports Razor team. They have Ate Kalpanen in the second, ending his first stint back in the car, and so he should stay into the end and be the one charging with that bright green front end. I don't know why, but whenever we see Williams Esports Razor, sometimes in a GT3, sometimes in a prototype form, always tend to be able to find their way up pretty rapidly. In GTD form, it's usually with Daniel Lafuente charging them on forward. For the likes of the Mahler Racing team with their off-cycle strategy, I think these are the type of moments where they're going to have to make sure they don't lose too much time. They are closing up to the back of the Williams Esports playseat machine, gained about 3/10 that last time by. And with the reduced draft that we now have in iRacing, it becomes that much more difficult to slingshot on through. And so if Dinez wants to really be trying to put the pressure onto Thompson and Redline, he's got to get past the 3 as quick as he can.
It really does, but just like you said, things going to be a little bit more tricky than they previously were. I mean, we usually treat, especially in lower powered machines than these, we'd usually treat Watkins Glen as a bit of a draft track, but now those opportunities have been reduced quite significantly, so you're going to have to really try and push things a little bit further if you want to try and enjoy yourself side by side. But well, the racing team going along well, at least in the clear air here for the moment, trying to make sure that gap is just a little bit less than 1 second up to Williams Esports place seat, but this one will continue to develop here over the next couple of laps, but that number 10 has been rapid over the last couple.
Still under a second as Ate Kalpanen in that Williams Esports Razor car did come into pit lane and rolls himself off, still behind the wheel, and so we should expect right on cue Apex to be into pit lane the next time by, as they continue their strategy of having gone 1 lap longer at the start of the race, ensuring that they hold on to the lead whenever they make their way back down to take service, as they're doing right now. Again, I will just reiterate, Apex Racing team have the opportunity to win a 3rd straight VCO Grand Slam in this LMP2 class. However, only Michele Costantini and Elvis Rankin, who currently run 2nd on the road, have the chance to grab 3 in a row inside of those 2 machines.
And one of the achievements that will be Apex Racing team have been so good in these LMP2 machines over the past year, and to be able to put that accolade into their cabinet, that's going to be absolutely fantastic for them. They've definitely been the class of the field, but they just got to convert it now. Get those pit stops done. Make sure they get themselves safely back out there on circuit. Have no dramas, and at least the LMP2 win should be theirs. Maybe a little bit more of a question mark over that second place, of course, but those are just things to be excited about for the final hour.
I think we might actually have some intrigue inside that final hour. Maybe not in the LMP2 GTP class, but in the LMP2 class, because pit stop has meant it's no longer Apex 1 and 2. It's now a Williams Esports sandwich with Mate Kauppinen finding himself smack bang in the middle. And this is worst case scenario, if you ask me, because if Apex ran 1 and 2, they could somewhat control the tempo, keep Kauppinen behind. But as soon as one of those cars has dropped behind, as soon as Kauppinen just has one car to deal with, if he feels the need to want to pass, if he feels the urge to try and pull away at the front of the field, Apex is going to have to pick up the pace to respond.
Yeah, absolutely. Things much, much tighter than I expected here at this stage of the race between all three of those cars. It's going to be, well, it's definitely not a surefire thing at this stage for Apex Racing Team. And like you said, with them being split now, can't exactly work together to try and manage the pace here at the front of the field. So Mate Kauppinen being a real thorn in their sides here for the next, well, for the remaining hour and 15 minutes. So it should be a close run thing here, or at least hopefully. I'm hoping for a Grand Slam finish. I don't know about you, Arjun.
I feel like finally for the first time I have a sense of hope that LMP2 is going to be exciting, because if it was just Apex 1 and 2, I felt like they would have been smart. They would have fought, yes, but they would have been smart and recognized that both cars need to get to the end. Now with Williams in the mix, I'm a little bit more excitable. Especially important because I feel like GTD is starting to slip into Redline's hands. Now 6 seconds clear at the front. Dinez has been bottlenecked up behind the Williams Esports playseat car. That 70's looking strong.
Yep, he is, and continuing to put in some absolutely, well, solid lap times down as well. Losing a tiny bit of time like last time by to Grid and Go, but the overall trend has still been very, very good for the number 70 team Redline car. So, you know, if we continue to see that sort of trend in towards the final hour, then we can start to, well, definitely consider to have, consider them to have one at least foot on the top step of the podium, at least in GTDs. But look at these three in the LMP2 class here at the moment. Those are your podium runners, all within one single camera shot as they head into the heel.
What are the track conditions right now as well? Oh, we've dropped 10 full degrees from our peak track temperature of 52. It is getting to be a little bit more grippy now, but it also means the balance of the car shifts, and depending on how you set your car up initially, you might have concerns that your balance goes away from you as it gets colder. Michele Costantini almost ran right up the inside of Kauppinen through that final corner. They just about figured it out.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a lean there for Michele Costantini as they head their way out of turn number 1 now. They're starting to climb the hill through that S's section. This is where Costantini will feel that draft just come in bit by bit by bit, so he can close in further and further. I'm not expecting an overzealous move, especially at this stage of the race where you still got over an hour to go. But if Costantini is feeling like he needs to do something, at least to try and help his teammate further down the road run away with a much more clear race win, then perhaps a look here and there might be on his mind.
Try and keep an eye on this, but one more pit stop to go. Might have to wait for that to trigger the flood of activity in terms of on-track action. There's going to be no on-track action, at least from what we can tell inside of this GTP class, where we're still waiting for Urano HP to make a pit stop. They're 28 laps into their run. Should restore the red line 1 and 2 in this class, where Chris Lullum will cross the line to complete lap 186. Behind him in that 69, it is Enzo Benito that has taken back over. I feel like for an Italian to like spaghetti seems, I don't know. Surely there's more sophisticated pastas that I would have associated Enzo with.
I mean, I respect a guy who likes the basics.
I mean, I'm a Penne guy, so...
Yeah, Penne, but, you know, when I was growing up, I always had a Fuseli, so that's the twisty one. But it's not my favorite, though.
What is your favorite?
I like a bit of tagliatelle.
Ooh. Well, okay, so here's what I would say. You know that Enzo is a man of the people because he likes spaghetti, not the fancy version of spaghetti, which is what? What do they call it? Angel hair. It's like a thin spaghetti.
Right, yeah.
Yes.
I don't know if there's an Italian term for that.
Enzo Benito, man of the people. I think that's what we have just determined. Luke Crane will be delighted to hear the Enzo Benito lovin' that we are presenting right now.
Capellini is thin spaghetti.
Is that what
Capellini?
The official name is Capellini.
That's the Italian name for it.
Okay. I'm trying to think. What's the most sophisticated pasta I've ever had? I don't know. I'm not a very fancy person for the most part.
I mean, that much is obvious, you know.
Yeah, we're motorsports fans. We're not fancy. we like to spend our money on racing, which means we don't have much to spend on anything else, right?
That's true. That is absolutely true. I mean, in our case, it's broadcast equipment as well, I guess.
Oh, don't get...
Oh, dear.
Johnny was complaining about the 2 computers in his room. I refrained.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like, I have no further comment with regards to that. I'm in a pretty small room with 2 computers, and if I'm producing as well, it's basically a sauna.
Yes, no, I've got the 3 computers, the 1 laptop, and that's about it right now. Sometimes I'll have other things in addition as well. I'm connected to a room in Germany to control some equipment there as well. Can I include those computers in the heat that I'm having to deal with?
I don't think the heat travels that far, Jonah.
The pressure did when I had to fix things on the fly earlier.
Yeah, for those of you who weren't aware, like, we had some issues, especially with Twitch, at the very start of this. And all I heard about it was Aljona just pinging all of the RaceBot producers in our Discord, saying urgent in all caps.
So, this is what a lot of people don't remember about sim racing broadcasting at times, is that we are a small group. There, at any one point, are only 2 people actively on this broadcast. And that's the 2 people you're listening to. So yes, lots of things going on in multitasking, I can confirm. But fortunately, we got through it before the race started. Once the race started, we had no issues. I've been perfect since then.
That little laugh right after that tells perhaps a little bit of a different story.
I mean, people watching may not have noticed the issues. I may not be very happy. See, this is the thing. We're our own worst critic. Connery, have you ever had after a show people say, oh, you did such a great job that show? And you're just thinking, but that one overtake that I said the wrong word on, I wanted to say this and I didn't. Have you ever been in that spot?
It's basically every broadcast.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, dear. I remember when I commentated PES for the first time, like, I was a wreck after that. Even though they're like, oh my god, you're amazing, Connery. I was like, oh no, I just was awful.
But yeah, no, that was, yeah. Pesk actually wasn't too bad for me this year, but I think that was more just because I had Paul to kind of guide me through a lot of it, so I could kind of just go from him. But yeah, I don't recall any of my actual first World Championship commentary because I think I was so panicked.
Yeah, I remember. Well, my first World Championship play-by-play was Pesk at Brands Hatch, because I think it was Martin Haven at the time. Was it Say the Kiss? I can't remember.
Haven.
But either way, one of them couldn't do it. So therefore, I was the natural backup because I did contenders.
Yes, no. And the worst part is when you have to do things on short notice as well. Here's a look, by the way, at Sotomuto in that Ben Q car. Ooh. I mean... That's, again, I think a bit of a racing incident. Drago coming through with just their highest speed. It's a flat-out corner in the GTPs as well. And so, fortunately, they got it sorted in time. I always wonder what we talk about nerves as commentators. I've talked with a few drivers about the nerves as well. It's interesting hearing different approaches to it and how programs like the Apex Racing Academy, I feel like the main way that drivers grow in that program isn't by getting quicker as a raw driver. The potential is always there. It's about getting drivers mentally focused in the right ways, thinking about the right things in terms of how they practice, what they're practicing, and also how they respond to adversity.
Absolutely, you can be the fastest driver in the world, but if you panic at the sight of one car looking down your insides, then you're perhaps not going to be the best racing driver. That's just the fact of the situation there. You can't just run your own race in isolation doing hot laps the entire time. You're going to have to get out there and fight. So, yeah, that mentality really does come into things, especially with the nervousness. I mean, with how I experienced nervousness, before big broadcasts and things like that, I am a nervous wreck beforehand, but as soon as I start talking on the mic, or whether the broadcast starts as a producer, I am fine after that. It's just the anticipation in the lead up to it, rather than the actual doing of it.
I feel like sometimes I have that, like with IMSA in particular, because I was running the series as well. The hour before broadcast is usually quite reserved for us commentators to sit there, chat, and get ready for it. But for me, it was, okay, these drivers need X, Y, Z. I got to respond right to them, get everything sorted. And so once I sat down, it was the flip switch to, okay, now I can just do what I want, which is what I enjoyed, the commentary, the talking about stories. But I still remember my first season of iRating. Every time we'd show up and we'd go live, I'd go, oh boy, what am I going to say dumb this time?
The thing is, people have short memories, so even if you do say something dumb, it's not going to last for that long in the public consciousness. Unless it's really dumb. In the public consciousness. What about in my consciousness? I still think about things from when I was a child that I've done dumb, so yes, anyway. Top 3 in the LMP2 have been stretched out, and I'm surprised that Michele Costantini is not necessarily being able to put the pressure onto Ate Kauppinen. They both drop off of your LMP2 leader. Traffic's playing its part as well, and I think it's the GTP traffic in particular, Connery, that's playing a big factor. Yeah, it can be a bit of a struggle to get those two classes integrated with each other, or at least interacting with each other in a way that doesn't cause any problems. But I think here, this is starting to work much more in the favour here of Williams Esports Razor, because if Costantini can't put up this, at least some form of resistance, some form of fight, that leaves this lad is all on his own there at the very front of the field, and then we could be talking about Williams Esports Razor getting themselves onto the top step, which I'm sure Apex Racing Team will not want to have their party spoiled by Williams Esports. But still an hour to go, and of course, still pit stops to come for these guys. They're flashing with the lights there, and Apex going to get their line locked into turn 1 now.
That is the Japard Esports number 8 that is running in 6th position, albeit 1 lap down. It goes to show that these top 3 split by nothing, with the rest straggling behind. Important to clear on through into that chicane and ensure you can carry your momentum through. And speaking of carrying momentum through, Dinez has finally been able to dispatch of Cody Deeth in that Williams Esports Placey entry as the bright orange front end rumbles out of that final corner. So the margin for Dinez up to your race leader, if I am reading my timing screen correct, which is always a big question mark, it's about 30-ish seconds, somewhere in that ballpark, 31 as they came across the line. I never trust a commentator's math, but at one point I was hoping that Marlow would be in that equation. I don't feel like they're going to be. Even with a shorter pit stop, it's not going to be that much shorter a pit stop.
No, it's not. It's not a massive delta in terms of the saving that they potentially might have a bit further down the road. So I don't know. We'll just wait and see. But from what was a little bit of an optimistic situation there for Marlow, might be be seen to be a bit more realistic with regards to not actually getting themselves up there fighting for those top positions. But we will just see how this pit stop, how the next pit stop phase works out for them, and see how things shake up. But there's the Team Redline car 6.2 ahead of Grid and Go at the moment, continuing to just pull that out bit by bit by bit. It wasn't that long ago we saw it at 5 seconds, but now 6.1, pretty good going.
So once we hit that 16 minute to go marker, it should be relatively confident that anyone who pits in GTD could make it to the end without having to worry about too much fuel saving. Not the case in either of our prototype classes, where we're expecting to need to be nearer to the 40 minute to go mark before we see the final pit stops underway in the 2 prototype classes that we do have out there racing today. And as we head to that hour, we have seen just recently pit stops from that Urano Esports HP car that's just coming up behind the GTD Redline leading machine. Sam Coiter is therefore going to be coming down to pit lane for a splash and dash with less than 20-ish minutes to go. I think we are going to see that machine quite solidly locked into third. I was hoping and trying to find a way to hype up some intrigue about maybe Team Redline 69 battling with this 192. But the issues that Urano have experienced today have really kept them back, and that's why I picked Urano, Connery, was that since the release of this BMW M Hybrid in December, they have been the most consistently quick across of every track, every competition that we've been in. That includes private leagues, but at least more pertinently to me, the BMW M Sim Cup, where Urano drivers lead the top 6 in the GTP standings.
Yeah, they've had an incredible, last 6 months to a year have Urano. It's not just in this car, but in pretty much everything that they've decided to really turn their hands to, and have definitely become one of the top teams here on iRacing, just sort of rubbing shoulders with the likes of Williams, with Redline, with Coanda, and other teams like that. So it's fantastic to see their development over what is actually a relatively short space of time. Usually we see this development, over the course of like 3 or 4 years, but it seems like it's been accelerated slightly for Urano at least.
I wonder if that's just because we are seeing the exponential gain in the results, whereas the hard work had been done in the years before. We're talking of a 12-month period where we've seen Urano competing at the top of iRacing special events. They won the most recent season of the Sports Car Open in the GT3 class, beating Team Redline in that, if I remember correctly. You've seen them push Redline and VCO Infinity. You've seen them be very, very strong across so many different events, and so we've become quite accustomed to seeing them up towards the front in the last couple of probably half a year, I'd say, and so maybe it's a bit of a surprise that 3 cars entered from the Urano stable. Only 2 will finish, and 1 5 laps down will be in 60S, but I think that more goes to speak to what we've seen in this GTP class so far today. Williams Esports Razor close back up to Stanley Deslanders. Traffic gives, the traffic takes. Right now it's giving back to the bright green front end as the top 3 accordion up inside this class. Meanwhile, Josh Thompson off down towards pit lane, and I think we might see a flood now follow in as Jarno Koch in the Grid and Go Ferrari finds his box as well.
Yeah, basically your first chance inside the hour if you're a GT to come down in and get that stop out of the way of. So, like you said, potentially a little bit of a pit party on the cards for there. We're seeing a couple trickle down and in. So that's going to be what we've got. We've got Williams in, BS competition. We've got Grid and Go. We've got Redline. We've got the Williams AC car in as well. So, yeah, pit party for sure in GTs at this stage with less than an hour to go now. We're inside the final hour of the 6 hours of the Glen, Arjuna. This thing is going to wrap up very shortly.
It's just Alexei Nesov and Phil Dinez that have extended their stints. Remember, Dinez is off sequence relative to the rest of the field. But as Josh Thompson drops and rolls, you can already see the visual margin that he has built up to the Grid and Go Ferrari. That will only elongate as soon as Thompson gets to the limiter line, releases himself, gets back up to speed, and a couple of seconds later, the Ferrari will do the very same thing. They come out into clean air as well, exactly what Josh Thompson would have been hoping for.
Yeah, things just keep going his way at the moment, don't they? It's incredible, and you can see that country mile back to the Grid and Go kart. It's looking very, very good here for Team Redline. Just need a comfortable final 57 minutes, and they'll be taking this one, which is fantastic to see. They've got themselves the gap to the cars behind, so no immediate panic from feeling pressured at any point over the course of this one. Of course, you have the fact that, you have the whole Marler on the alternate strategy thing, but I don't think they're going to be able to affect things really all that much at this stage either. So yeah, things are very, very comfortable for Redline in GTDs.
While we head into what will be the final cycle of pit stops then for the prototypes as well, I just want to talk on something that we haven't had the opportunity to really talk too much about, which is not just a brand new GTP car to iRacing, but a new GT3 car as well. Say hello to this Porsche 992 generation GT3 machine. What's changed, you may wonder? Well, externally, we're now using the slightly wider body. We've got the light bar at the back, which is a cross of all the different Porsche models, and not just in the motorsports lineup, but in the road cars as well. But most importantly, of course, it's just bringing this car up to the latest performance standards as the GT3 homologation spec continues to get faster. Porsche provides its customers a slightly faster car. Let's learn a little bit more about this 992 generation GT3 car. Porsche continues a long-time collaboration with iRacing and bringing this new generation GT3 machinery to the iRacing platform, where it joins all sorts of prototypes, GT machines, and even the future of electric Porsche race cars in the Mission R as being available to you here on the iRacing service. If you are just joining us as well, don't forget, new memberships are 40% off. Head to iRacing.com to learn more and to get started. To maybe join us in the next iRacing special event when we head to Spa-Francorchamps for 24 hours in the middle of July. Arjuna Kenkipati with you, alongside with Connery Maddock, with the final 53 minutes still left to play. And now we are into the fight. Ate Kalpinen had a half-hearted look a couple of laps ago on Stanley Deslandes, but with maybe a car separating the two of them, the LMP2 battle is well and truly on.
The heat's on at this point, inside the final hour of the iRacing 6 Hours of the Glen. And it's Ate Kalpinen. That's the driver that's really turning up aforementioned heat on the back of that Apex Racing Team 198 car for the moment. Deslandes has already had to defend a little look from that Williams Esports car behind, but nothing that was too significant. Urano in the background. Oh, that could have ended in tears.
And that was the 192, so it's just lost a little bit more time if there was going to be any sort of push to try and close on the 69 Redline machine. That will come to a stop. While the battle for the lead in P2 is closing up, it's also seen potentially what will be eventually, hopefully, a battle for second. What is actually the battle for third is Alexei Nesov now in front of the Grid and Go Ferrari with 5.8 seconds to close in 52 minutes. I think Alexei Nesov has left himself a little bit too much work to do in terms of battling for a potential win, but after starting down the back, you can't tell me a podium isn't a pretty impressive fight back.
Yeah, especially a field like this, where in at least the current SOF in GTD is 9,157, which is insane. I'm not sure how accurate that is, because sometimes my timing does lie about these things sometimes, but yeah, that is absolutely crazy. Yeah, you can't really complain about that whatsoever, can you?
Oh, goodness gracious me. Oh, here we go. I thought for a second that was the second Apex car, but just hidden behind it was the Hydra Race Geodesing GTP that has actually put some separation between the top two and Michele Costantini, who now finds not one, not two, not three, but 4 cars between him and the leaders in class. These drivers will not be due down to pit lane for at least another 8 laps or so. The question I would pose to you, Connery, is if you're Williams, do you save some fuel, sit behind Deslandes, and try and shorten your pit stop time, knowing that you may have to put in a little bit more fuel courtesy of the strategy that we've seen so far, or are you going for it now?
I think in this situation you have to do it on track. That's the situation here. I think Alpinen is much quicker in the clear out at this stage. You see the GTPs trying to squeeze through on Apex there. Deslandes not expecting the second one to try and work its way through there. So that was almost a very awkward situation through the top of the S's section, and actually due to that entire process, I think Williams Esports Razor backed out of things just a little bit because they saw a potential chaotic moment happening ahead of them.
And again, it's when you have the 3 different classes interacting. Deslandes not happy, flashes the light, but at the very least will maintain track position in front of one of the Drago Racing GTPs for the time being. At BMW, will switch back underneath in towards the toe of the heel and slide on through. Costantini closes back up once again. I feel like we're probably not going to spend too much time talking about anyone else through the rest of this race, at least based on where the gaps are lying. So I'll just remind you of your race leader, that BMW M Team Redline car. As much as these LMP2 cars are fighting, they will be keeping one eye as to where Lalem is going to be on track relative to them, so they can try and gauge how many laps they need to put in terms of fuel, because we've seen it be a talking point in 2023 with teams trying to maximize their advantage in pit stop times where they cut it just a bit too close and run out of fuel on the final lap.
Yeah, like I said, we've seen it. It's a thing that does indeed happen. Saw it a couple of times at Daytona in the years that we've been broadcasting these special event races. Haven't quite seen it happen at the 6000 Le Glen, at least in terms of my particular memory, but here we are with the onboard with that bright green fronted Williams Esports Razor car, who definitely has a decent chance at taking this LMP2 race win though. But Deslandes has been pretty good on the defense so far. This is going to be a very long 49 minutes for the both of them.
I find it interesting that we've seen most of the issues at the chicane be with the GTP rather than the P2. So maybe something implying that they've kept it a little bit more softly sprung as Williams Esports Razor dive down the inside of the Apex Racing Academy car. They did not want to wait around. Meanwhile, Mahler Racing Team make their final stop, and as expected, they are going to be blown by Team Redline as they cross the line to retake the lead. Villeneuve is going to be lucky to emerge inside of the top 5, all things considered. So we'll keep an eye on where he fares out. But I think realistically, for Denez on what should be a fresh set of tires, he will have the opportunity to now push for 50 minutes and bring the most out of that BMW M4. Has emerged in 5th, plenty of clean air to work with. Once again though, Costantini loses out majorly in traffic.
Yeah, Costantini, it's just not been falling the right way for him, unfortunately. It's a tricky predicament to be in, especially in the sort of quote-unquote middle class in terms of speed here, because you're having to meander your way around GT cars while you have GTP machines sort of right up your trumpet as well. It's a very tricky situation, and sometimes it just doesn't go your way, and that's what I feel like the situation is there with Michele Costantini. Meanwhile, Kalpinen having his own issues with a bit of traffic there coming up in towards the carousel. He's lost, well, he's now 1.5 seconds behind Deslandes just due to that one little piece of traffic in the wrong place.
I think the bus stop is very much the worst place to get bottled up behind a GTD, just because of the discrepancy in speed between prototypes with significant downforce and then a GTD car, which yes does have aerodynamics. We talk about this ad nauseum at times, but it's not the same level of aerodynamic performance, that is for sure. Now, I maybe downplayed Alexei Nesov's chances at being able to close on Bosch Thompson in the lead of GTD. He's eaten a full second away from the gap of Team Redline, though. And all it will take is, much like what we're seeing with these P2 cars, Connery, is for Thompson to lose out once or twice, for Nesov to be closer and closer to that drafting range. And I'm not sure where the BOP stands in this class. Mercedes and BMW seem to both be pretty strong, but Nesov by far is the fastest Mercedes that we've got in this field.
Well, yeah, he did he's just recently coming out of a pit stop, right? So he's done 44.9, 44.7, 44.9 in that number 90 red line. Not even one lap time in the 44s in the last 4 times. 45 flat, 45.1, 45.2, 45.2. So that's multiple tenths of a second a lap. That's Alexei Nesov's just lopping off every time.
You want to be able to see those times? Well, there you go. I mean, yeah. The pluses are where you should keep your eye on as well, because the more that you have significant losses on a lap, the more that you are impacted by traffic. And so Alexei's been pretty good at being consistent and not having to feel the pain too much. The biggest loss that he had was lap 164, where he gained half a second on just that lap alone. Compare that with Bosch at the front of the field, where it's pretty similar actually when you look through all things considered. It's just that when you're at this level, small margins add up lap after lap after lap. And that's why these drivers push for every 100th, every 1,000th of a second that they can find.
Absolutely. That's why when we talk about tenths, those are significant in the grand scheme of things here with this level of racing. If there's a difference of a tenth or two, that is quite a big rift, actually, because these drivers are so similar in terms of their pace. It's actually quite incredible. Anyone in this entire split can win an IMSA race, just an official IMSA race, quite handily. You know, in any of the classes. It's just when you have all of them in one server is when things start to get very interesting.
I've always wondered what would happen if we went back to the old registration model for special events, where you just needed to use one person's iRating.
Yeah.
Because you mentioned the iRating numbers earlier, minimum of 9,000 in GT3 or something now. Yes, we are in a very different state of what drivers are doing week in and week out to be part of these events, to make sure they are on the grid, and the driver lineups that we'd have if we change that back would be quite interesting. It's the only way that I was able to sneak onto a top split grid, my 12 hours of Sebring back in 2020. We check back in with the LMP2 leaders, where now that they are, again, more consistently working through traffic, no one's really been able to bring things back into a bit closer of a scenario. Williams Esports will come to the end of lap 21 this time by. Assume for them they should be in to pit lane, therefore 2 laps after they next cross the line. For the Apex Racing duo, add an additional lap to that, and therefore add a subtract, I should say, a second or two of pit stop time, needing that little bit less fuel. But pit stop for the final time. Here comes our race leaders, BMW M Team Redline.
29 laps on the stint. We're expecting the other Redline car to also come down in as well. But Chris Solom, final time down towards the pit lane, and what a race it has been for Redline here in this GTP category. It's not necessarily always been clean sailing. Things were definitely much more competitive in the early hours of the race, but as time has gone on, the cream rises to the top, and Redline have found themselves in a situation where in about 43 minutes time they might be crowned GTP winners here. That was not ever a guarantee even about an hour ago, because we still had Williams Esports in the equation, but they're not anymore.
That mistake from Josh Ladd in that Williams Esports Mahler car will rob them of the chance of another victory in a VCO Grand Slam. And it's going to be a long wait before we see another prototype battle in a special event. So can't wait to head off to Road Atlanta and see how it's going to go. Now, we were talking about tracks in our Racebot Discord earlier, just amongst our commentators. Connery, opinions on Road Atlanta, and make sure you're on the right side of this.
No, Road Atlanta, the track itself, racing that happens there is probably some of the best.
I'll allow that.
I think the Petit Le Mans is the best iRacing special event that there is.
I'll allow that. I think that's fair. It's a fair comment. I personally love driving the track by myself, but there's something about that where I just get like tunnel vision at Road Atlanta, and yeah, I very much am a fan of the facility of what Dr. Don Panos built over the years. I also maintain that in terms of endurance events, it's my favorite. I want to try and get out there this year. It'll be nice to go and see what it's all about, especially because I've heard that iRacing has modeled the Michelin building on the outside of the final turn quite well, to the point where iRacing has not just the outside of the building modeled, but I was sharing my screen with the team at Radio Show Limited, and we went inside of the building, and they've got like TVs and snacks and stuff modeled in there too, and apparently it's quite accurate, so I'd like to go and verify that.
There we go. That just needs to be done. I'm very surprised they model in the inside of buildings,
right,
considering that, you know, you want to optimize those things away, right?
No, exactly. That's what surprised me the most. 40 minutes to go. I want a final check-in with our predictions before we head into this final blast of racing. Let's check in with the giveaway first. For those of you who entered our RaceBot Predictor to win a RaceBot jersey in a color of your choice from Armour GG, it is currently a three-way tie on 5 points, as the Williams Esports Razor car, I'll tell you, has indeed come into pit lane a lap earlier than its Apex Racing Team competitors. What do we have to watch out for here then in terms of potential changes? Urano and Redline in GTP look solid. I guess if Grid and Go can get in front of Urano, Kevin Burrell would win, but that's the only tiebreaker that I realistically can foresee.
Yeah, absolutely. Because of course, with the top three going Apex, it's interesting. Maybe Sean with the Williams Esports pick there in LMP2.
Good point.
Might be a bit of a mover if that pass happens with the race lead.
Well, if that's the only change that happens in position, Sean Campbell would be the winner here. Yes, because Flo would not win. I was trying to figure out if that was Flo something. Matt Brewer, and then Vince Wet Toast Kusi. If Vince is watching, you tried your best to get a wet toast onto the broadcast. Sorry, it did not work. Race spot picks, how are we looking right now? Well, I think I've given up hope, and I think Lorenzo's about to be crowned the most mystic here at Watkins Glen, although Connery, I will say, you should be cheering on for the likes of Arnage competition to maybe recover a few points, because you're not going to be gaining any more, unfortunately, from Williams and GTP. You might lose a few.
Yeah, I've seen that slowly but steadily tick, their position slowly but steadily tick down as they've been parked on pit lane. And I don't think, eyeballing it here, that Arnage really have anyone further ahead of them that they can pass, not even cars that are retired. So it's, yeah, at least I'm not Florian, okay?
Hey,
that's it.
Give credit to Florian for at least picking with his team affiliation, right? He picked both the BS competition crews in GTP and GTD, and he's still not lost.
Incredible.
Yes, it does help that Mike Yao also had to, be bound by team affiliation, so he picked Brabham Esports in LMP2, unfortunately with the first retirees in that class. So that was suboptimal for poor Mike, but yes. Still waiting, by the way, for the Apex duo to come down and pit. They've gone an additional lap beyond what I thought they would, compared with Ate Kalpinen, who is already getting himself up to speed and finishes his first lap back out on track. Got uncomfortably close to the wall for my liking there, but that's why he's the driver, I'm the commentator. One more lap before we should probably get a sense for what's going to happen. 34.7 seconds was the stop time for Ate Kalpinen, if you want to keep an eye on the Apex Racing duo.
Yeah, these outlaps are so important here for Williams Esports Razor, as they try to put themselves in the best spot possible for this final dash to the checkered flag. So Kalpinen knows exactly what needs to be done here at this stage. Apex also keeping an eye on his deltas, no doubt, as we see this land is angled towards the pit lane. So does the sister car behind. The final stop's going to be in effect here for Apex Racing Team. And have they done enough on their in-laps to try and keep Williams Esports Razor at bay? And as Kauppinen tried to set the lap times of light out there on his out-laps to try and make himself, at least get himself a chance at that top step.
One thing that I'm doing very quickly is we see, I think, a driver change for both of them. Deslander's out. It's going to be Berryman and Costantini out. Rankin jumps in. This is the statement that there is going to be a battle to the end. There's no managing the rest of these 36-odd minutes. It is going to be a flat-out sprint to the checkered flag. Both Apex cars off the jacks, now just waiting for the fuel to be dumped in and for them to be released and to roll to the end of pit lane. It's going to take a while before they'll release themselves from the limiter, of course, don't forget. And so as Kauppinen speeds himself out of that final corner, this is where it will be close. Slightly longer pit stop for Peter Berryman to note, as he had to do the driver change. It will allow Williams Esports to grab the lead with 36 minutes to go.
Absolutely critical. Apex Racing team off of the pit lane now. Up the S's section they go. This has completely changed everything. Williams Esports Razor has gotten ahead in the final stops to these LMP2s. Are they able to convert it now?
And it's not a small margin either. It's 2.5 seconds, not just back to Berryman, a further 2 seconds back to Rankin. Apex have dominated this class until this final hour when the pressure is being applied, as Williams Esports look like they're going to lose their crowns in 2 of the classes here at Watkins Glen. They'll at least try and defend their win in this LMP2 category, with Kauppinen representing the Formula 1 outfit to the checkered flag. 2.6 seconds. You got to get the drivers back up to speed first, because Peter Berryman would have been watching on and waiting to jump into the car. I think it's a gamble to have done a driver change.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand wanting to have a fresh pair of arms and legs and a fresh mind behind the wheel, especially to go chasing for a race inside the final 30 minutes. But yeah, it's a big call that has been made here by Apex to not only change one of the drivers, but both of the drivers in both cars here at a very late stage. Maybe trying to rely on a little bit of fatigue coming from Kauppinen here, who has been in the car for at least the last good while. So I don't know. This is a very interesting one.
Have you been watching? Have you been getting your Jaws music ready to be queued up when Alexei Nesov gets within 2 seconds of your race leader? Well, he's now within 4 seconds with 34 minutes to go. The Urano car is moving. He may just be running out of laps ultimately. For the GTP cars, we're looking at what is estimated to be no more than 25, 26 laps probably left to run. That means for your GTD cars, you're looking at no more than 20 at the very most. Alexei Nesov would have been hoping that this was the 6.5 hours of Watkins Glen rather than the 6 hours.
Yep, it's a massive effort here in the latter stages of this race, but will it come to fruition from the Nesov? It's looking unlikely at this stage. Like I said, like you said, excuse me, it's just maybe not enough laps in the race left to go for him to really go charging and lock onto the back bumper of Josh Thompson. And does Thompson have anything to try and respond, though? That's the thing. Does he panic seeing that relative come down? Does he decide to turn on the afterburners and go, actually, I'm just going to secure this race win for myself? Still remains to be seen, but that relative is coming down by quite significant margins.
Rankin has closed up to Berryman, but Berryman has not been able to close within 2 seconds on your race leader in the P2 class. Across the line once again. Now 202 laps complete for these LMP2 machines. Down through that 90. Once more they swoop. And it very much is going to come down, I feel, to the traffic now. These drivers, Williams and Apex, Redline and Urano, about as equally matched as you could hope for. The only difference realistically, well, in GTD, BMW versus Mercedes, yes, but also where they catch the traffic, how they catch the traffic, and who wants to help who out.
Well, they're going to have a little bit of a respite from said traffic here just for a moment. The next car that they'll be coming up on are largely sort of LMP2s further down the road. So Veloce, there's a Coanda car down there as well. So not much GT traffic to be concerned about. Maybe GTPs coming up on them might be a slightly bigger issue, and in fact has been. at least a significant problem for them over the last couple of hours. Let's see if they can keep themselves out of trouble as they head their way in towards the heel of the boot, on board with Peter Berryman fresh behind the wheel of that car. Try and go chasing that number 1, and 1.8 seconds is the gap now.
Peter Berryman, he's going to actually have to defend a World Championship later this year, it sounds like, after winning the Force Dynamics Dallara iRacing Grand Prix Championship back in 2021. The series did not return last year, and so Berryman, the reigning defending champion, but with the iRacing Downshift podcast, noting that the series is planned to at least return later this year. Going to be curious to see if Berryman makes his title defense, or if we get a new crop of drivers coming in to make their claim for the top level of open wheel iRacing competition. Now down to 1.5 seconds though, and into that draft. The Apex duo are starting to close, starting to build up their confidence. Did basically everyone at RaceBot just pick the Apex Racing team to win this?
I think so.
Except for Lorenzo and Justin. Those are the two exciting people.
Ah. Yeah, I mean, I thought, at least before this, that it was a surefire pick for Apex to go and take LMP2, because they've been so strong. You know, the history book tells us that story. But all of a sudden, Williams Esports Razor just coming charging through the fields have made things a lot more complicated here. I
will wholeheartedly agree with you that I think Apex was the obvious pick, and so maybe it is a bit of a surprise to see how not everyone went for them, although there is, I think, a majority. Not just Urano Esports HP into pit lane, by the way, as they come down to serve what will be their final service today. Simufy Esports, that relatively new outfit, of course, with MSI sadly disbanding and a lot of their drivers finding a new home with each other, but just under some new colors. They look like they'll grab a top 4 in this 6 hours of the Glen, albeit 2 laps down from the top 3. Goes to show the relentlessness of pace that we tend to have, and I see the discussions about safety cars in these iRacing special events once again, but that's where these races are slightly different from the real-world counterparts, Connery, is that we don't have the safety cars, and so it means that it is a 6-hour sprint in which you can never realistically give up any time.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's always a topic that comes up, right? You know, especially when it comes to 24-hour races. It doesn't necessarily affect 6-hour races like this one as much, but the effects of not having the safety car, not having full course yellows, code 60s, what have you, really does impact the 24-hour races much more. If I have a wish list of things that I want iRacing to sort of try and resolve, it would be trying to make safety cars work a little bit better on road courses. And, for example, having customizable options like not closing pit lane when the safety car is called out and things like that, which would make perhaps the league racing side of things, where you do have live stewards, much more interesting. And I think that would be a good thing to do, at least with the introduction of the weather system.
I agree. I think that could be the next chip that falls, the domino that falls in terms of software development and ever-evolving process. As you develop stuff, you get ideas for what the next things that you can do based on that are, and so with this dynamic weather system now linking in tire compounds, track surface, the actual model of the tire itself, and all of that, what's next? I'm sure iRacing knows what is next and what their plans are. Somewhere someone in some broadcast chat is saying new engine when, to which I'll say no, you don't need. There are plenty of things that iRacing has been tweaking in the, 15 years since the original iRacing release came out, which included, in 2008, Watkins Glen. Mm-hmm. This looks like it was a 2008 video game, doesn't it?
Anyway, with the racing that's going on. Oh, right in front of your LMP2 battle, a GT car decides to take a bit of a pirouette.
Well, was that a pirouette or was that assisted? Because GTP's overlapping with the GTDs, or rather LMP2s and the GTDs.
Oh!
So is the sister car getting involved here? as Jimmy Antunes maybe just trying to stay out of harm's way. But it did definitely cost Williams Esports Razors some time. Let's cycle back a little bit more and watch the entire sequence.
So Apex GT car, you can see, not making it easy for him by forcing him to go around the outside, but the contact in the middle of the corner there. Oh boy.
So
Come to your own conclusions about that one.
I will say that this jink to the inside is probably not because it's a Williams car, it's because it's a prototype that's going for a gap that was never open. We don't get we have no great camera shots as to what happened after that, is what I would say. But 26 minutes to go, people wondering if there's maybe damage on Ate Kalpanen's Williams Esports Razor car. I mean, just look at how they fly through that entry to the bus stop. All 4 tires get off the ground and then lands back down. Getting damage at some point through this race seems more inevitable than anything.
Yeah, it feels like, and you got to be thinking about the condition of the floor as well. There might be, we might not necessarily see damage, but there might be some hidden underneath the car or with the suspension geometry and things like that. But yeah, I mean, there were some rumblings that Williams might have damage in our stream chats even before that incident might happen. And as well, if there might be just a little bit extra due to that little bit of contact there. We're going to get the slow-mo view. I think they're going to go behind the picture there, though, Arjuna. I
think this is okay, because the important point is, look at how Williams turns in. Apex doesn't really come up a lane. They are still on the apex. Because the camera shot that we had from the outside of the corner before kind of made it look like Apex kind of drifted up. That camera angle shows us a slightly different picture there. So I think that's where I keep my eye on. People in the chat, by the way, have been looking at the left rear on the Williams car and seeing some damage there. That's been there for a good hour and a bit. And I've been keeping my eye on that. It was there even when the Williams car was in the middle of the 2 Apex machines. So I don't think that's necessarily a big slowing factor. Might it be costing a bit of top-end performance? Maybe.
I mean, it didn't slow them down when they were doing that hard charge to try and get onto the back of Apex in the first place, right? As a little bit of congestion. Williams Esports BenQ car now holding up the Apex cars as they tried to go see at the bus stop.
Sounds like that we've got a couple of different things that we can keep an eye on. I tell you what, you are not wrong that the replay that we took a look at was slightly obscured. So what we can do instead is grab what will be a slightly less big picture view of it, but dial into this a little bit more.
Well, we're just going to look to see whether that's the car does hug the inside as much as possible, and that gives us a conclusion. I don't think they come up a lane. It's just a very close moment, 2 into 1.
It's a racing incident, isn't it?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, I think this is a good viewpoint as well, just to look forward from the perspective of Antunes. I mean, he maybe comes up a bit, but
half, like a quarter of a lane, maybe.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I think I'm more glad that didn't do more damage to A, the Williams car, B, the battle for the LMP2 lead, because as much as we're still thinking, oh, is there damage to Ate Kalpanen, he leads by 1.7 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that gap has been fluctuating quite wildly with the various issues of traffic that both Apex and Williams have had over the last good couple of laps. But still very much a big chance for it to be drawn in a little bit further, because I remember Apex having a good run of a couple of laps where they got the gap from about 1.8 down to 1 second. So definitely not outside the realms of possibility for Apex to try and get themselves back into this.
On board with Nessoff, who is now within the 3-second margin to Josh Thompson. It seems like every 10 minutes there's a second being eaten away. So 12 minutes to go, expect the gap to maybe be under 2 seconds. I'm not saying it's going to happen, Connery. I just don't want to be caught out by Alexei Nessoff charging to the lead in the final laps of the race, because there is still a possibility that he could do it on pace, even without traffic helping him.
I mean, this last stint or two for Nessoff has been probably 2 of the best iRacing special event stints I've seen. Oh, narrowly avoiding instant there is Apex's. There was a bit of a tangle in behind.
They took out another Apex car, didn't they? It was, yes, the Stormforce liveried machine, but it's an Apex car at the end of the day. Here we go, replay.
Here we go. 3 wide into the hairpin. Not exactly going to work out. It's like a TBS competition car that was
Is it
also
Marla or
involved in it.
BS? That's what I couldn't figure out. It's BS.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is why you don't go 3 wide into the hairpin.
Yeah. And so Alejandro Sanchez is the one that loses out there. He was already in 11th spot and not really fighting with anyone, so in a difficult day. Another one of those cars, much like Nessoff, that didn't set a qualifying time and had to charge up through the field. For a moment, I got scared that one of the Redline GTP cars was about to get right into the Apex second prototype machine that runs in third, but were able to navigate through that moment of traffic safely. Kauppinen still 1.3 seconds. And both when it was Deslandes leading, now when it's Kauppinen leading, we haven't really seen the margin hold steady below a second. It seems very difficult to be able to follow that closely.
I don't know whether it's a following issue or whenever they've had that gap come down to that margin, there's just been traffic that has spread them out again. So I'm not sure if I can call it one way or the other, as you see whether the Redline GTPs get through, at least on the on Peter Berryman there in the 198 Apex Racing Team LMP2. So the next one, the 199, will be dealt with relatively shortly here as far as Team Redline is concerned. That gap still just getting towards 1.5 now for the LMP2 race lead. With 20 minutes to go, still all to play for here.
Through that sequence, Rankin did jump in front of Berryman. You didn't hear Connery incorrectly. It is finally the swap around. The 198 has led the 199 for 5 hours and 38-ish minutes. Now it's 21 minutes for Elvis Rankin to push to close to Ate Kauppinen to keep the hopes of a third straight VCO Grand Slam alive, not just for Rankin and for Costantini, for the entirety of that Apex Racing team, and already down to 1 second as Redline got past the Williams Esports machine and cost it a couple of hundredths, a couple of tenths through that bus stop chicane. Very, very close still between the two of them. Don't think it's going to happen, but without that mistake for Sam Koiter, Team Redline in second in GTP would be well and truly under pressure from that 192. It goes to show just how mistakes at the end of the race can be just as painful, if not more painful, than those at the start. And I wonder if for Sam Koiter, he'll be thinking about just managing the tempo of the race here, because yes, it's only 6.5 seconds to the car in front, Connery. It's a full lap and a bit to the car behind. He is safe and secure in this third position.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's necessarily any reason to continuing to push all the way to the max here for Dorado, unless they really feel that they catch 6 seconds in 18 minutes, which is a tall feat for really any driver. But yeah, I think there would be much more sense for them to just sort of settle in and take the third place finish, podium finish in the GTPs. It's unfortunate what happened to them because, of course, incidents that happen later on in the race, you don't have the time to recover from them. Earlier on, yeah, you can change your game plan, you can change your strategy, you can sort of just wait and see what happens, as you charge through the field. But if something happens in this final hour, there's not really all that much you can do about it.
Looking rearwards from your race leader in the prototype class, Elvis Rankin has taken a lap and a half to not just get past Peter Berryman, but to latch onto the back of Ate Kauppinen. And after 5 hours and 30 minutes of minding their business, it's finally time to go and handle it, to go and get the move done on track. Connery was saying slightly earlier that the moves were likely needed to be executed on the track itself, and now we'll get a great example of the racecraft that the young Elvis Rankin brings to the table. Someone that took a second place finish in the Skip Barber iRacing Formula Series last year, which gave him a partial ride in the Skip Barber Formula Series in the real world. Was able to go and take that opportunity and go and win the championship. So one of those crossovers, and now spending more and more of his time in the UK at that Apex Racing Team facility, which is a great place for him to be able to work with the rest of the crew and continue to develop as a driver and to continue contributing to the rise of the Apex Racing team. And what a rise it's been over the last 18 months or so. Their win at Daytona last year, where they slightly broke Coanda Esports, pushed them to the very limit. Coanda made more mistakes than Apex at the end, was really, I think, the mark that you thought Apex was only an iRacing team. Watch us this year, we're going to start doing everything.
Yeah, their development over the last couple of years has been incredible. They are definitely one of the most storied iRacing teams out there. I remember when they first got themselves entry into the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix series many years ago, and you know, just to see their development ever since then, getting that premises, you know, that in-person premises, the office with the Sebrings and the and all the equipment that they have, all the support, all the sponsorship, and now finally the results as well. I couldn't be happier for them.
It's been an interesting year for them as well, with their focus starting to go outside of just their iRacing circles. Kevin Ellis Jr., maybe one of the leaders on the team, stepping back from most of his iRacing responsibilities, but continues to be the benchmark and the standard by which a lot of your Apex Racing drivers are measured up against. And hopefully we'll see a bit more of Kevo in the second half of this year, across of all the different things that the Apex Racing team will do. So Urano's GTP car will slide on past your two leading LMP2 contenders. Once again, I don't think that the 199 is going to be close enough to have a move in towards the chicane, but with 15 minutes to go, I'm trying to decide where I'd want to make a move if I was Elvis Rankin. Bus stop's the obvious one, Connery, but just because it's obvious doesn't mean it's easy.
Yeah, it's... Oh, and a look to the inside for the short shoot. Oh, that was a bold statement there from Elvis Rankin. Doesn't get any sort of progress in making the moves done, but scares the living daylight out of Kauppinen.
And I think the two of us as well, because he was coming for a hole that was closing, fortunately recognized that it was closing before he had committed and was able to tuck back into line and onto the brakes. One thing that fighting does as well, if Rankin can get alongside with Kauppinen, is slow these two cars down. Why is that important? Because you bring in Peter Berryman. You know what's better than a one-on-one? A two-on-one. If Apex Racing team could work together to bully Williams Esports Razor down to third.
Yeah, that could be a decent strategy. You know, the reason why we're in this situation, in fact, is the past two times through the S's section, Williams Esports have had to deal with a GTP going side by side with them. That's why they've lost the bulk of this time, as well as, of course, Elvis Rankin being absolutely on fire with regards to his pace in that 199. The traffic really hasn't held Kauppinen in the past 3 laps or so. Thankfully for him, no GTP to go side by side with the S's this time around, but Rankin will have that slipstream all the way down this back straight now. He had a big look into the chute the last time around. Is there a look into the bus stop this time? No, there isn't. Not at this point.
I think you need to be probably within 2.5, 2/10 of the car in front heading out of the 90 and up towards the S's to really get that slingshot. Remember, Elvis Rankin, Michele Costantini have already won the iRacing Daytona 24, the iRacing Sebring 12 this year in this car. It's the quest for 3 in a row that we're focused on. The sister Apex Racing team car, not for the first time, a nervy moment with Williams Esports Razor, this time though with less spinning.
You can see Williams Esports. They didn't want to take any chances whatsoever. They just absolutely sent it down the inside of the Apex GTD car through the toe of the boot there, and basically bullied them completely out of line. Not an instant between the two of them, like you said, this time around, but it could have so easily have been if the Apex car didn't have their head on a swivel and completely bailed out.
Across the line once again. I heard a brush against the wall. Now, both drivers and both teams have been pushing that limit as much as they can. Hopefully they have not incurred any sort of straight line damage. Rankin very wide, hopefully doesn't gather a slowdown penalty for his efforts. I don't think we've talked about this at all so far today. Drivers only got 35 incidents with which to play with today. Don't think we've talked about drive-throughs, which is great to see. They've been watching the track limits to the best of their ability. Closest Rankin's been. It's not going to be close enough, though. Needs just that little bit more overspeed into the corner.
Yeah, really trying to at least get some form of overlap to make the bus stop tricky, but you need a bit of a more significant one unless you want to have a very big instant. But now, with less than 12 minutes to go, Kauppinen having to put up a brick wall of a defense here. No traffic this time around into the toe of the boot, which you'll be thankful for. But Rankin is looking absolutely fantastic at this stage. He's getting closer and closer. Every single opportunity he's had has been getting better and better and closer and closer.
And even if he doesn't go for a move, he's sizing up the car in front. He's seeing the lines that are being run, where they're braking, how they're getting onto the power. All of these different elements that will tell Elvis Rankin where the opportunity is going to be, where he is most likely to get the lead, and to do so with the least risk to both of their races. Look top and bottom though, because with less than almost 11 minutes to run now, I said that at this point we should expect Alexei Nesov roughly 2 seconds off the back of Josh Thompson if he was going to continue the trend. Well, it's about 2.5 seconds with 11 minutes to run. Josh Thompson responds to that pressure, holds Nesov at arm's distance.
He absolutely does. This is bubbling along very, very nicely here for the race lead at LP2s. Of course, we would have hoped for a bit of a closer run thing down in GTDs. I'm still of the opinion it's too little too late for Nesov, despite the mega stint that he's done so far. Nose to tail through the bus stop though for the LMP2 leaders. Oh, this is going to turn out to be a fantastic finish. I get the feeling.
They are pushing not 10 tenths now, 11 tenths. This is where you leave it all on the line. If you leave anything on the track, you are going to be kicking yourself when the trophies get mailed to the winners. Those are the conditions. As good as we have had all day. 38 degrees Celsius track temperature means the tires, the Michelin rubber, will be in about as good a condition as these drivers could hope for. And specifically if you are in this LMP2 class, specifically if you're Elvis Rankin, you've got a little bit more life in your tires compared to that Williams Esports Razor car in front.
Yeah, Rankin's taking big bites out of this. Big bites out of his tires, potentially. You have to remember here in iRacing, the tires are quite sensitive with regards to temperature. If he's trying to lean on them a little bit too much here, yes, with the colder track conditions, but if you're putting too much energy through them, then he might find himself falling off the back of Kauppinen in the situation where he needs to be absolutely locked on. So he's got to be pretty careful with this.
So that's last 10 minutes of this race. Where is Chris Lullum is the question that is rising to the forefront of my mind. About to come around to cross the line once again, which I believe is going to mean that one more time that... no, I don't think the LMP2 leaders will get lapped again. A couple of cars shortcutting the chicane and saying, no thank you, I want no part of it. That was the Apex Racing Academy GT3 car. So I think...
well, they were more bullied by Razor, in fact. I don't think it was really a choice for them to try and skip the chicane. I think they had to.
At this point in the race, I'm not shocked to hear that either. Let's go ahead and grab a quick look at the replay as this moment. But this is also, I think, to some degree, drivers wanting to stay out of contention for lead battles. But I think you're right. Once Williams Esports Razor had gone through, the sister car wanted to just get the main Apex Racing team car through as quickly as possible.
Oh, and the live pictures as well, Rankin to the inside of the Williams Esports GT car as well, so they're getting, you know, you don't have to make it easy if you're a GT car, but you making it difficult certainly is convenient for your sister car.
Exactly, and given that that was a major talking point at Daytona, I'm sure that there's going to be plenty of scrutiny placed on the actions of the sister cars again. But regardless of what they do, I will just reiterate how difficult this pass seems to be. Not just to set up to get close enough to try and move, but then to actually be able to execute and stick it. Going up the S's one more time with the Stormforce machine, allowing the Williams Esports Razor car to slide on through. There will be no change into the chicane this time of asking. Opportunities are running quite short now in the 199.
Yeah, absolutely. Gotta catch in another couple attempts. There's Elvis Rankin, and then how in the world do you actually go for the move? Because maybe a side-by-side into the bus stop, you know how fierce that these two can fight, even on the best of occasions. But when you're coming to the end of an iRacing special event, you know, something that counts for the VCO Grand Slam, then I don't know. Maybe a bus stop altercation between these two might end in tears as they go around the outside of the BS competition, number 86, number 89, excuse me.
And while I was trying to get excited about a fight for second rather a fight for the lead in the GTD as Alexei Nesov closed from second, that might not be happening. We may see a pass for second in GTP. Sam Coitert within 1.1 seconds of Enzo Benito in the red line car, who I'm not 100% sure, but might be needing to do some fuel saving based on the lap times that we've seen from him so far. Rankin again close, but it's this exit out of the 90 that has got to be perfect. He's running out of times, maybe 3, maybe 4 opportunities to launch out of this first corner and try and grab the lead.
Yeah, he's been taking that big wide arc on exit, which you are allowed to do, and look at how close he is this time around, in through the S's section. We're going to get them side by side, Arjuna.
And this is where I was saying earlier he needed to be a bit closer, got the launch out of the corner, but now out of drafting range. They'll bang and bang and bang, door to door, Ranking outside, Kauppinen inside. Apex finally conceded, but it was about the setup out of that 90 that gave us the moment of drama.
Oh, I don't think this one is done just yet. They've had an almighty fight there down into the bus stop. This time it's Williams Esports Razor that comes out on top, but they were immediately behind a bit of GT traffic, so weren't able to run away with the sequence of corners there. This game is still on. Oh my word.
Well, my heart is pounding right now. I will tell you that my prediction was for Apex. I'm not deviating from that. But you get the sense. Last lap drama. Rankin to the inside, through the heel, contact between the two of them. They will somehow just about make it work until they don't. Rankin goes around, gets collected by his teammate. Williams Esports sails off to the lead.
Incredible. That was a send. That was an absolute send from Rankin up into the hairpin. We'll have to see the replay of the altercation off the corner just to make sure everything is kosher there. But it's a Williams Esports Razor that leads with 5 minutes to go in LMP2.
It was Rankin that got the elbows out. It was the aggressiveness with still a handful of laps to play. We'll take a couple of looks at it. It was a late lunge. Let's recognize that. First bit of contacts on Rankin. Williams Esports never really back into control of their car, and Peter Bergman can do nothing but T-bone his teammate.
Oh my words. Let's have another look at it.
Behind the
above,
trees.
Just behind the trees. It's going to be all about, and this will probably be the drama on Twitter that happens later on. It'll be all about, is Kauppinen still in control of the car in that very final moment?
So, first contact, Rankin sends it deep. Off the corner was Kauppinen in control. If you could tell me that Kauppinen was in control from that angle, I'd be surprised. This might be the one to watch.
Yeah, we might need the onboard here. Counter steering, counter steering. Still wiggling the wheel when the contact was made.
It didn't look like the steering had ever stabilized, is, I think, the best way to put it. I don't want to be the one to say that was... I don't think there's anything intentional with that one, to be completely honest. That just looks like first bit of contact, car's loose and wobbling. It's the desperation of wanting a victory coming into the final 5 minutes of a 6-hour race.
Absolutely. I mean, with how hard those guys were fighting, not necessarily too surprised that it turns out that way. Got 3 minutes of this race left to go. Of course, that gap has now resulted in a 7-second gap for the LMP2 race lead. GTD race leads now within 2 seconds now. I don't think that's going to change so much with the time that we have remaining. Maybe a final little spat in GTPs to look at, though.
Here we go, and it is Sam Coitert that has, I think, got a little bit more speed in his car. He'll go to the outside of the 90, and as much as I think Enzo Benito will try and fight it back, it's going to take a potential slowdown for Urano to not grab second, and he will have to filter back into line for the time being. They will get one more lap after this one, I do believe, because we're waiting for our race leader to come around to potentially take the white flag this time by. Once again, Urano outside, but not enough overlap. Benito holds on.
He does. We still have battles to try and finish this race off with, just perhaps not the ones that we quite expect. P2 and GTP still up to the question right now as Benito has to try and get those fuel numbers in the right place for the end of this race. This might depend on where his teammate comes across the line as well. The Apex car gets out of the way.
Speaking of teammate, here comes your race leader around the final corner for the penultimate time. White flag in hand, Barney the flagman signals the final lap of this Watkins Glen 6-hour race. Once again, it's Urano that find themselves side by side with the red line machine being lent on and off of the racing surface. They will have this one final trip, 3 and a bit miles to sort it out.
Yep, absolutely, and well, they've got themselves a bit of traffic down the road. That might be a factor here on this final lap as well, as they get themselves into the camber of that final corner and push their way through. Meanwhile, the Apex cars are swapped around again in LMP2. Peter Berry winning 198, getting himself up to second place, but look at this titanic battle on the way into one.
It's going to be the drive off the corner. Redline trying to go on the outside for a moment of the Pacey Williams car, but chops the nose off of Sam Coitert. Not content to let that happen right there. The climb through 100 feet of elevation one final time. LMP2 traffic potentially to be a factor as well. Coitert, the slightest of overlap, and the confidence, the audacity to send it around the outside to rip away second from Benito on the final lap of the race.
That's a glorious pass there from Urano. It's not quite done just yet. Redline will send it back on them. And on the inside, they've overcooked it though. Out into the grass they go in unceremonious fashion.
It's one Redline car off the road as the other gets ready to take the checkered flag. Watkins Glen was Redline's dominant house in 2021. They return to win in the GTP class. The Watkins Glen 6 hours goes to Team Redline. It will be a wait while we get to see the GTD contender. I think there's Williams Esports Razor already across the line, confirmed as your winner come the checkered flag. Josh Thompson is across the line as Team Redline do the double here. Steinbratton and Vecchia will be delighted with Thompson's steal in the closing stages to put up with the pressure and the persistence of Alexei Nesov. What a 6-hour event once again. Watkins Glen never disappoints. Ultimately though, Redline will leave with a big smile on their face. Williams will leave with a trophy too.
Oh my words. I had to try and mute myself there at the final moments because Urano with that move, that was one of the best moves that I've seen at the 6 hours of the Glen, especially considering its last lap, especially considering it was second place in GTPs. That was incredible.
And I want to take another look at it. I want to give Sam Coitert his credit because I called it audacious, but this was not actually the pass, excuse me. Hashtag blame Arjuna for that one. There we go, this is the right one. As the final cars will string across the line. Audacious does not serve this well enough. Just trusting Benito, trusting the car, trusting everything would go right. Sam Coitert grabs second at the end.
Yeah, that was just awesome. That was you got to be happy about that if you're Sam Coitert and if you're part of the Urano Esports team in general. That was cool as as anything. My word.
My word. We didn't take a break for 6 full hours here on RaceBot TV other than to show you some of the recent additions that iRacing has brought to the service. But with those 6 hours in the books, here's how the results will be reflected. With the brand new Cadillac only getting one car into the top 10 as the top teams elected to stick with the tried, the tested, the knowledge that they had with this BMW M Hybrid. It's BMW M Team Redline that have been scored first and second, because I get the sense that Sam Coiter potentially got a incident penalty for the move that he made on the final lap. Ultimately, though, the audaciousness will be reflected in the credit and the clips that will be generated from that move. Simufy Esports 2 laps down, yes, but I grab a top 5 in what is one of their only second or third iRacing special event. Danny Elgabe across the line for them in front of Owen Carroll after the Apex Racing Academy car was able to really salvage a top 5 result after being part of our potential winning contention early doors. Behind them, the Urano Esports Hiking Media car, the final car to actually finish in front of any LMP2 cars. You have to go back a further 13 laps to find Jaden Munoz as the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing team represent Cadillac Racing at the line. It's Drago, TS Corsa, and then Drago that round out the rest of your top 10 in class. Williams Esports Marlow will be heartbroken with their 11th in front of Movano, Urano Esports Data Group, Dun and Dusted, Pure Sims Esports, Williams Esports Fanatec, and Team BMW Bank. Over to your LMP2s, where the margin of victory shows a little bit smaller at the line, but ultimately the final hour, a story that cannot be reflected into just these results. Williams Esports, yes, deprived the Apex Racing team of a third consecutive VCO Grand Slam, but Berryman Rankin across the line in the 198 and the 199 will know they dominated so long, the pace was there. Ian Changuven finishes on the lead lap after gaining 9 spots alongside with Michael Romanidis for VRS Coanda. They finish in front of the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, the final car on the lead lap. Japard Esports, GridandGo.com, Movano, Altus, and Hard Mode, the rest of your top 10 in the single spec Dallara P217 class. Veloce, Altus, Race Clutch, Boost and VDS by Undercut, Japard, and then Brabham, the rest of the drivers that soared to the green flag, most of them unfortunately not seeing the checkered. Last but not least, celebrations underway as Team Redline do the double. Josh Thompson, Gianni Vecchio, Ollie Steinbratton, 1.7 seconds clear of Alexei Nesov, who charged, but it turns out qualifying at the back is a little bit of a handicap. Jarno Kott for Grid and Go Esports, they'll be happy with their performance, the best and only Ferrari in the field. Mercedes AMG Williams 4th, Phil Denaires 5th in that Mahler Racing Team car in front of the sister BS Plus competition entry. Williams Esports play seat beating out Williams Esports BenQ before we get to the first of your Apex Racing Team machines, Jimmy Antunes finishing in front of David Toth. 7 more GTDs took to the start. Alejandro Sanchez, along with Alexei Nesov, had to start from the back. He did not enjoy the same fortune. He gets 11th in front of Marvin Strell, though. And then we get to those that really suffered. The likes of Johan Royer for the Apex Racing Academy, Nicholas Laubisch in one of our additional AMG Urano cars, of course Falcon in their BMW, Daniel Afuente in the AMG Williams Esports car, and Door Esports were one of our first retirees of the day. Well, I was hoping that we were going to get the chance after 6 pretty quick hours to talk with some of our drivers, but I get the sense, Connery, that after a race like this, they probably need a bit of a break as well. Gianni Vecchio told us he needed a shower after his 2-hour stint.
Yeah, with how hot and humid it has been here in Europe for the past week or so, it's probably not surprising that that you would have needed that sort of break. But yeah, that's another incredible iRacing special event here at Watkins Glen. Of course, we have a bit of news. That whole move that we saw from Urano on Team Redline, well, that pass was made, yes, on circuit. However, unfortunately, in the process of doing so, Urano reached the instant point limit.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit confused, but iRacing's automated scoring at least giving us as much information as it could about that. Quick look about what comes next, because it's going to be a full month before we go racing for another iRacing special event. And when we do race, this time it will be twice around the clock. 24 hours in the Ardennes. We head back to Spa with just GT3 machinery, Connery. That's going to be a fascinating one.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Just a straight up fight. No other classes to really be concerned about. Just GT3 machines out there, which does make the traffic situation a little bit more interesting, perhaps, as it's same class traffic all the time. But it's an absolutely legendary circuit. It's always one of the races on the calendar that you really look forward towards, and I'm certainly looking forward to it as well as we get there on the 22nd of July. Just what a fantastic venue for a fantastic race.
And that, of course, is what's up next. Before we say goodbye, before we look at that schedule once again, these are provisional results for RaceBot Predictor. I will tot up the totals once I jump off this, finish up my next broadcast, which I need to be on in about 9 minutes' time. And then we will announce a winner. Remember, the winner gets a RaceBot Armor GG jersey in a color of their choice. And provisionally, congratulations go to Sean Campbell, who by 1 point beats out Lewis Woods. It turns out that picking Williams versus Apex was the defining decision.
Well, that's that was just made right at the very dying moments of the race there. Sean coming in clutch. I mean, I mentioned it just about 45 minutes before the race was done when we looked at these last. That it just needed that one change of position, and it changes the prediction game as well. Well, it ended up happening.
And quick look at RaceBot as well, because I dropped to third. Justin jumps in front of me. Lorenzo Bonder, all 3 classes predicted. That's a commentator that will have plenty of confidence the next time he picks.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe we should pay more attention to him. But
no.
But yeah, meanwhile I'm down there, not last. So it's fine. It's fine. Honestly, it's fine.
You at least were on the graphic, unlike some of the RaceBot talent who did not even pick well enough to be part of the top 8. Again, even though Spa is up next, don't forget this iRacing special event journey is about letting you do whatever you want to do. Whether it be dirt oval, dirt road, oval, or road course racing, we've got a bit of all of it. Let's not forget Race for More 2.4, our annual charity special event as well. August 3rd, the GTPs join up with the GT1s and the GR86s for what is bound to be an intriguing 2.4 hours. Don't forget, donations can do things such as throw cautions, get penalties set to other cars, or rescind penalties for other cars as well. You can have some fun and support a great cause as we do our part for the National MS Society. For now, though, it's time to bid you farewell. 6 hours have blown on past here on RaceBot TV, on VCO Esports, and on the iRacing Esports Network. We'll be back in a month's time to roll into the Ardennes, to the iRacing Spa 24, to unleash GT3 cars for 24 hours. On behalf of the team behind the scenes, thank you so much for joining us. For the team at VCO, Joshua Chin, Danny Elgabay, and Florian Hausper. For our hard workers over at ATVO, producing all things broadcast graphics related. ATVO, Nick Thiessen, Kevin Niatola, Simon Grossman, along with Dougie Beard for our track cameras. Timing 71 for our live timing. So much hard work that goes in to make all of these events as smooth as they are. Behind the scenes, myself, Arjuna Kankipati, working with Hugo Luis to bring you all the coverage, while Justin Prince, Zach Sweeney, and Connery Maddock join myself for all of the 6 hours of uninterrupted coverage. Congratulations go to BMW Team Redline, to the Williams Esports Razor, as well as Team Redline, winners in the iRacing 6 Hours of the Glen, the latest VCO Grand Slam. They'll walk away with trophies, memorizing this accomplishment. One more Grand Slam to go. We'll see you at Petit Le Mans.